Well, good morning. I want to call this special meeting together. Thank you, Director. Why don't we start? I don't know who all we have on, so do we want to call a roll call?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So, Auditor Racinas?
Here.
Looks like Superintendent Balo is here. Treasurer
Here.
Meyer. Secretary Buchanan.
Secretary.
Present.
And Governor Gordon. So
All right,
everyone
thank
is
you.
here.
We're
Have a
all
quorum.
here. Very good. Well, then let's call this meeting to order. And I have it at 8:03. Is that correct? 8:04. Sorry.
Correct.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, we do have some proposed consent lists, but we're going to wait on those until we get a little further into the meeting, given that the first item on the agenda is to consider the allocation funding models for the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program. You will recall that at the August 6th meeting, the board discussed changing the CRG program from a first-come, first-served application process to an allocation model for local governments, healthcare, and the tribes. Two models were specifically discussed at that meeting related to local governments and healthcare. The local government model weighs three different factors, which are population, number of COVID cases, and economic impact as measured by a decrease in the sales tax revenue. The healthcare model contemplates a 55-45 split between infrastructure and other costs as set forth in the board matter. The facilities contemplated under the hospital model are hospitals, long-term care, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, federally qualified health centers, rural health clinics, and home health agencies. Additionally, it was contemplated that the tribes would split $10 million of CARES Act funding under the CRG program based on the population of the tribes. The board directed OSLI to seek public comment on the proposed allocation models. We did do that. We posted the models on our website. We did receive some public comment, which we provided to the board with the board materials. We've also provided the board with a summary of the comments and also what we've termed a synopsis of the comments. The synopsis is kind of the trends, if you will, in the public comments that we observed, which is to help facilitate discussion amongst the board members in the event that the board decides that perhaps some tweaks or changes might be palatable for the models. So with that, I will yield the floor to Ms. Legursky and Ms. Anderson with Governor's Office to facilitate further discussion about the allocation funding models.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Anderson. Deputy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Betsy Anderson. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and General Counsel for Governor Gordon. And so I want to I believe that for the most part, this is probably the first time the members of the board have seen kind of this detailed allocation models. They were not presented at the last meeting. They were just discussed generally. So I kind of want to walk you through them. First, I want to start off with this is a lot of work. Erica Legursky, the budget director, she did a ton of work in putting together these models, working with Jen Davis, our healthcare policy advisor, and working with our chief of staff and policy director. Brandy Monger and her team at the AG's office did a lot of work. State Lands reviewed all this, took all these comments, summarized all these comments. So there was a lot of work that went into this. So what you have before you attached to the board matter are two of the three allocation models, one for local governments and one for healthcare. And then the tribes is just a very simple allocation model, as Director Scoggin described, so there's no attachment for that. But before I go into the detail of each allocation model, I kind of want to go over some overall concepts and ideas of how the thoughts are that this might work. Of course, this is up to the board, but in putting this together, this is kind of the ideas we were looking at. I do want to stress that these are just samples. I use that word specifically. I did not want to use the word proposal. We're not proposing anything. This is what the board wants to do. We basically wanted something out for a basis for comments. If we didn't start with something, we were worried that the comments, it would just be difficult to manage that. And so I purposely called them samples. So to the extent there's any even basic elemental aspect of these allocation models, you definitely need to review that and make your decision on that. The data in the models is about a week or two old. To update it daily was difficult. So what will happen is if the board decides that they do want to proceed with the allocation model, we would update all the information to the day of your approval, and that would be the information that we would use for the actual allocation. I want to stress that this is not a distribution, but an allocation, that all the entities would still need to submit receipts for payment. And to the extent an entity wanted to use its CARES Act allocation for something that is not on a pre-approved list, they would still have to have some type of process for approval of those expenses to be covered by their allocation. And if you do decide to approve allocation models today, then state lands will need to go forward to promulgate new rules to cover this program as you determine you want this to look like. Also, if you are to approve the allocation model, you will have to then look at the aspect of you've already awarded some entities, some funds under these programs and how you want to address that. And we did not address that in what we presented. We just left that as an open issue for you to look at. And then kind of the last item is we do see this as something as an approval by the board. If a particular entity decided they did not want to use they had no need for their allocation, didn't want to use their allocation, that would need to come back to the board as to what would happen to those funds. It would not be something that they could trade with other entities on the list. That's how we view it. That would be something, again, you would need to decide how you want to handle that. So that's kind of the overview of how we see this allocation model concept working. So I was going to go into the local government models and walk you through those, but I'll stop here if there's any questions on kind of the overall concept.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anderson, you mentioned the issue we'll have to address, which is money's already allocated. What about going forward? Because some of the comments said, well, don't get rid of the old, just apply and see what happens if you adopt the allocation model. We still like that old system. So it's one thing to say we got to fix what we've already, not fix, but take into account what we've already allocated, and then we now might have a new formula. How do you see those things possibly going forward together for future meetings?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Buchanan, I do think that, like I said, there would be a pre-approved list, and if it's not on the pre-approved list, then they would have to have some process of getting approval for that. And I do think that construction projects are one of them. That's not going to be on the pre-approved list. I do think one of the comments with regards to, well, you know, we have the allocation model, but we still want this application award system, was actually saying that they want the allocation of all the funds for them, and then they wanted additional funds to be awarded. And of course, right now, the board has $200 million for local governments and $100 million for healthcare. I don't think that's really an option in front of the board to say, oh yeah, we'll allocate this, but we'll actually add more money. All the CARES, and I think Erica went through that with you at the last meeting, all the CARES Act money's been allocated at this point, so that's not an option. I do think they'll still be in front of you with regards to items that we can't just pre-approve on that basis. Does that, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I think in part it does. It's just that it just seems like if we were to use two different systems going forward to allocate, how do you know, it seems like the allocation models are an effort to be equitable and take into consider more objective factors. And if we were to maintain the system we started with alongside the allocation, I fear the possibility of, it being counterproductive to what our intent is with even considering the allocation models.
And Mr. Chairman, if we can, I think another thing was that we had a lot of people applying because they were worried the money was going to run out. And this allocation model means, no, you're allocated a certain amount. Somebody else can't grab your money. And so I don't know if that might mean that the actual application process is not as significant for them if they know they have that money and they know they can spend it a certain way.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a question from the superintendent and then from the treasurer.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Gordon. My question is this: do we have any situations where you predict that we have already awarded funds that exceed the allocations given either of these scenarios? In other words, using the method that we've been using the last two special meetings, might a local government or hospital, well, a local government in particular, be in a situation where they would need to pay back some of their CARES Act fund or receive some kind of exemption for going over what the proposed or what the sample allocation models look like?
Thank you, Superintendent and Betsy.
Superintendent Balo, yes, there are some that have been awarded more than their allocation. The Office of State Lands, I believe, in your materials, they have put together a list which shows their entity's allocation amount and then what they've been awarded, and you will see some of them are more than what they were allocated. And that's when I was saying that is not something we spoke to in the materials that were posted for comment. Your thoughts are, it is again for the board to determine how they would handle that moving forward. The thought that there is some exception granted, these entities all have to spend this money by December 30th, and there may be some of these entities that just don't see the need to do that or want to do that. So there may be an instance where you have an entity that's allocated funds that ends up not needing or able to use them. And so I don't know if there's a means there to figure out how you would then reallocate those funds to those that actually are using it.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Governor.
And thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, those are kind of along the lines that I was wanted to get some information on, but more or less on the globally part of it, as far as we've got in this one, we've got I guess a split. You've got a split between 100 and 200 million. Whether or not we've got whether we've already gone over that 100 million for medical already, or how close we are to it. And I'm wondering whether or not we could allow the communities, you get that allocation, but essentially community would have essentially two allocations, both medical and local government. And if the medical went over, a local government could use their money however they wanted to. I guess that you could allow them to use it for medical. Then we wouldn't necessarily be part of it, or are we going to be part of all of the decisions on how the local government spends their money, or is the local government going to determine that, and then we'll figure out whether or not it's appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I think that's an excellent point, and I would say that the local governments are allocated funds. They can use them under what would I think with the Attorney General's office and state lands would put together a pre-approved list. if they wanted to then turn around and say, I think our local hospital needs these funds, it would have to require probably some form of approval. But if it is necessary due to CARES Act, and that's how they want to use their money,
Yeah.
I would think the Attorney General's office, they'd have to check all the boxes and everything on what's required on this CARES Act that, not budgeted in December 30th and all that. But it sounds like to me that would be a way to work this issue with the allocation and maybe some places over allocated, but the local government's willing to.
Yeah, there'd be some flexibility there, but the question would be whether or not the local government would say, we're turning this back into the State Loan and Investment Board to consider this healthcare application in our jurisdiction, or whether or not the local government says, we're going to spend our money on this healthcare, and it's our decision and not necessarily, the local government's decision, not necessarily Slib's. And so that's, something that just trying to figure out how it would actually work. It probably would work faster if the local government did it, because that's a little bit less back and forth. But whether or not we wanted to do that, that's kind of, as the Secretary was thinking, on our block grant system that we had years ago in the state.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, Brandy Monger can correct me, but I think the idea that the local government can use it for CARES Act purposes, and you're right, it would be more cumbersome for them to come back to the board if they wanted to turn that allocation over to their medical facilities. But I would think that they would not need to do that as long as they have checked all the boxes on the CARES Act.
But the other question to the Secretary, to the Superintendent's question is, once you get to, a community gets to that level to where both medically and with a local allocation, they've gotten to that's really kind of considered a hard cap, until we'll get to the end of the funding cycle and some community says, no, we don't need our money, we're turning it back to the pool. I'm assuming that's how it would probably work, and we have to determine what date. I guess community could turn it back now if they didn't think they were going to use it or part of it, and turn it back to the pool right away, or they could wait till a later date, but we probably need to determine. And I think we did we say that was going to be, I thought we had that discussion, it was going to be the 1st of December or something like that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I think you did have a discussion. I think there were talks about November 1st or November 15th or somewhere in there, and that all the services had to be performed and completed by December 30th. So. Right.
So, if memory serves, Mr. Treasurer, I think Beth had indicated December 15th as a drop dead date. My point that I think I made was that somewhere mid-November, we needed to fully consider where the monies were, what we had left over, and then redeploy them, which was one of the reasons we talked about an allocation. And my sense is, I guess, time is a bit of the essence, and my sense is that if we can get the allocation model working, and there are some just obvious things that can be done, that those monies can be spent, and I guess I'm gambling, but I do believe that there will be some portion of that that's left over that we'll be able to address. My concern is that the perfect may be the enemy of the good in this case, and we really need to get this money going. Auditor Racines, any questions?
Yes. I guess my question is, if we choose to do an allocation, I'm assuming we can change that later too. For example, if, or let me ask this, after the allocation is set, if a municipality and county come together to use their funds in conjunction with each other, how would that work?
That would be my sense, and I think, actually, I see Beth moving up. Did you want to address this, Beth? I think my sense is Beth is going to have to review these, as is the AG, in any event. So please.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe if they wanted to commingle their funds, if we had an allocation approach, we would want whoever the owner of that project is, but if it was a joint ownership, we would need an application from each of those entities, would be my thought. Because I would think, like Betsy said, those capital construction projects would absolutely have to have an application and be vetted. I mean, the straightforward payroll and PP&E thing, I don't think you need an application for that. But I don't think we want to just be getting random invoices and we're paying bits and pieces of a construction project that we don't know what the overall intent of that project is. Does that make sense?
That does. So I think that speaks to, go ahead, Auditor, did you have a
No,
comment?
no, I think that answers my question. Again, I see a lot of communities and counties that would spend their entire amount plus need more. But the other thing that we've all recognized over and over again is the spending guidelines are so tight that I think we're going to have a lot of communities that actually struggle to find expenditures that qualify within their allocation. So I guess I'm just hoping for some flexibility on the back end.
Thank you, and Auditor, I think that was certainly my thought as well, is that we're really trying to give a bit of guidance on how you can get these monies spent quickly. Yesterday at Rural Waters, for example, there was a question that came up about, would it be, because I noticed that you did all these great things with HVAC last go around. What about UV treatment for water and things like that? I just think that there may be these applications that are common that people can get working on ASAP. But to your point, and I think Beth's, if there is a substantial project and they can put together a proposal, we will certainly entertain that as well. So any further comment on that? Ben, I don't know if we want to take a bit of public comment now, and I think, Erica, do you have a?
I was going,
Oh, okay.
Chairman, I was going to walk you through the local government allocation sheets that are attached.
Sure.
So you can understand the basis of all that.
Why don't we do that?
We can go from there. Okay.
Thank you.
So Erica does have this allocation in Excel format. So there's, to a certain extent, if you want to see what a change might do to the numbers, she can maybe manipulate some of those. Not all of them, but certainly like the weightings and some information. So attached to your board matter, you'll find one sheet that says CARES Act sample allocation model counties, and the other one says cities and towns. And those are the sheets I'll be speaking to first. So the local government program was a total amount of $200 million. The thought was that the board would allocate $150 million immediately, and then allocate another $50 million at a later date, September 15th, October 15th. In that, to the extent that the spread of CARES Act may change across the state, that if you have a spike somewhere at a later date, there would still be some funds to help those communities address that. We proposed a 50-50 split between counties and municipalities. So for the first step, that would be $75 million each, and then the later step would be $25 million each. So you will see on the allocation sheets, you'll see at the top right-hand corner the $75 million on each sheet. That's the first allocation. We then used 3 factors to distribute and allocate those funds. distribute, I should not use the word, to allocate those funds. So, first, population, which was 30%. The second was the number of COVID cases, which we put at 40%. And the last was the economic impact of that community, which we put at 30%. The numbers you see in the column for economic impact is the difference in total sales tax for that community from April through July, for the difference between this year's that year period and last year's same period. And note that the April through July numbers, reporting numbers, actually reflect March through June. So that was the period of time we covered there. Again, we can update these numbers, make these numbers more current at the point in time the board actually decides if they want to proceed with this and how they want to do it. If the difference in the sales tax was actually positive, so they were not negatively impacted, then we just put that at 0. And then the last thing I want to comment on is addressing the municipalities allocation sheet. When you look at the number of COVID cases, you'll see a lot of them that say less than 5, and they do not give the number. The Department of Health said through the HIPAA requirements that they couldn't really release, when it was such a small number in the community, it may identify the individual. So for HIPAA purposes, they did not want the number put in there. So we just put less than 5, but just so you know, in our calculations, we did use the actual COVID numbers. We did not. So if you're less than 5, that doesn't mean you're the same as any other community. And somebody did point out in the comments the difference between Byron and Cali. Neither had economic impact. Cali has more population than Byron, I believe it's right, but had less money. They both had less than 5 COVID cases, but they didn't have the same number of COVID cases, and that's what created that, what looks like an anomaly on the sheet, but Byron had more cases than Cali, so brought their number up. So I just wanted to, so that's the overview of that, and again, Erica has pulled up the sheet, and if you have any questions or you would like to see some changes and see what that does to the numbers, she can certainly do that. I will stop right here. And if you want to discuss, if you have questions, if you'd like to go through the comments that we received, or you wanted to save the comments to the end and go through the healthcare model, however you want to move forward.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the economic impact and sales tax. I think of, you know, some of these counties that, everybody had to shut down their restaurants, and everybody had to shut down pretty much their hotel industry went totally south. But maybe some rural county has a pipeline that goes through, so they get sales tax, but the actual economic impact to the populace is still there. So it's basically masked. And then you've got a lot of small rural areas that don't have basically automobile dealerships, but the larger towns do, and so everybody, that's going to be, the sales tax are going to, follow a lot to to some of the larger counties in certain circumstances. But I'm just curious about. I think we're missing some of the impact, especially in some of the smaller counties, because I looked at most of these ones that are low or 0, and they're all small counties. Yet they had the impact. We're not getting it measured with the tool that we're using.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's a good point. We were looking at this trying to understand, what was the impact to the budget of those local governments, and to the extent they were budgeting because they expected pipeline project and they still got those funds, that was one thing. But Erica worked with Winland Liu at the Economic Analysis Division on these numbers, and one of his comments to her was, for those communities that were positive or 0, if you still want to attribute something to them, maybe you just take the community that had the a negative impact, but the lowest negative impact was, I think it was $40 million. And if you had positive or zero, just go ahead and attribute a $40 million loss so that there is some element of an economic impact factor. Because like you say, they were still impacted. Businesses were closed. And so that is an option. We just stuck with the straight numbers, but that's certainly something, if the board wanted to do that. We did pick all sales tax. You could do retail, you could do just retail sales tax. I mean, the economic impact number is probably the one that there's a lot of things you could consider and change up.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can look at too, when you look at the impact, is look at whether it's a deviation from the average. Because if you have sales tax, or you have what the kind of the work that we did when we were distributing funds out to cities, towns, and counties, you can tell, and that's part of the reason why the Madden formula, because it's an inverse of the property tax. Because you've got two counties here that sure they had impacts, but still, I'd almost bet that they're in the top 5 as far as revenues per population. And so they still have the ability to provide services because they're probably 400% above the average of the amount of money that comes in through property tax, sales tax, and other taxes that are available to the local government. So you have a situation here where the mineral wealth has dropped down. Say, like in Converse County, it's 27.9%. They get a 27.9% impact, and that's because they stopped drilling oil wells and basically didn't have the sales tax there. But you still have the mineral wealth that's going into the county's coffers, which allows them to continue to, provide the services. So I'd say, the impact portion of this is probably skewed a little bit. As far as that doesn't really take into the account the ability to provide services. It's just a change in the sales tax. So just an observation.
Mr. Chairman and Treasurer, another option is if you just want to change the weighting for the economic impact and put more impact on. I'm just saying there's definitely a variety of options of how you look at that, what you think is most important. The main thing is we just have to be able to say that this was due to the COVID crisis. And so I do think which would be why we weighted the COVID cases higher than the other two factors because of those requirements under the CARES Act. But that's not to say you couldn't weight any of them how you want to, just as long as we kind of feel like that's a defensible position under the CARES Act.
I think that's, Mr. Chairman, I think that's one of the reasons why we had what was called a hardship formula in our distribution formula at the legislative level, because there wasn't anything just really cut and dry about how to really, I guess, make those distributions and take into account what happens in these small counties. And I look at the ones that are zero here, and those are essentially the counties that are in the hardship formula. And that what that does is that it one way it works is that it does I think we used a multiplier on the population. So you would in those areas where there's impact, but it really can't be measured, the population was considered to be 150% rather than just what the population was. That way, it allowed those smaller counties to get at least enough to actually have funds that would go in, and they were still under the average, as far as the amount of money per person. But I bet if you looked at the average, the money per person, you did a chart on that, this formula would actually skew that more so than it is now.
So, Mr. Treasurer, a couple of observations, and I think you make some very good points. One is it cannot be population-based. It has to reflect COVID, and I think one of the comments that we heard was pretty interesting because it suggested that we did not look at COVID cases avoided, but that's a very hard number to arrive at. And I think your point's well taken, but then I think we also have to bear in mind that if you look at Crook County or Niobrara County or Weston County, York County, Goshen, Flat County, very few cases, very few cases, and probably a bump up in sales tax revenue simply because reportedly Colorado came in and bought everybody's supplies in U-Haul. So that, actually could be one reason why those numbers went down. If I look at Fremont County, where certainly one of the highest incidences, they seem to be in that zero category, and yet we know that the COVID cases there were substantial, as they were in Teton, as they were in Uinta County, and so I think the treasurer makes an interesting point on these numbers, and I don't know. Anytime you put energy production in, you really take our sales tax numbers completely off in a different direction. And yet I think, the reduction in travel probably affected the amount of oil that's produced and certainly affected things like aviation fuel and so on. So I'm not sure there's an exact best way to do this, but I am curious if others have thoughts on this.
Mr. Chairman, in the comments, there was some other proposed allocation model. If you would like to walk through that one.
Sure.
At this time. Jeremiah Ryman, in your comment, you said how several of the comments were like, well, if you prevented COVID, you're kind of penalized because your allocation is based off of actual COVID cases. And so one of his suggestions to maybe address that was to take this, and he's only talking about counties. He was only representing counties, so I don't know how this would fit with cities. But his comment for counties was to start with a base amount of $1 million for each county, so that would be $23 million. Subtract that from your $75 million, and that would give you $52 million, and then allocate that over pursuant to the allocation model that I just described. So just basically starting this base amount. And Erica's done that on the spreadsheet, so you can see the numbers and what they look like with his model. If you look on the screen as compared to what is attached to your sheet. Just to walk you through the comments we received, the synopsis was, one request was not to hold back the $50 million because of the short period of time to spend the money. One city representative asked that the split between cities and municipalities and then counties would be based off of population, which would be 31% to counties and 69% to municipalities. There were a couple comments about the economic impact numbers, and those go to Treasurer Meyer's comments that they kind of seem to favor the counties that had large mining or energy presence, and also those that maybe had one-time projects. Whether that one-time project was last year or this year, it might have skewed their economic impact numbers. And then one comment was that they asked that you work with our federal delegation to ask that lost revenue be considered for these communities.
So let me address that last point. I have a bit of color I can add to that in a conversation I had with Senator Ramsey, and I think some of his staff also talked to some of our staff. Senator Enzi indicated a real pessimism about Congress being able to get anything done. There might be something for education, but that there's a real stalemate, and it just breaks down on very partisan lines. So,
Mr. Chairman, the larger base is another way that we kind of help the smaller
Right.
counties out. So and that's an easy way to do it without getting into the weeds.
Mr. Treasurer, I think that's a good point. Do I have any other comments from the board? Would you like to hear if there are some public comments? Mr. Bump, if there are a few public comments, we can certainly entertain some.
Mr. Chairman, before we get into the virtual public comments, we just received a resolution from the City of Cheyenne in support of an allocation model. So I would be pleased to pass those out to the board members who are here, if that's appropriate.
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mike O'Donnell.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. It's good to see you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Slib. You were just handed a moment ago a resolution that was passed by the City Council of the City of Cheyenne just last night. And so I apologize on its late arrival, but it was as quickly as council could move. What that resolution in front of you says is that the council fully supports the approach of an allocation model, but with a couple of caveats. The allocation model really is an elegant way to solve the first come, first served figure. And to that end, I think it's a wonderful tool for dispersing the money across all of the needy entities, cities, and counties. The rub with the City of Cheyenne, and I think with others as well, that I have spoken to around the state, is we are still stuck, though, in the application model that is being used currently to distribute the funds from the allocation. It is not that difficult when we're talking about PPE or technology equipment that's directly related to COVID. It gets more difficult, for example, with payroll reimbursement or other more complex cases, as have been mentioned to you this morning, like construction projects. And I'll give you another example that just arose yesterday. The local city-county health department in Laramie County that is jointly funded by both the City of Cheyenne and Laramie County has been hit very hard by budget cuts. The city and the county are very interested in working together to try to bolster that health department and somehow restore funding to ensure that it can continue to deliver its critical health services to the citizens of Laramie County. That makes it a more complex type of project. And because it's more complex, it takes more time. It requires more effort and burden on the Office of State Lands, the Attorney General's office, and yourselves as the State Loan and Investment Board. Our recommended solution to this, it's a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is this. For the SLIB to consider a distribution model that is a direct distribution rather than an application process. And the way that would work is that the money that is allocated to the county and or the city, and I'm sort of speaking on behalf of both here, would be distributed to that local governmental entity with very significant strings attached to it. First, the local governmental entity would have to execute with the state of Wyoming a hold harmless agreement, which protects the state in the event that any money is ever misspent and has to be repaid to the federal government. The local government is responsible for that repayment, not the state of Wyoming. And number two, that the funds are placed into what amounts to be a trust account. In governmental accounting parlance, it's known as a special revenue account. but it is a special account that can only have money distributed from it under certain conditions. And the state could help set those conditions so that the money could only be distributed for approved CARES Act expenditures, and then allow the local authority, whether it be the county commissioners, the governing body of a city, a mayor, whoever would be the appropriate designee, to make the local decisions on whether an application for reimbursement meets the CARES Act requirements and the requirements of the state legislature. The reason all of this is suggested is we only have 4 months left to distribute and spend this money. And as you noted, Mr. Chairman, it looks pretty grim to be thinking about any relief coming from the federal government. We are probably stuck with a 4-month window to disperse and spend this money. This recommended, this suggested approach, we think would help greatly with the efficiency of distributing this money, while also continuing to give you and the state the protection that is needed from a misspending of any funds. I'm happy to answer any questions. I realize this is a fairly new concept that's just being dropped on you, but the city council last night was strongly in support of this and really wanted to get it in front of you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Hearing none, thank you. Thanks very much. Very much appreciate that and good suggestion. Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, Troy Thompson.
Very good. Commissioner Thompson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. So the Wyoming County Commissioner Association, I'm the president of the Wyoming County Commissioner Association, obviously, and a Laramie County Commissioner. So we looked at these numbers and we had the same concerns that Treasurer Meyer did with the smaller counties. And so we looked at several different scenarios. Our board of directors did. And we talked about changing the distribution formulas, the percentages. And finally, after looking at these different scenarios, we came up with the, hey, let's just distribute or allocate $1 million to each county and then distribute per the Slib model from there. And our board of directors thought that was the best way to proceed with this, rather than spending hours and hours and hours of trying to fine tune the formula, which would work or not work with everybody. Obviously, there's some winners and some losers with our proposition, but again, it was what the board of directors thought was the best way to proceed with this. So I would urge you to please consider our funding or our allocation model that we presented for you. We do think it's the most equitable county distribution formula. The other thing I would say is I would urge you guys to please consider the allocation in addition to the monies that have already been allocated. And the reason for that is, I'll go back to what Mr. O'Donnell had said with the complexity of these applications and formulas. And if you have two entities like City of Cheyenne and Laramie County working for a health department, if we know that there's potentially money available, then we will try to fit those projects in and go through that very time-consuming process. If we don't think that there's monies available, I don't know that we'll, have the wherewithal to put staff through those exercises. So I would just ask you guys to consider that as well. And with that, I would certainly stand for questions.
Thank you, President Thompson. Is there any question for President Thompson from the board? No, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate Commissioner the flexibility that you understand we're trying to build into this. I would say that our intent here is if there are specific projects such as the ones that both you and Mr. O'Donnell talked about, that we as a board can consider that and that the detail can be worked a bit on that. I do, and I mentioned this before, personally, I feel, having served as treasurer for a number of years dealt with the obligations that certain communities could not pay back. I certainly appreciate the alacrity with which funds can be expended, and I guess I'm very concerned about burdening future boards or taxpayers with an obligation. And so I really want the state to stand in that stead. I know that the City of Cheyenne would be able to probably meet a hold harmless obligation. My concern, as we saw in Jamestown, Rio Vista, is that some communities may not have that ability. So I very much appreciate the suggestion, but that's just my opinion on the matter. What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Bump, are there any other comments? There are no other comments.
Mr. Chairman, can we go over that one funding model that has the $1 million base? I'm not sure exactly where it's at.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, Erica Legorski's going to put that up on the screen. And so she's, if you look at, she basically took the model and changed 75 million to 52 million. And then in the last column, she added $1 million to every single one. So that would then be how the numbers work out. So you have on a paper copy what was the sample that was commented on, and then that is on the screen what Mr. Reamond's proposal was for the counties. That was the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Jeremiah Reamond suggested that in his comments.
So, Mr. Treasurer, if my numbers are right for, let's say, Goshen County, the allocation would move up for Goshen County from 500, am I reading this correctly?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So for Goshen County in the original distribution, when we did the allocation just based on the 75 million, it was $865,368.95. When you take the new allocation and base it off of the 52 million for spread across, that allocation actually goes down, if you will, to 599,989.15. But then if you add that $1 million, their entire allocation would actually increase to 1,599,989.15.
There's the column I was looking for. It's behind Auditor Racinas and Superintendent Balo.
Oh.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I just had a quick question. So in the model proposed by the WCCA, the population, economic impact, and COVID cases weight, they did not change. They did not propose to change that. They just lowered that impact overall with the base $1 million. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. He kept our allocation model exactly as it was, except for used only 52 million instead of 75 million that ran through the allocation model.
So in essence, they did lower those weightings, but just in a roundabout way.
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racinas, that is correct.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
And I just want to make sure on the, as far as the clarity, as far as when, if any of these counties can't spend their money, so it goes back into the pool, and I know we had that discussion, but I think that probably should be part of the motion if we, on any of these that we do, that we make sure that if it's November 15th, that if they haven't spent their money, that it goes back into the pool for reallocation. So,
So Mr. Treasurer, my my thought there, and I think yours is the cleaner approach, but my thought there is that on or about November 15th, we would do an assessment of all the projects and where things were with each of the counties. And if it was truly possible for them to proceed for another month, we wouldn't be sort of pulling the rug out from underneath the project. But if it was like, well, we really promised to get to it, that's the sort of thing that we would then gather back up and reallocate is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, if there's nothing, you know, I guess in the queue, ready to go, that you know, that they feel comfortable and we feel comfortable with getting done on time, and there's gonna be some funds out there that, well, we can't spend this, and I think that the local communities are, you know, forthright. They'll say, you know, we'll, let's let our neighbors have a shot at this. Maybe they can do something, but we don't need it. So I think as long as everybody understands that, then, I think I could support the modified Slib Cares, local government sample allocation model as proposed by the, County Commissioners Association.
Okay, and we'd be talking at this point about the county portion. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
And before we get to kind of saying whether or not we want to do that, do we need to talk about the comments that said they might want to split that different than 50-50? There were some comments from some of the municipalities that felt like it shouldn't be 50-50, but maybe a 60-40 based on where the populations live. Just bringing that up because
Sure.
I think it's gonna.
So, Mr. Secretary, it seems to me that there may be two ways to approach this. One is to handle this now, or to put a pin in this and then consider the next allocation model and get the comments from towns and if there are any adjustments, we can look at that. But what I'm hearing is a general consensus that the modification proposed by the WCCA is a responsible and reasonable alternative to what we put up first. So if that's the case, then Ms. Anderson, let's put a pin in this modified allocation model. We can come back to it, and let's look at the towns and counties, or towns and municipalities.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so when you turn to the municipality chart, what is included is all incorporated municipalities within the state of Wyoming. And I'm going to let Erica, you know, it's the same model. You know, we took the other half of the $150 million, so $75 million, and then their half of the $50 million would come a month or two later. The population, and I have already explained the COVID cases and why that kind of looks funny, but it is based off of actual COVID cases. We would update those numbers. On the economic impact, that was a little different, and I'll let Erica explain what she had to do to get to those numbers. The overall concept of it is total sales tax, and it's the same period of time, and it's the difference from that period last year to this year. But she kind of had to work towards getting numbers on a city level.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Erica.
Mr. Chairman, so the information that we got from economic analysis only was for the economic impact of the county. And so trying to allocate that across the cities and towns, we weren't exactly 100% sure how to do that. So what I did is I just took the population weighting for those cities and towns that were within that county, took the allocation that was the overall allocation for the economic impact, and then just distributed it to those cities and towns based on just a formula, if you will. So that's a little bit harder to manipulate, but if we wanted to do something on the fly, we could definitely change that. If you had some reasonings, if that was not a good way to do that, we can always change that if I had a city or town that maybe had a different economic impact. But I did it just based on the population and then what the overall economic impact was for the county.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll just note, that is why the total economic impact number doesn't match from counties to cities and towns. Obviously, the cities and towns, when she attributed the population, it's not going to be 100% of what the county experienced. So I just want to explain why that's different.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I recall that again, in the legislative, in the Madden formula, there was a base amount going to each city and each town. I think it was split up in 3 times, but we could, do a base of 100,000 to each political subdivision or each city or town, and then some of the smaller cities and towns in there would have at least enough to actually get something done. Because if you're a town with 300 people in it, you're not going to get anything to. You can hardly buy facial masks, So I think if you had a base of 100,000 to each one of those, and what are we at? 98, 99 political subdivisions.
Mr. Chairman, on the sheet, I'm showing right exactly at 100.
Right at 100. So 100,000 is 10 million. Yeah, so you'd have 10 million going out at 100,000 on each towns, and then the remaining 65 million distributed as the formula went. And I think that would take care of some of the smaller communities.
Mr. Chairman, Erica's working that right now. So basically, she'll be running the model on $65 million instead of 75, and then adding we said 100,000 for each community. And she's a whiz at this, so it probably won't take her but a minute. And you can compare some communities if you'd like.
And Mr. Treasurer, I certainly appreciate the notion. I look at my town of KC, and on the second sheet, the other one I noticed was Van Tassel. So KC, 269 people, that would give them, get my little sheet out here so I get this right, 135,307. And then when I looked at Van Tassel, it looked like it would give them 101,043.
Mr. Chairman, it's going to be a little bit less than that because the allocation is going to be only on 65 million and not 75 million. Okay. You can't just add 100,000. So I think Erica might have the number.
So for Van Tassel, Mr. Chairman, it'd be $100,904.69.
And it is the site of the first Veterans of Foreign Ward in the country. So, but I only point that out for just practicality. I don't know if that's and I know, for instance, Yoder has specific issues with the school being there and the population really swelling during the day. So I don't know exactly what the right metric is. I think it's a good suggestion. But
Mr. Chairman, did you want the KC number for that? It'd be $130,600.24.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary, did you have a comment?
No.
Superintendent Bela? Auditor Racines?
Mr. Chairman, I think I like the concept as well. Like you, I very much believe that our smallest towns need to have an equitable allocation. But like you, I wonder if there's the infrastructure to request these funds and get them deployed. I know Lost Springs as well with a population of 4. Again, just pragmatically, is that going to work out? And I think I actually think it can, again, as long as we are aggressive, as we move along in this process to reallocate funds as needed. If we have, you know, the other piece of this is municipalities saying, wow, Slib, we're just not going to be able to spend this. Take it out and, you know, take it back and deploy it to somewhere, somewhere that it can be spent. And that just goes back to, I know we keep beating this dead horse, but the impact, the impact is not, the lost revenue is far, far worse than the actual hard cash COVID expenses that these towns have had. And so I think we will have a lot of communities that struggle to find expenditures that fit within the box in the required timeline. Again, all of that being said, I think we need to move, and I think that's a reasonable solution. And I do have concerns about over allocating the impact of both COVID cases and economic impact for all the reasons that have been discussed before. And I think this alleviates that concern as it did with the county allocation.
Thank you, Auditor. Any further comments? Mr. Treasurer.
And I guess this goes to the allowable expenditures. In considering that Congress might not get, I guess, enact more money for payroll protection, would that be an expenditure that municipality or something, if they wanted to support their restaurants or their hotel industry, they could use it? Would that be an allowable expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I think they would have to use CARES Act money, I think, for those type of purposes. I think they'd have to go through the same steps as the state does, right, which is meet all the requirement of the CARES Act. They would have to say that that's due to and necessary for COVID. They would have to have their own authority to set up programs like that to help those businesses. And so that's the part that kind of, I don't know that they have that authority. I will say we have the Wyoming Business Council program through the CARES Act, where all businesses across the state and any community could apply for CARES Act funds, right, to help them. Okay. So I do think, and Brandy's up here, and she can speak to that and tell me if I've kind of got that wrong. And I don't know the authority of local government, so I really can't speak to that. But that's the part that I worry, that they don't necessarily have a program in place to implement something like that.
So, Brandy.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Treasurer, and we've sort of looked at this because some of the proposals that we did have that came through, the city of Laramie is one of them, sort of had the same idea of putting up their own economic assistance programs. So I think what Betsy's speaking to is this idea of they would have to have some authority to use their funds in that manner. So we would have to look at the enabling legislation that the Slib money has through our state legislature, so that SEA 001, to see if those would be programs. But otherwise, as long as they met all of the CARES requirements, and I think that we've said this maybe 100 times before, but it is significantly easier to spend the CARES monies on private entities and private individuals than it is on governmental entities, because it's so restricted when it comes to those governments. So that may be something that if the cities wanted to do, they could. I do think that is something that would need to go through an application process so that we could check all the boxes to make sure that those were appropriate programs. We can make sure there was the authority to do it and that they met the CARES requirements, so that those weren't running into trouble because they didn't meet those requirements. So I'm not sure if that helps.
I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, is just in general, the things that are not being approved by Congress but were, previously approved and necessarily weren't used for this particular money. If we could figure out some way to use this money to mitigate those circumstances and allow the cities, towns, and counties to help in that effort. I think that would, you know, on some of these funds, I think that we're gonna run out of good projects. And I think, you know, I'm just trying to think about what can we do to
Yeah.
facilitate that.
No, I think that's right, Mr. Treasurer. I think good suggestions. So, are there further comments, Mr. Bump? I don't know if anybody is teed up to talk about this. That probably means that we're on the right track. I'm hoping. Superintendent, any, okay. Mr. Secretary? So I'm going to recommend that we consider both of these allocation models at this point, if that makes sense. I think we've had good discussion, good suggestions. And if there is no further discussion on this, I would certainly entertain a motion to accept the two sample allocation methods for distribution of CARES Act funds under the board's coronavirus relief grant program as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion.
Okay, that motion's been
Chairman,
made,
I'll second.
and that's been seconded. So that motion, I think, is a combined motion for both the towns or the municipalities and the counties. Is that correct? Is that correct? Superintendent Bailo.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm definitely in support of the direction that we're going. I would just encourage all of us to see this as maybe a milestone and not the finish line. I think we have a lot of work to do to consider exceptions, exemptions, overages, etc. And I just, you know, again, I'm supportive of the direction that we're going, but it's definitely not the finish line.
Thank you, Superintendent. The motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I
Treasurer.
want to echo the superintendent's characterization there, and especially in regards to the $50 million, which hasn't been allocated. I think that at that point in time, we can reassess whether or not it's split 25-25, or whether the cities may be in more need of it, or whether indeed healthcare may be in more need of it. I look at that as kind of flex funds that we've left over, considering the circumstances that might occur in the future. So,
Very good, Mr. Treasurer. Any further comment? Any further comment? All right, all in favor of the motion to accept both allocation models as modified, signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
aye.
So that motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Director. Next, and thank you, Deputy Chief Anderson and Erica. Thanks for that work. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, we will now turn to the healthcare allocation model. So, and I will be happy to walk you through that and the basis for the sample that we put out for comment. I do want to start with one thing. If you decide to move this forward in the board matter and the director's recommendations, number 2, they did put healthcare and the tribes in this same recommendation. I would suggest that that's probably needs to be 2 different motions. They're very, very different allocation models, and they are not connected in any way, shape, or form. So I just wanted to point that out if you get to that point. So with regards to the healthcare facilities, the total amount to be allocated is $100 million. In putting together a sample, we decided to split the $100 million into 2 parts, $55 million for infrastructure projects and $45 million basically for everything else, PPE, cleaning supplies, payroll, those types of items. The next question was which healthcare providers would be included in the allocation model. And so we had a list of different types of healthcare providers in the state and numbers of how many facilities, you know, like the number for hospitals was 28, I think it's around 29, and went through that list and decided to include hospitals. I think the next, let me get this straight on our list, hospitals, then long-term care and skilled nursing facilities as one category, assisted living facilities, federally qualified health centers, rural health clinics, and home health agencies. I would say what is not on the list would be emergency medical services, and then just doctors' offices and clinics. With regards to doctors' offices and clinics, we did believe that they are eligible for the Business Council program as business operations and would be eligible for funds through that program. So that was one factor for not including them on the list. Jen Davis is here, and she is Governor Gordon's healthcare policy advisor, and she was instrumental in putting this together. And when I get through going through this, if it's some specific questions about which facilities and what they do and why they're on the list, I think she can speak better to that than I can. And of course, Erica's here to kind of manipulate the spreadsheet if you want to see what things look like. Once we decided the type of facilities, we then went through and determined basically a base amount for each facility, and then the factor we typically used was the number of beds. So I'll walk you through that. With regards to hospitals, the base amount for the infrastructure cost was $350,000. And then the allocation for all other costs, that base amount was $300,000. The amount for the total number of beds in the hospital was $750 for each bed under the infrastructure sample model, and $500 for each bed for the model for all other costs. We also accounted for a factor of the number of COVID days where they were treating COVID patients. That number was the same under both models, $1,250 per day. And then finally, we had a factor of the number of COVID beds, and that again was the same for both models, $1,250 per bed. Under the long-term care and skilled nursing facilities, the base amount was the same as it is for hospitals, $350,000 for infrastructure costs and $300,000 for other costs. And then we added a bed factor, and it was $750 for infrastructure costs, $500 for other costs. Again, that was the same as hospitals. We did not include COVID days, and COVID beds were not factors for that particular type of facility. The assisted living facilities, again, the base amount was the same as it was for hospitals and long-term care facilities, $350,000 for the infrastructure costs and $300,000 for other costs. The per bed factor was divided into two categories, level 1 beds and level 2 beds. In level 1 beds, it was $750 per bed for infrastructure costs and $500 per bed for all other costs. For level 2 beds, it was slightly higher at $1,000 per bed under both allocation models. For the last three categories, it was just a base amount. There was no per bed factor in that they are centers, I think, where you come in and get services and leave. You're not staying. And so for federally qualified health centers, the base amount was $200,000 for infrastructure costs and $150,000 under the other cost allocation model. And for rural health clinics, that base amount was the same as it was for the federally qualified health centers. That's $200,000 for infrastructure costs and $150,000 per bed for all other costs. And finally, the last category, home health agencies, was $100,000 under the infrastructure cost model and $50,000 under the other cost model. So we put that forward. I'm happy to take questions. If you'd like to go through the, we, again, as Director Scaga mentioned, you've been provided a summary of the comments and a kind of a synopsis of the trends of those comments in your materials, and happy to go through that now if you'd like, or take questions, whatever is your pleasure.
Thank you. From the board, any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Auditor.
A couple of questions. Are senior centers contemplated in this allocation? So that's my first question. And if not, could they and other entities that aren't contemplated here, for example, private clinics, could they apply outside of this allocation through the same process that we have been using so far?
Thank you, Auditor. Deputy Chief Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to let Jen Davis to speak to, you know, kind of the list of, she's the one that kind of gathered the original list of different types of centers and what would be covered and what would not be covered. And then I think we would have to speak to what's also covered under the business council model and see what's covered there as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Auditor Racinas, we did not put senior centers into the model or clinics. As Deputy Anderson mentioned before, the clinics were not added because we believe that they're eligible under the business council funding. The senior centers, that is a possibility that could be added under that particular model. One of the areas that we looked at for senior centers was thinking about funding that had the potential to also go under the business council funding. Many of them, I believe, could also apply under the current model that we've had if they had infrastructure, but we did not put them in the direct allocation model.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but I would think that if the county allocation or the town wanted to be able to support the senior centers, they might do that as well.
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And I see the superintendent has her hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Jen, I was just wondering if you could speak to a little bit, just so we're all talking the same language, about how a clinic is defined. I guess, you know, I worry that in like some of our smaller towns where access to a hospital is either not local or in some cases not even very close, where a clinic might serve as a quasi hospital facility. I certainly understand, you know, a clinic in a community like Cheyenne where there is a larger hospital, but was there any deference or consideration to clinics where there wasn't a hospital within a certain mileage or locally? And just wondering if you could give a little bit more definition so we're all talking the same language about what exactly a clinic is.
Sure. Chairman and Superintendent Balo, when we looked at the distribution of the different facilities, as far as clinics, we were looking at the federally qualified health clinics, which serve low-income population and work on a sliding fee scale, so that we knew that those areas were being served for our vulnerable populations. Same thing with the rural health clinics. They're widely distributed throughout the state. And so we looked at that as another model for our low income and access for vulnerable populations. We did not dive into clinics per se that are, we didn't look at it from community to community of what was available. We basically utilized the list for licensed facilities. And we do know that there's a lot of health clinics out there, but then determining what clinics are out there, how do we want to define that clinic, became very difficult as we looked at a model to be able to capture that without then including a model that included all providers, which then would have left very little money for a direct distribution going that far down into the structure. So there are clinics in some areas that are attached to hospitals. And so hopefully as hospitals utilize some of their money, they'll be able to do that with their clinic that's attached, that is doing some of that work. And then as far as the freestanding clinics, again, that are privately owned or maybe corporately owned, we felt they could apply into the business council funding to be able to get some funding to help with those same expenses that would be covered in this.
I don't envy your task, Jen. This was really difficult. And again, I hope that as a board, we can continue to just talk about, you know, how do we consider all of the dynamics and all of the moving parts within the structure that you've laid forward, which is as clear cut as it can be, but unfortunately it's as clear cut as mud. So great job on the allocation model, and I think it really puts an initial definition and just a framework around this enormous task that we have to do. And I'm grateful for your work. Thanks for answering the question.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any further questions from the board? I note that we have a few public comments. Mr. Bump, I think I'm imagining Mr. Boley wants to address us. I'm seeing that I thought I saw Kathy Emmons had wanted to speak, and I see Sheila Bush.
Mr. Chairman, Kathy Emmons.
Okay, hold on just one
Would you
second.
like for me to go through the comments we received in writing before you go to public comment? So
Yeah, let's do that. And we'll be patient. So sorry about that. Thank you, Betsy.
And I will say that this is through the synopsis of the comments that State Lands received in writing from posting the model allocation, and we had several comments about the omission of primary care clinics and primary care doctors. Another comment was that the $100 million allocation was, they felt not enough to address the needs of healthcare here in Wyoming. Another healthcare representative felt that it was that the hospitals really shoulder more of the burden, the COVID burden here in the state, and for that reason didn't really feel like the distribution was equitable as it should be, and didn't feel like COVID cases should really be a factor in the allocation. So they did suggest a different model, a much simpler model, which was that each hospital would receive $1 million base amount plus $5,000 per bed, and each long-term care facility would receive $150,000 base amount plus $2,500 per bed. And that was the proposal. And then there was another comment. I couldn't quite understand what they were saying. They said keep intact the competitive grant proposal process in addition to this equitable distribution. I think they were saying they would like that $100,000 be allocated and then additional funds be awarded outside of the $100 million. I think that's what they were trying to say, but I just kind of quoted them as to their comment. So that was the extent of the public comments that State Lands received on their website.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
If you use those numbers, what does that come up with on the allocation?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, Erica's going to run her magic here. I think she's going to run those numbers for us. So she'll have those in a minute or two for this.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to follow up on the auditor's question about seniors. Maybe one way to get that out would be to put $1 million in the senior service board and have them allocate that out to the different senior centers across the state for COVID needs. That could be a way to allocate that into a government entity that would be responsible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Let's go to the public comments now. Kathy, thank you very much for being patient. Mr. Bump.
Go ahead, Kathy, unmute, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Emmons, and I'm the director of the Cheyenne-Laramie County Health Department here in Cheyenne. We are one of 3 independent health departments. We are not connected with the state as closely as most of the other public health departments are. So we are not a federally qualified healthcare center, but we provide many of the same services. We serve low-income people, and we do it on a sliding fee scale, in addition to doing all the contact tracing and all of the COVID work for our community, and working closely with the business community also as we've gone through this COVID process. We have over 1,300 people that we've put into quarantine, as well as all of our positives in the community. But with the way this is structured now, we would not stand to receive any of the healthcare funding. I've had to take employees from other departments that are not healthcare into COVID work with the public, but we're not considered as part of the healthcare funds. So my request would be that the independent healthcare departments also be included in that category with the federally qualified healthcare centers.
Thank you, Ms. Emmons. I appreciate the comments. And Jen, I think you're looking into that too. So.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Bush.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Governor Gordon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Sheila Bush with the Wyoming Medical Society. I also would like to present, sort of maybe in partnership with Ryan Hedges of the Lander Medical Clinic, if he's there. The Medical Society, in large part, is in support of the allocation model, and we think that it's a really good start. We have a small concern with a handful of clinics that we think do play a critical role in the community's COVID response. And it's our understanding, and again, from the testimony this morning from Ms. Davis, that they were not included because they are eligible for those business council funds, which is true. However, in looking at the eligibility for the business council funds, those are mostly look-back funds, expenses already incurred. So if a small clinic, for example, the one you'll hear about this morning in Lander, were to have any sort of ongoing or future costs, especially around capital construction or infrastructure build, we don't believe that any of that is eligible through the business council funding, if I'm reading and understanding those funds correctly. So most of the business council eligibility is around expenses already incurred, testing, tracing, patient care, which obviously are healthy expenses, but we understand that the mechanism for those is through the business council. The exception, I think, that should be considered this morning is a handful of clinics across the state who are independent private corporations who have a key role to play in their communities and have some proposals that I think are most appropriate for consideration with this entity and through this funding mechanism. And as the allocation model is set or sampled, and I understand it today, they wouldn't have an opportunity to even apply and bring that proposal forward for your consideration if the sample model as proposed would be accepted. And so with that, I'd love if you would be willing to have Ryan talk a little more in detail about some of that, recognizing that this is not about past incurred expenses, but rather expenses throughout the rest of this year in these communities through the fall, and how they're going to prepare to test and treat patients in some of these communities where these independent clinics work in close partnership with the hospitals.
Very good. Sure, if Ryan is available. And Mr. Bowman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable board members. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to visit with you this morning. And I understand your time is precious, so I'll make it brief. As you know, Fremont County has been hit significantly with the COVID. We own clinics in Lander and Riverton both, have roughly 20 providers between my physicians and my mid-levels. We have stepped up to the plate as the testing sites for the county. We work significantly with the hospital. We work hand in hand with public health when they do their contact tracing and send those test subjects down to us. We are having between 20 and 50 tests a day that we are doing. And as you can imagine, this has significantly affected our workflow and our patient flow, trying to keep COVID suspected cases and COVID symptom cases separate from our regular patient care that we're trying to do here. So what we're doing now is both facilities. We have purchased sheds to be in the parking lot. We are testing majority of the patients that have COVID symptoms or contact tracing in the parking lots right now. And every day, significantly, our numbers are increasing. I was just talking with my COO, and our numbers have increased of patients being seen significantly by at least 25 to 30% over this last month. And that is due, I think, to the majority of COVID, the COVID effect, as we call it, all the patients we're having to see in the parking lot. Our major concern is we have applied for some of the other grant money from the state, and we appreciate the ability to be able to do that. However, as Ms. Bush mentioned, as we look further into this fall, now the school is back in session and the flu begins to hit, we expect our numbers to significantly increase, and we need a place to be able to do this. So our biggest concern is maybe an infrastructure development here at our clinic, or we'd have the opportunity. We have yet another provider in our community retiring, and we're going to take over her practice. We're going to absorb more of her patients. And we have the ability to buy that building in hopes of maybe turning that into just a significantly COVID testing facility that we can keep the COVID patients, anybody with those upper respiratory COVID type symptoms, separate from the regular patients that we're trying to provide healthcare to here in the community. So we would just maybe ask for the opportunity to be able to apply for some of these funds in a different manner. We appreciate and we know the dynamics in the state of Wyoming with healthcare, with the primary healthcare facilities and that, and we recognize that not all of the facilities are having to deal with the same aspects that we are with COVID in our county. And so we just respectfully ask that maybe you give us the opportunity to be able to apply for some of these funds to help with direct COVID cost of what it's going to be like this fall when the numbers probably have a significant uptick as we move forward.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Take them into consideration. Mr. Bowley.
Good morning, Governor, Mr. Chairman, and committee members. First off, Governor, I'd like to thank you for being here today. I know you could be somewhere else, and appreciate you being here, taking care of matters in our state. And I appreciate your comments yesterday during your press conference. They're tough times for all of us right now. We submitted quite a bit of comment to the OSLI regarding the methodology and the funding. And I think I'd like to preface this with the fact that the economic impact to healthcare providers across the state has been catastrophic in certain circumstances. In the first 2.5 months alone, as we track this, hospitals had lost revenue of over $200 million. And that hasn't changed. We're continuing to lose revenue on a monthly basis. Things are rebounding slowly, but because of the hospitals and the state doing the right things by stopping elective procedures and other things, the confidence and trust of the citizens, their willingness to seek out healthcare, it's coming back, but it's taking time. We also submitted a different methodology for allocations to healthcare facilities. And just so you know, I represent the president of the Hospital Association, but I'm also president of Leading Age Wyoming. So I represent about 2/3 of the nursing homes in the state. And we submitted modeling that is similar to what we've already seen through CARES funding that came through federal allocations. And as I look at it, we may have made a slight mistake, but we actually think a larger base makes sense, and then allocating based on numbers of beds is a way to go, and that's similar to what has already been done by the feds when they allocated to both hospitals and nursing homes. And one thing that I think we might have done differently if we had done this again is I don't think that our critical access hospitals, which there are 16 of those in the state, I don't think that their base should be the same as the larger facilities just because of the dollar amounts that we're talking about. So we have our larger PPS hospitals with more beds, more overhead, more expenses. So I think we might want to adjust that a little bit. But I would also tell you, as in our comments, that hospitals have shouldered a tremendous amount of the responsibility on this. Nursing homes, on the other, have also had significant challenges through this, and they've received very little federal funding to this point. The one difference between the hospitals and the nursing homes, though, is that hospitals, while they have been treating COVID patients, most of them have just not been treating patients, whereas our nursing homes have had patients in that they're being reimbursed on a daily basis. And that's why we think that having a base that's the same for both nursing homes, hospitals, and assisted living, it doesn't make sense to us. And that's why we would ask that we maybe realign those base amounts. We also want to make it as simple as possible. And that's why we thought using the federal guidelines or the federal funding models that we've already seen and just going per bed would make sense. Using a methodology that takes a look at the number of cases, we're seeing that shift. Early on, we saw spikes in certain communities, and some of those are still dealing with a large number of cases. But we're also seeing spikes in other communities that had no cases before. And I think as we go through the end of the year, we're going to see a shift of where those cases are treated. And so I think that using COVID cases as one of our measures for allocating money, while it makes sense now, I think we're going to see a change. So that's why I think that's why we would suggest that we would just go per bed as opposed to trying to track the number of cases. Our other concern is we're changing course midstream here, and we've already done a lot of applications for capital construction and other CARES funding, and you have some really good applications before you today, and I'm not sure how we're going to address that. There's concern from those that have already been approved that there'd be a clawback for the funds that have been allocated and approved for projects that have started. And so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to address that. And so our suggestion would be that the capital construction side of things be broken out separately from an allocation model that would have to do with business interruption and other expenses incurred. So I hope that makes sense. And I do have a couple of suggestions, maybe if you're willing to look at a different base. And we also submitted those in writing, and I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bowley, and of course this is the decision of the board, but certainly my preference in those few cases that seem to have already exceeded the allocation is that we would not be doing a clawback. We'd be trying to figure out how to adjust that, but so I would put people's mind at rest. We always understood that we were kind of building this plane as we were flying it, and we knew that there would be some challenges on that end. Deputy Chief?
Mr. Chairman, Erica has run the numbers of the proposal of Mr. Bowley. So if you want to compare at some point
Sure.
now or in the future, she's run that for you.
So it's the pleasure of the board. I think if we can share that screen and actually look at Mr. Bowley's recommendations. Erica, do you want to walk us through that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first screen that I'll bring up is just the original kind of option number. We called it option number 2. This is the one for the additional things outside of infrastructure at the 45 million base. So just to kind of make it easy, I'll take the second one. It's the South Bighorn County Critical Access Hospital. So on here, if we did the original formula of the base with the flat 300,000, they received 5,000 for the original bed count. They did have, sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. They did have one COVID day, and then a number of COVID beds was one. So you'll see that they have the allocation of the $1,250 for both of those cells, which gives them an allocation of $307,500. If I move to where I ran the formulas, if I look at the 45 base, add the $1 million for them, and then the 150 with keeping COVID cases in. So here you can see they had a 307,000 allocation. If we move here, and we did the $1 million as their base, took the beds to 5,000, left the COVID cases in, they would get an allocation of $1,052,500. So they would see an increase in that allocation of 475,000. Or excuse me, 745,000.
Yeah.
If I go to the next slide, I took out the COVID cases, and you can see that that just reduced their overall allocation to 742,500. So it would just be the difference of those COVID beds. So that's how that factored through. Looking kind of big picture, if you will, if we did this allocation, where we had it based here is we had the 45 million. If I take you to the bottom really quick up here, if we do the allocation where we do not include COVID cases, and just as kind of a caution on there, I think if we don't include COVID cases with the way that the CARES Act is worded, I think we do have to have some factor for COVID cases in there. It's not a lot considering where the beds are and where we account for those. Right here, it would show that we had an overall allocation of 69 million, so 69.8 million. If we did not include those COVID beds, and using the reason that I want to make the distinction of the 45 million base versus the 55 million base is because of those ones that were not changed in the suggestion, we changed those based on based on that 55-45 allocation. So just wanted to show you the difference there. So at 70 million here, if we left the COVID cases in, which would be my recommendation on there, it takes it to 72.5 million. So you'd have a little bit to play with to get you to that entire 100 million.
And Mr. Chairman, Erica's doing this on the fly. I'm not real clear on Mr. Bowley's proposal in that in his letter, he just mentioned hospitals and long-term care facilities. I didn't know if he meant to take out the other facilities and because he does say the bigger burden shoulder on the hospitals and these type of facilities. If he meant take out the rest or because if you were to do this with 100 million, upping the base amount for hospital stuff, you'd probably have to, if you were to keep in the FQHCs and the rural health clinics, you'd have to reduce that base allocation to keep in your 100 million, unless he's talking about removing those. But I don't think he is because he just testified about wanting to, I think, include other types of facilities, possibly nursing homes and that. So I'm a little unclear about what facilities he wants to include in his model. And of course, that if we have to keep under the 100 million, that's going to determine how much base amount and how much per bed we could actually cover.
And I think he's got his hand up. Mr. Bowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. We do not want to exclude the other providers, but we also believe that we should probably lower the base amount. I think critical access hospitals compared to PPS hospitals, so that would save some money if we lowered their base from $1 million to 500,000. And we were very vocal in the fact that I don't think that the amount of money that's allocated is sufficient enough to care for what we're trying to do. And it's not just hospitals and nursing homes. It's the continuum of care across the state. We support the medical society with their physicians. We support the clinics, the FQHCs. We think that there's probably not enough money in this model. I also would submit that I don't believe that that the responsibility of an assisted living is the same as the responsibility of a nursing home. And so I think there could be some adjustments made there. We still think assisted living needs to be considered in the modeling, and they have had significant changes to their business model and significant requirements to treat COVID. But again, their staffing models, things that they do are very different than what long-term care facilities do in our state. And so I think there are a few tweaks we could do here. And like we're talking about, this is done on the fly. We had one day to make comment, and so we tried to come up with what we could. And I think there's still some work to be done. And we are favorable towards some form of allocation model. I'm just not sure we've hit the sweet spot yet, but we support all of the different healthcare providers.
And so, Mr. Boley, it strikes me that hospitals have been the recipients of a couple of direct federal allocations so far. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Governor, they have, as have long-term care facilities. And I would tell you that hospitals have received more for good reason than other healthcare providers, but so have long-term care facilities, so have rural health clinics, as have FQHCs and assisted living. It's proportional, but they've all received some funding. The other thing that I would just make you aware of, and we've been tracking this as well, hospitals were allowed to go out and apply for accelerated payments, which basically allowed them to borrow money against future revenue that would come in, but they have to repay that, and it has a pretty hefty interest rate of over 10%. And so I've got hospitals that are sitting on chunks of money that they could potentially use, but they've been set up to fail because the revenue stream has dried up. So they borrowed money against money they probably won't receive because of the change in the delivery of care right now. And now they've got to repay it. And so this money would give them a chance to have some operating cash and take care of their needs and get rid of those burdens that they're shouldered right now with the accelerated payments.
And I think that's, unfortunately, Congress did themselves proud when they said, here's all this money to address CARES, but you can't use it to make up revenue. You can't use it in anticipation of challenges that you may see at some point. You have to spend it by December 31st. It can't be banked. It can't be loaned, and a number of other things. And I think that's really the real problem that we're struggling with here. But I really appreciate your comments, and I think we're all trying to struggle to find the best way that we can meet those needs. Board, what is your suggestion at this point? Do you want to give, Mr. Secretary?
I just had a question, maybe I misunderstood. So the 100 million are under their proposal now, we would be over that or under that?
Mr. Chairman, so we would still be under the 100 million, but you would not be able to do the split of the 45 for other expenses and the 55 for infrastructure. So in calculating that, what I did is just took the entire 100 million. You could make the determination under the 45 million to some of those other, entities, for example, and I don't know the heading of the bottom screen. One sec. Under the 45 allocation, if you did that for the home health agencies, for example, under the 55 million allocation, they only got 50,000. But if we use the 55 million allocation as a base, they would get 100,000. So it just depends on what you wanted to give those other ones that have this flat fee, if you wanted to give them a higher or lower amount, and then that would determine how much of the 100 million you had left over.
Mr. Treasurer, the 100 million, though, that has, we've already spent some of that on some of these construction projects that we've got. So we don't have 100 million to start with. What do we actually have to start with?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we'd have to take, I think it's 69 million roughly.
And that doesn't include any of the thing that's on, basically, before us today that's on the approved list.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. If my calculations are right, and they can correct me, if we had the 100 million that we started with, it would be closer to, I believe, 60 million that we would have left over, and that's not including what you were going to approve today.
And Beth, you're nodding your head in agreement.
No, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to look to state lands as to the total that's been awarded under the healthcare program to date without considering today's applications.
And while Beth's coming up, Jen, I see you retiring. One quick question. Is there an impact that putting the private health clinics like Lander Clinic, what does that do to the allocation? Do you have an observation on that?
I think, as Erica pointed out, if we do a larger allocation, as Mr. Boley is suggesting, then we're going to have lower amounts as we go down those tiers of what we currently have. So we would have to do a readjustment in that to add the clinics. I guess one of my questions that I would have of Mr. Boley and Ms. Bush is how would we determine what clinics to include in that? Because there are a lot of healthcare clinics across the state, and so making a determination of who we include in that allocation model, I think will be the challenge, because that could become very large, and then we would be looking at significant decreases in the overall funding for each of those facilities if we add that in.
Okay, thank you. So Beth, do you? Oh, Beth is getting there. And I still like to make another pitch for the Senior Services Board, because I look at, we're all talking about basically treatment here, and prevention that the senior centers provide. I mean, they keep the seniors in their home. They keep them basically out of harm's way, and that is so much more important, I think, you know, in the overall scheme of things, is keeping people safe. And they do a wonderful job at doing that. And the funds available to them, I think, right now are fairly skinny. I'm not sure what's out there, but I'd like to make sure that we can support them, you know, to a certain degree before we leave today. I think the auditor brought up a real good point, and I want to support her again. Okay, thank you. Well, we have a huddle going on. Are we getting close?
I just had to wake up my computer. To date, for healthcare providers, we have awarded $38,042,797.
Thank you, Beth. And what's on the table today? Another, how many million?
That's another spreadsheet. Hold on.
And that's just on the funding approved list. And there are a couple that might come off the no fund list because they got more stuff out there. And then we've got some that are already over the allocation.
So we've got, so those folks probably should be put on the back burner more or less, I think, until we at least sort this thing out. I don't think we have enough money in the allocation formula. It's wishful thinking that we're going to be able to allocate at these levels unless we claw back some of that 50 million that was going to go to, you know, local governments. And that's maybe a little premature to do that. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
Mr. Chairman, board members of the board, we have another $23,332,271 in requests today from healthcare. If you want it split between private and public, we can give that to you as well. Private, there is $3,829,248 in requests. And for public, it's $19,503,023.
Okay.
So roughly that's what, 38 and
23.
23,
Yeah, so half, 50 some odd.
61.
Good. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So is that Mr. Boley?
Mr. Chairman,
Sure, and I see Mr. Boley, and then I see Ms. Bush. Mr. Boley.
can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
Sure can.
So as far as requests for today, there have been some changes. I don't think it's quite that amount. There have been some of those that have been withdrawn that are actually on the no fund list, but that I think might make some sense. I would also tell you that we're, you know, we understand this clinic situation, and we have hospitals that actually operate clinics that are not rural health clinics, so they would not be captured under the current modeling. But I think if we do enough of an allocation for the hospitals, I think we can probably stand that up or take care of that. I would also tell you that I think if we did an adjustment to the methodology, and if we did critical access hospitals at $500,000 versus 1 million, that's going to save $8 million in the modeling, and so that would be something that we could suggest. And if you want to leave the COVID cases in so that we feel better about the federal requirements, I don't think it changes things significantly. I just want to reiterate though that our goal, and I'm sure it's your goal, we want healthcare across our state to emerge in a good place when we're done with this. And the impact has been, I can't verbalize it anymore. It's been catastrophic. And while they're recovering and doing well, I just hope that we can come up with a model that makes more sense. So that's another suggestion to you. And then to let you know that some of the requests today have been withdrawn. So I don't think we're quite at 23 million. I'd say we're less than that now.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Ms. Bush.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, my apologies, members of the board. What I would offer in response to the question asked by Ms. Davis about clinics is I think it's a very, very small number who would find eligibility through this particular vehicle. What we spoke to specifically was capital construction and infrastructure. The rest of the requests that I think are a good fit for clinics are appropriately being routed through the Business Council and should continue to be. In my conversations over the last few days in preparation for this morning's meeting, I came up with maybe 5 to 7 clinics who believe that this particular funding source is a better fit, and they're pretty specific needs. And so Mr. Boley spoke earlier to even the idea of separating out capital construction. And if it were, well, I think that it's possible to only specify the clinics for capital construction and infrastructure because those eligibility requirements are so strict and narrow. It would naturally bring that field to a very manageable one. I don't think you're talking about a lot of money. I think you're talking about a handful of projects that can have a critical benefit in communities, but I don't think you're talking about all the clinics across the state.
Okay, Ms. Davis, any questions?
Chairman, Ms. Bush, would you be referring then in this model that was presented today that the clinics would only fall into the $55 million infrastructure pot and then not be included in the $45 million? Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I believe so. And you'll have to forgive me if I don't have that memorized and I don't have that up on a split screen because Zoom keeps making my screen a full screen somehow. But I believe so, yes. I think that the goal of the Medical Society is to be very sympathetic to the position that the state is in, and recognizing that this particular funding mechanism, I think for the purpose of clinics and our position inside of this, is really very narrow. It's been our position throughout this to put hospitals first, and I think that the sample model you have before you really does that, and we would fully support the position of the Hospital Association in terms of prioritizing hospitals given their role in this response. We just think that there are a few exceptions, and we'd like that that flexibility moving forward for these sort of, it's a very small group of clinics. Right now, I only know of truly one, and it's the Lander Medical Clinic with this proposal for a very fast transition to a standalone testing center as weather changes and they can no longer use their parking lot facilities. That's very specific, and our reading of the Business Council doesn't have an avenue for even considering a proposal of that nature. And so just as you move forward, we'd like that to be in the mix, but we in no way mean that all clinics across the state should have access or be given a base amount by any stretch.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
That this is a question to somebody out there that might want to entertain an answer. Let's say hypothetically, you have a hospital that has received funding in both these categories, the $55 and the $45 million categories already. Do you think that that particular facility should, those should actually be credited against any allocation in either the 45 or the 55 methodology? Let's say you got $1 million for construction and you got $500,000 for non-construction, and your actual allocation was $1,500,000. Do you get any money from the allocation models, or have you already been paid?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bowling.
Thanks, Treasurer Meyer, for the question. So, this is one of the problems with turning the course midship or midstream, turning the ship midstream. I don't know the answer to that. I think we've been operating under one model and trying to adhere to that. Now we have this before us. I think it's something we could definitely talk about. The other thing that I don't know the answer. I think it puts people in a pretty different position. But I think it's something we'd be willing to discuss for sure.
And we're trying to spend money twice. We've already, at the end of this day, we may spend over $60 million of the $100 million, and now we want to spend another 45 and 55, and essentially we don't have $160 million to spend. We have $100 million to spend. And so my question is, are you willing to take any credit from what you've already received in these allocation models, or do we just simply say, okay, we spent $65 million and we're going to develop a $35 million allocation model because that's how much money we have left?
So, Mr. Treasurer, my sense on this is this would be a guide for how that would go. And so my assumption is that there are some hospitals, maybe other facilities that have already put forward sort of a best project approach, and in some cases they've gone over the top of what the allocation model would say. But my sense would be that the reason for the allocation is to allow institutions that may not have been quite as Johnny on the spot to be able to at least guide us in our award. So to answer your question, my sense would be their allocations would already be charged.
Mr. Chairman, I'd echo your comments, and I'd also say that those that have applied now for some of the big capital construction projects that have been approved in the first two meetings, I wouldn't expect most of those to come back for additional infrastructure. Really, the only thing that they may come back for is if we see a huge spike and we end up having to spend millions again on PPE if it becomes short, or if they have excessive expenses there. But with an allocation model, that should give them the capital, the money to take care of that also. So that's kind of my feedback. The other thing that I didn't bring to your attention, but in the proposed modeling that you guys looked at earlier, that the committee looked at and it was considered, if you notice the allocations, the same amount is being given to nursing homes. In some cases, nursing homes are receiving more than hospitals in the modeling. And that's why we also propose that we do some changes as far as the base models or the bases are considered because of the differences in their business models.
Okay. Members of the board, I think there's a lot to consider here on this. My sense is let's pause on this and think a little bit, take it up after a bit, if that's okay with you. What I would propose we do at this point, and with apologies to people on the phone, I think this gives us a chance maybe to talk to Erica and Beth and try to get a couple of proposals maybe put forward for us a bit later this day. I would propose that we move on to the tribal allocations, and if we can get through those, that we take a break, and then we'll come back, either take on the hospital or consider some of these applications and consider the others later. So is there any problem with that course of action?
Maybe take a break. How long?
I think the tribal one will be fairly short. I cannot imagine.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to say it's going to be easy and jinx us, but it is less complex. So I think it would be very short. Mr. Chairman, there is no attachment on your board matter for the tribes because it is very simple. The state does not track the number of cases, COVID cases by tribal membership. So we cannot utilize a COVID factor in that equation. So we had allocated a total of $10 million for the tribes. And a simple allocation model would be that it would be based off of population. It would be priced pro rata off of population between the two tribes on the Wind River Reservation. And they would have to spend their other COVID dollars before they would be eligible, because they have, I say COVID, other federal coronavirus-related funds that they've received from the federal government first before they use these particular funds. They'd have to make that representation. There was just one comment that was made, which was they had concerns about having to pay and being reimbursed for that, and concerns that what if they were to expend funds on something and find out later it wasn't covered as a qualifying expense under the CARES Act. And they kind of like the model of being able to present it in advance and making sure it was approved before they spent their money.
And I don't think there's any problem with that. Is that correct, Ms. Anderson? And Beth? Yeah. So, and Director Scoggins also indicating.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I would say I think that is basically the prior model, which was applying, so they would just have to go through that. And again, all these, in approving these, all these with the state lands would then have to go promulgate rules for these, and so the rules for the tribal program could be continuation of an application if that's the pleasure of the board.
Sounds good. Any questions or comments from the board? And let me just check and see if there's any public comment. Any public comment? So, Mr. Treasurer, if you're...
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we allocate $10 million for tribal COVID consideration along the terms that was outlined by Ms. Anderson.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
The secretary got to it before you did, Madam Auditor, but, so I'll recognize the secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. So that motion carries. With that, thank you very much. Let's take a break, and we'll come back in, it is about 10:16 at this point, so sometime around 10:30 if that's okay. Thanks. for an extensive break. There's just a lot of time that we needed for breaking. So I think we have Auditor Racinas back, Superintendent, and maybe she is
I'm back.
Okay, great. So Board, one of the things that was being worked on here feverishly was sort of looking at the Mr. Boley's recommendations and trying to work a spreadsheet up so that we could have something to look at. I'm going to recommend that my team has gone off to kind of make that spreadsheet work better, and so we'll take that matter up a bit later in the meeting. I think what we'll do, if it's all right with you, is move forward with some of the other matters on the agenda. Director, just before I pass it off to you, there was a bit of a discussion that the Secretary and I just had with regard to how to handle these. We just passed an allocation model, but we felt like we would consider these in the same spirit that we considered previous applications. And the notion here is that some may actually end up over the allocation, but we are figuring that there'd be a true up at some point, probably around the 1st of November, as we've talked about. And so I just wanted to propose that, Mr. Secretary, if that was your idea, and just get a comment from you, Auditor, and you, Superintendent, and then Treasurer to see if that comports. Like the hospitals, the notion here would be if you applied and you exceeded your allocation, you would be okay, but that we would charge that against your allocation. And there may be some significant overages. Again, the perfect is the enemy of the good, perhaps, but we do feel that there may be some latitude to be able to bank that, if that makes sense. Auditor or Superintendent, any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, that makes sense to me.
Mr. Chairman, that makes sense to me. I just worry that for some of the communities that already have received funding, that hindsight may be 2020. And again, viewing the work that we have going forward, I don't know that it's appropriate to sort of carve off a portion of the funding to deal with that down the road. But I just I don't think that that's appropriate. It is just tricky, and you're right. Perfect and good may not maybe neither of those exist in this situation. So we'll just do the best that we can, and I think that this is a really sensible path forward for us. And thanks to Mr. Boley for bringing it forward.
Okay, great. Well, Director, thank you. The floor is yours.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to matter J2, which is to consider 68 funding recommendations under Chapter 39 of the Coronavirus Relief Grant Program. As we provided previously, we're sort of taking the same approach where I do have a proposed consent list, if you will, but we've divided the applications into 4 categories. Those that, again, are those kind of no-brainer things, the PP&E that we are recommending for full funding. We have another list, which is the payroll, and previously, when we worked with the board on this, the board has set some policy decisions. We think that the payroll request can go consent subject to the terms and conditions in the board matter itself. We tried to capture those things, such as they have to use the pro rata method or the other methods of calculating payroll, and subject to verification of eligibility under the CARES Act guidelines as per the Attorney General review and the OSLI review. Then the next list we have is the capital construction, HVAC, and other requests. And we would suggest that we probably take those individually, and then we have a proposed no fund list, but there are a number of similar applicants. And so when we get to that, we would propose that we group those applications all together and consider them all at once rather than sort of jump around in order to provide some continuity for the board. So today we have funding requests in the amount of $42,709,043. As I noted, we provided the board with the application materials related to this meeting previously. We've also individually briefed the board members, so at this point, we would be prepared to propose the consent list.
Thank you, Director. The only other thing I'd add to the list, and I think this is from our conversation, is just making sure that in the event that, and I think this goes backwards with the board's review on this as well. I was concerned that where we might be providing equipment to out-of-state entities like hospitals, that equipment goes into the ownership of that entity, and that entity presumably might be able to extract it from Wyoming and take it to another location. And so I wanted to put the condition kind of retroactively and also going forward that these expenditures would be for equipment to be used in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's what the state legislation requires, is that the COVID dollars be used to fight COVID in Wyoming. And I believe that we can make that a condition on the grant agreements, if Ms. Munger, if I'm remembering correctly. Yes.
Fantastic.
So we will implement that.
Well, thanks. Well, with that, your consent list.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we would propose a consent list being the applications recommended for funding in the amount of $1,416,965, which there are 17 applications. Well, actually, there's 16. I will point out that the Northern Arapaho Tribe has submitted an application, and we are continuing to work with them to receive the backup documentation and satisfy other inquiries that the Attorney General's office had. So while they are on here, Beth, I think we should pull that one off. So it would just be 2 through 17 on the applications recommended for funding dated August 27th, 2020. We would also propose the applications requesting reimbursement for payroll, August 27th, 2020, and that would be numbers 2 through 12 in the amount of $16,671,183, subject to, of course, the conditions in the board matter, which are applications of the methodologies adopted by the board and also being CARES Act compliant. They are actually eligible for those payroll expenses. So we don't expect them to, in many cases, to actually receive the entire amount requested, but that facilitates our review so that we can get the money out the door if the board would approve up to whatever we find to be eligible.
Okay, so your board, any questions on the director's recommended consent list? And I think also language of up to. So I'm going to just walk around the board here. So Auditor Racinas, any questions? Treasurer?
Just that I noticed at Wyoming Medical Center on their negative pressure machines, they're doing the same job, it looks like, for a fraction of the cost that other people are doing as far as getting negative air pressure in their ICU units. And I would hope it draw the attention to other hospitals and other clinics that need negative air pressure to give a call to these guys, because they can do it a lot cheaper.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Superintendent.
No questions.
Mr. Secretary.
Just to clarify, the up to the eligible amount is just for the payroll.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Secretary.
So, before we propose a consent list, let me just ask, is it appropriate to do these individually? So first consent list is the applications recommended for funding August 27, the $1,416,965. And then subsequent to that, the payroll, if that makes sense. If you all agree with that, I would entertain a motion for the consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for placement on a consent list items 2 through 17 on the coronavirus relief grant program applications recommended for funding list dated August 27, 2020 in the total amount of $1,416,965.
Thank you, and it's been moved and seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the consent list as proposed, signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That consent list carries. I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved by Auditor Racinas and seconded by Superintendent Balo. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye by thumbs up. All right, very good, thank you. That motion carries. Now I would entertain a consent list of the payroll items, up to $16,671,183 on the August 27th, 2020 Slib meeting applications requesting reimbursement for payroll.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for consideration placement on a consent list items 2 through 12 on the coronavirus relief grant program applications requesting reimbursement for payroll dated August 27th, 2020 in the total amount of $16,661 and $183. And then I think I would add that the final approval of those amounts is contingent on an eligibility determination by staff.
Okay, that motion has been made. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Motion has been made for the consent list, and
Well, I'm good. I'm ready.
you're good? Okay, all right. Now, and I apologize, Ben, I see that President Thompson has his hand up. Mr. Thompson?
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm going to take off my president hat, put on my Laramie County Commissioner hat. I just got a quick question here. So with the discussion of allocation versus this payroll expense, I think there's more flexibility in that allocation part of this. And per, some discussions we've had with the city of Cheyenne and the city county health department, I think we would be appreciative to have the flexibility with the allocated amount. And I'm just kind of curious as to, with this award or with this amount in our application today, will we be stuck with the application and the payroll, or will we have the flexibility, at least in the portion of that would have been allocated, to do some other things with that?
Thank you, President, so Brandy, go ahead. And I realize this is a bit out of order. It's not pertinent to the motion for the consent list, but I will allow it, so.
And Mr. Chair, so I think the question maybe is a little bit, where are we in terms of what we're approving today and how that fits into the allocation method? And then also, I think it was always our intention to sort of work with these entities and allow them some flexibility if they want to change, once we put the allocation into place, if they want to say, you know, we think our money is better spent this way than what we suggested, that we could work with them on that to get those, as long as they're approved.
Yeah. So that would be my read as well, Mr. President and County Commissioner Thompson. So with that, we have a proposed consent list. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the consent list as proposed, please signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. Aye. That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation with the additional language.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, do we know what that language is? I think we do. Very good. Okay, any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Aye. That motion carries. Next matter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to the applications requesting reimbursement for capital construction, HVAC, and other miscellaneous items. And so with your indulgence, I think it's probably best to take these one at a time so that the board understands the nuances with them. And I believe that Ms. Blackwell and Mr. Miller can best describe the facts surrounding the project type. So with that, I think the first matter on the list is number 2, City of Lander, building modifications. The request is $150,000. So Beth or Pat, if you want to take it from here. Also, I think the board was provided some individual sheets on these two to give a little more color on them.
Sure. Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this request is for $150,000 to modify the building. Essentially, they are requesting to modify the municipal court that houses the city hall as well as the police department. Modifications include remodeling the entrances to the police and court areas and internal modifications to the courtroom and judges' chambers to allow for social distancing and additional technology.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe the concern with this one could be the necessity and the timeline. And Pat, feel free to provide a little additional color on that.
I think that about covers it.
All right. Are there questions for the staff from members of the board? Any questions, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as far as timeline, $150,000, they should be able to get that done by the end of the year. Is there any really a problem with them thinking that they can't get that done?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Pat Miller from the AG's office. We just don't have a timeline on this, so we couldn't make a determination one way or another. I do believe there are some modifications to the entrances that might take more than just a simple remodel, but I can't speak to that. That would have to be the applicant.
So, Mr. Miller, if I understand, when you say concern with the project is necessity and timeline, as far as timeline is concerned, it's just because the application did not include a timeline.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So it is conceivable if it's denied here today that they could supplement some information and come back. We've done that before.
That is correct. They could also complete the renovations and then submit for complete reimbursement after the fact, which would alleviate all concerns because they clearly have gotten it done.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if this is like, $800,000 or something like that, this wasn't just a small, this seems like a small remodel.
Right.
I don't know, the secretary's been around a lot more courtrooms than I have. I don't know what $150,000 renovation looks like in a courtroom. I know in my house, depending on the contractor, it could take 3 years.
Yeah, so I think the important thing here is if we do deny it, they can still proceed and still be able to submit requests. They just will still have to adhere to all the requirements that are necessary. I see Superintendent.
Chairman Gordon, thank you. This question is likely for staff. I'm wondering with the, just simply the omission of a timeline, yet a submitted application which indicates they're aware that a timeline needs to be considered at the local level, would it be prudent or possible for us to approve this application contingent on the submission of a timeline?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be helpful. And assuming it meets the December 30th timeframe.
Right, yeah. I think, Superintendent, I think that is a good suggestion. I guess I'm still trying to figure out how we can make this the least amount of paperwork and resubmittals and all that. So I think there are really two paths forward with this proposal. One, submit a timeline and reconsider or consider with a contingency. And then the other, just go ahead and do it and submit the paperwork.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to move to approve building modifications for the City of Lander in the amount of $150,000 contingent on either the submission of a timeline or the completion of work to be determined by the City of Lander in collaboration with the Office of State Lands and the Attorney General's office.
Okay, that motion has been made and seconded. I do know the secretary was going to make a comment.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay.
No, this is perfect because it's perfect because we have a discussion piece to the motion, so the timing is perfect. The thing I haven't heard, maybe I'm looking at the wrong paperwork, but the bigger issue to me is the necessity of this. We denied the City of Laramie building redesigns and I think some of that might have included some air systems, but renovations to City Hall and the City of Laramie, just kind of this general, it'll help with social distancing is what I see here. And it's pretty lacking in any factual basis that gives me comfort when it comes to comparison to the Treasury guidance. So I'm not as concerned about the timeline as I am, is this a worthy project for COVID-19? Because I think it's kind of a stretch to say it will allow for some greater social distancing and additional technology for what? So right now I'm a no without more information on this.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor.
I guess I was just curious if there's anyone here from the City of Lander to enlighten us.
Yeah, I'm actually was about to call for that. And Mr. Bompard, is there anyone from Lander?
Mr. Chairman, currently no raised hands.
So there are no raised hands. Thank you, Auditor. Well, is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
I have the superintendent and the treasurer as aye votes. If you vote nay, please signify now, thumbs down, or a nay.
I'm a no.
So it's 2-2. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate this. I'm gonna say no. I understand that they can continue with that, but thank you very much, superintendent and treasurer, for that. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is the Goshen Healthcare Community. Their project it includes HVAC, air filtration, and negative pressure. They're seeking $675,000 to replace their HVAC, install UV sterilization equipment, and convert temporary negative pressure rooms to permanent ones. The current concern is mainly the timeline. The project would convert their temporary isolation rooms to permanent ones. This would presumably not increase the treatment capacity of the facility, and the applicant has not explained why the temporary isolation rooms are insufficient. Nevertheless, I do not believe we've received a timeline for the project, which would indicate that the project could be completed by December 30th of 2020. Beth, do you have anything else to add? Oh,
Mr.
Pat.
Chairman, sorry, just to correct, I do believe that we have an architect's estimate that construction will be completed by December 31st, and construction is already underway from what we've received from the applicant.
So Pat, I'm looking at notes that were supplied to me that the concern was that the estimated completion date would not allow the project to provide any utility within the covered period. Is that still true?
Mr. Chairman, if the project were completed on December 31st, it would not be available for use during the covered period. And there is some indication in the Treasury guidance that that is not necessarily what the Treasury has in mind when they say projects are going to be delivered within the covered period. They seem to, especially on the second and third pages of the guidance, be contemplating that the project is available for use during the covered period. Now, I understand that we've been working on the assumption that as long as construction has been completed, that's generally good. And I think it's within the board's discretion to continue with that policy. But I would just point out that there is some question under the guidance, but it's ultimately a necessity question, and the necessity determination under the CARES Act is left to the board.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Secretary?
So I just want to make sure we're clear on this. So I've always understood this to mean you have a deadline by the end of the year to finish construction. To me, all along, we've been going through this where it may not be available during the covered period if it doesn't have to be completed before the end of the year. So it's like this impossible situation if that's the interpretation. So I need some clarification on that.
Mr. Secretary, and I'll step in and give that, which is, I think what we're saying is we're putting this in for your consideration, and we have, and I think if you went back, you would notice all of these sort of said, it's not clear that we would get a benefit from them until the end of the year. But I think what we've also recognized is that COVID's going to go into next year. And so we're probably still dealing with the current COVID medical crisis. And that's why it becomes a policy question, as I believe Mr. Miller said, is that, if you believe these are projects that are meritorious and are going to provide a benefit, then they're probably necessary. But if we don't believe that they're going to provide a benefit, then they're not necessary. It becomes, right, like you said, a roundabout sort of circle of this. And so you have been funding the projects that are going to be finished December 30th or December 31st because those are two different questions, right? So we talk about the three aspects of the CARES Act. And we focus a lot on this. It has to be spent before December 30th because that's a clear deadline, right? That's the black and white. The necessity question becomes much more gray. And so those are two different considerations. The one that we point to a lot is the one that's really clear, which is if it's past December 30th, then we know we can't do it. But the other question is, if it's going to be done right at December 30th, is it really necessary to address the current COVID health emergency? And that is the policy question that then gets left up to this board as you fund these projects.
Thank you for that. I won't call it a clarification, but I'm not trying to insult you. No, I understand it's a difficult situation. But it kind of goes back to our rules, which anticipated that a lot of this capital construction would be temporary, which would have made more sense. But I think we have already set the policy, and it's long gone. So my other question, Mr. Chairman, would be Goshen Healthcare Community. In Goshen County, I believe the hospital, the facility is county-owned, but it's leased by Banner. And so I just wanted to know who is the Goshen Healthcare Community. We have a hospital, we've got long-term care facilities, we have an Alzheimer's unit, we have a nursing home, a lot of different things, and I'm kind of curious, is this going to be in the hospital or where it's going to be? And also that the equipment, I guess, with the governor's conditions satisfies my concern about leased facilities, so that's kind of taken care of.
Right, thank you. So I do see that Mr. Boley is on and says he can answer the question. Mr. Boley, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. So this application is from the long-term care facility in Goshen. It's owned by a joint powers board there and is operated by a group that operates nursing homes. And I would tell you that this is one of the first nursing home projects, but it makes a lot of sense. Temporary negative pressure rooms are much different than permanent ones. Also with them installing the UV ability to clean the air and other things, and an upgrade to their HVAC system, it will help them take care of the current pandemic. And I realize the timing issues that we continue to talk about, but as we've talked about many times, this thing's going to continue on. And in long-term care facilities, that's where 80% of the deaths have occurred in the country. So this is a great way of protecting all of the residents. And I don't believe that every one of the rooms there in the Goshen Care Center are temporarily negative pressure rooms. So this would allow them to upgrade and put better practices in place to protect the elderly there.
Yep, follow up.
And thank you for that, Mr. Boley, that answers that question. Then I'm assuming we're talking about an existing facility, not the one that's under construction right now.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Yes, it's the existing long-term care facility that's there and occupied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the important part is that part where they're getting in the ultraviolet lights and having that antiviral and bacterial part. It seems like that's one thing that a lot of our facilities don't have, including our ICU units, which kind of surprised me. I thought that's something that would have been standard already in our hospitals, but it isn't. So I think that's an upgrade that is really important. And I know we've gone past this December 31st question before. I think we have to, treat everybody the same way, but I do think that we need to let the hospital association know and these other folks know that in the future, if they can come up with a
a date that's before the 31st as far as functional use of these, it makes our meetings go a lot shorter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Auditor Racinas, did I see a question from you?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment, and I think that the Secretary and the Treasurer are correct that we certainly have, or we certainly did make or appear to make a policy decision regarding HVACs and similar projects in healthcare facilities, as well as non-health care facilities, like our prior vote. But my comment would be, I think it is important to be consistent, but as time passes, that will also no longer be possible, because trying to pull off an HVAC project on October 1st is going to be a lot sketchier than starting it now. And so the difference between this project and the ones on August 6th is we're 3 weeks later. However, they've already started theirs, so that gives me some comfort as well. But I think going forward, the construction question is going to get even touchier because we are losing time each day.
Good point, Auditor. Superintendent, I see you are unmuted. Is there nothing? Okay. Okay, what's Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Secretary?
I would move that we approve item number 3, Goshen Healthcare Community for HVAC air filtration negative pressure in the amount of $675,000.
The motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. Aye. Okay, that carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list is Powell Hospital District. The applicant's requesting $143,127 to purchase and customize a mobile testing van. The applicant asserts that it's currently operating a drive-through testing facility, and the purchase of the van is necessary to provide additional testing services. The concern arises because the applicant did not explain why the drive-through testing facility is insufficient to meet the needs of the community. The application essentially states that the van will be more convenient, but does not explain why the expenditure is necessary. As with every project, we have timeline concerns. However, in this case, the applicant provided a quote from the vendor estimating modifications to the van could be completed by December 20th if the work begins by October 15th. However, that would leave 10 days for delivery and use within the covered time period.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess I look at a van and then I look at some of these other remote clinics and different things that we've approved. This seems a lot more cost-effective for a rural area to be able to go out to the country or other communities and set up testing rather than have to build a whole clinic. So I think this is a good cost-effective way to reach the same end.
Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And I'm assuming that if the van is not, if it were approved, if the van is not ready to go by the 31st, and there are significant bills that the community would, or the Powell Hospital District would know that they have to stand for the finish of it. So I'm going to ask if there's anyone from Powell on who wants to address this. I see that we have one hand raised.
Mr. Chairman, Peyton Aller-Heiligen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is Peyton Aller-Halligan, and I'm from Powell Hospital District. We felt that a testing van would give us the ability to provide testing services around the community, such as Mr. Treasurer mentioned. It would give us a little bit more accessibility to provide those patients with those services. And we do understand that if the van was not completed by the timeline, that Powell Hospital District would have to stand by those expenses.
Thank you, Ms. Aller-Heilergen. Thanks very much for that. Are there any questions for Powell Hospital District? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of $143,127,000, or $143,127 for Powell Hospital District for the purchase of a COVID-19 testing screening van.
Okay, the motion's been made by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's I'm gonna say the auditor this time. You guys keep doing this at the same time. So it's been moved and seconded, moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. I see 2 thumbs up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is West Park Hospital District doing business as Cody Regional Health.
Mm-hmm.
The applicant's requesting $1,121,250 to replace the facility's operating room air handling unit. The replacement will include UV disinfecting equipment, HEPA filters, and controls to activate negative pressure for infectious patients. The applicant has explained that the project adds isolation capabilities to the OR to allow it to accommodate COVID-19 patients and improve the ability of the facility to isolate those patients. There was a letter from their contractor that was provided, which states that the project can reasonably be completed by the end of 2020. We don't have any more definite completion date or timeline other than that. And also, if it is not completed until the very end of 2020, the question would be the utility within the covered period.
Thank you, Madam Director. I will note that Sletton has been working on the Life Resource Center, and that project has been continually delayed. And I just, I'm wanting to make sure that we don't have reasonable expectations that are just ignored. And so, is there anyone from Cody Regional Health here to speak to this project? It seems a worthy project in many ways, but I think the concern I have is, will it be completed on time?
Mr. Chairman, Douglas McMillan.
Great, thank you. Mr. McMillan. You may be muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. This is Doug McMillan, CEO of Cody Regional Health, and members of the Slib board. I appreciate review and consideration of our OR air handler replacement project. As identified in our application, our current OR air handler is 28 years old. We have identified strong concerns regarding the existing system we have in place. The project is specifically tied directly to COVID and our inability and uncomfort level based on our current environment, infection control standpoint, virility of taking COVID patients in the OR moving forward, where we do not feel comfortable with our existing system. We have followed the guidelines as addressed. We've pulled our team together that includes Sletton Construction, and they have confirmed, as previously addressed, that this project should be completed prior to the end of the year. We are aware that what is not completed, any expenditures, will be the responsibility of Cody Regional Health, and we are prepared to assume any expenditures that do not fall within the guidelines that we incur past the end of this fiscal year. This is our first application to the Slib board, but we feel a very important capital construction application We've worked with Sletton numerous times. They've been on site, have completed many projects for Cody Regional Health, and so they're a vital member of the team we've had in place for several years. So I'm happy to address any further questions that you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, or any members of the Slib Board have regarding our application.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Are there any questions for Mr. McMillan? No, and thank you for reassuring me. On Sletton, I want to make sure that let there not be a third. So, thank you very much for that, and I see Mr. Boley is on too.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Just speaking in support of this project, of course. I would let you know that the OR is a concern during COVID. We have had situations in our state, not in Cody, but situations when we resumed elective procedures where we've had non-symptomatic patients that have been treated and surgeries performed, and then we found out that they were positive. This would be a really good opportunity to ensure that surgeries can continue in Cody. The negative pressure aspect of that would protect other patients, and it does allow them to take care of the current COVID pandemic as we work our way through all the struggles we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boley. Any questions from Mr. Boley? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, please.
I do have a question, I guess, for staff, and I know we keep kind of, I feel like we keep asking the same questions over and over again, but I'll do it anyway. The CEO mentioned something, they'd be happy to assume costs, any costs incurred after the first of the year. But going back to the regulations, my question is, in my mind, and the way I would fear that the feds will look at it is, it's not the first half of those expenditures were within the timeline, so that's legitimate. To me, I guess my question is, does it invalidate the entire project if it's not done by December 30th?
Mr. Chair.
Brandy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor. So these are the questions that we struggle with, because we would actually have that concern as well. And I think this is one of the places where our advice to you and sort of our view of this is in a conflict with some of how some of this is viewed by others. And that is this idea that we would just pay for all of these things up until the December 30th time, and then whatever is left over, they can just pick up. But I think that your point, and to the point of how is Treasury going to view these projects on an audit, is valid, which is these monies were provided to the state to be used to deal with this, to get the money out now. They really never anticipated large construction projects. The facts talk about temporary facilities. And so I do think that there is a concern if you do not have a completed project, because then what were we really getting? And if that project never gets completed, what does that mean going forward? So that is why I think the board in some other cases has required that the project either be complete or we have some sort of guarantee to make sure at the end what we have is a completed project, and not that we're just paying for these projects up until this December 30th timeline, and then whatever happens, happens.
And go ahead, Auditor.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I was trying to ask that question in the most sensitive way I can, but from what I know about compliance auditing, that's where my head is going. And I think the point I want to make to Mr. Boley and to the CEO of not just this project, maybe we don't know right now, but it may not be the picking up of expenditures January 1st on. It may be you need to be prepared to fund the entire project if we're not able to fund any because the entire project is invalidated.
So, Madam Auditor, I think for the purposes of the record, the way I am reviewing these is that Cody and Teton and Fremont counties all were subjected early on with the opening of Yellowstone Park. And it was kind of a bootstrapped operation from the beginning for us to get the Cepheid platform, extra supplies, et cetera, there. They certainly were blessed not having huge caseloads, but, you know, they went ahead with the Cody Stampede. They had the night rodeo going on, and in the few months before, I guess, the first of the year, my estimation is there'll be more snowmobile traffic and other things. And so I think the risk is high. And again, I'm saying this for the purposes of the record. I do believe that our process has been evolving, and so maybe things are a little bit behind schedule. I think the points that you all raise are valid. But the exigencies, gotta love that word, the exigencies of the circumstances in Park County, and also with our ability to meet these things, I think the faster they get on it and the quicker they get it accomplished. Your points are well taken. If they can get that done well before the end of the year, that would be fantastic.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, everything I described, I certainly hope that's not the case and doesn't happen. I just want to make sure that we all go in with eyes wide open.
Good point. Good point. Any further discussion? Oh, I see Mr. McMillan has his hand up, as does Mr. Boley. So, Mr. McMillan.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. I appreciate Auditor Racine's question. It was a question we had early on when we reviewed the requirements. It's our full intent as we completed the design and pulled our team together early on that this project would be, and I say will be, again, it's all our team's expectations, done before the end of the year. I only wanted to make that comment because we did understand the requirements that, again, all project costs that will be paid for must be incurred prior to the end of the year. So I only stated that because we're well aware of the guidelines and just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Mr. Boley.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Governor, to jump back on here. Auditor Racine, my members are well aware of the potential liability that they do have. I think one comment I'd like to make is we continue to focus on one word in the guidance, and I don't think that it's being interpreted properly, and that's temporary. There have been permanent facilities built all over the country using CARES funding. New York is a great example where they built a brand new hospital, and it wasn't temporary, it's permanent. And so what we continue to struggle with, it's not necessarily having to be temporary. This is to deal with the COVID crisis, and we're well aware of the liability, but we also feel like we're doing the right things to take care of our communities and our state as we follow your guidance. The other thing is that we're doing it the way that we've been instructed. We're coming back for reimbursement for expenditures that we've incurred and paid for, and we're trying to protect the state from that side of things as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Any further questions? If there are none, I would ask what the pleasure of the board would be.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would move for approval of item number 5, West Park Hospital District, DBA Cody Regional Health, for an OR air handling unit replacement COVID support project in the amount of $1,121,250.
Thank you. That motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list, Crook County Medical Services District. The applicant's requesting $750,000 for 3 ambulances. The application provides a quote from the vendor indicating that the total cost for the ambulances is $599,100. So we're a little unclear what the additional $150,900 would be used for. While the purchase of these vehicles may qualify under the CARES Act, the question or the concern is whether this quantity of ambulances is necessary. Again, they have concerns about the timeline for the project. The quote from the vendor estimates completion by December 31st, 2020, which would not leave time for delivery or use within the covered period of March 1 through December 30th.
Okay. Any questions about this particular application? Is there anyone, Mr. Treasurer?
Yes, yeah, Mr. Chairman, it looks like we're just taking it down to 1, but we're still leaving a little bit of fluff in there because we don't know what it is. So I think that's it's probably appropriate at this time. If the other 2 are actually necessary, we'll probably find out in subsequent grant processes.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? I will note that Crook County has had 10 cases, 10 recoveries, and they have really not had much impact from COVID, for at least on the medical. So your recommendation then would be just to add 1 ambulance. Is that the motion you would make? Okay, so that motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent, did you second? Okay, yeah, so seconded by Auditor Racinas. And we're now in the discussion. I see Anthony Vopat has raised his hand. Anthony, you may be muted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Governor, and board members. Anthony Vopat, our EMS director, is sitting here with me. My name is Warren Shawls. I'm the assistant medical director of Sundance EMS and an emergency department and hospitalist nurse practitioner at the hospital in Sundance. We'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. Not sure what quote you got. I believe you may have gotten a quote for something that was incorrect, because I'm trying to find the numbers for our most current, but the actual quote for the 3 trucks specified is in the neighborhood of $820,000, or about $273,000 per truck, I believe. So I'm not sure. We'll have to research that a bit. Speaking to the need and the frequency, we're quite a rural county, Frontier, in fact, with a population density less than 2.5 persons per square mile, meeting the federal guidelines for Frontier. So certainly our numbers don't indicate the immediacy of our problem here. And I'd like to take just a few minutes to expand on that. One is, and you may or may not be aware, our hospital is quite antiquated. It has no negative flow, negative pressure rooms in the facility at all. So that necessitates any patient that presents here with COVID symptoms that requires hospitalization to be transferred out. Those transfers typically occur at quite a distance, again, due to the rural frontier nature of our location, with round trips ranging anywhere from 4.5 hours by ground to 8 hours by ground. And those numbers are for Rapid City, Monument Health Rapid City Hospital, or Billings, with Casper lying somewhere in the median there at 380 miles and 7-hour round trip. the issue that we're facing, again, so to specify, we need to transfer any patients that come in here out if they require hospitalization. And we have had 2 of those in the past, certainly not high numbers. However, our concern is with the increasing frequency as the coronavirus moves into the Midwest and has moved off of the coasts, we're seeing increasing numbers. Particularly concern is over the recent Sturgis motorcycle rally, where there was a number of patients or a number of people participating in that, both from outside the area and from this county. The reason we're asking for 3 ambulances, and I believe I did put this in the original grant request, however, it may not have been described very well, is simply that we previously, the hospital district, meaning we, previously been in an agreement with the city of Sundance to own and operate the ambulances. They owned the trucks and we operated by staffing them and providing equipment. The city has chosen to divest themselves of that particular responsibility. So we are now the sole operators of the ambulance service here in Sundance. We're the only career advanced life supporter, paramedic level ambulance in the county. So we provide not only services to our community, but also mutual aid services to surrounding communities such as Hewlett, Pine Haven, Moorcroft, Upton. And simultaneous with that responsibility, we may have to send patients out on trucks that are antiquated. Currently, the ambulances that we got from the city of Sundance through their divestiture are antiquated. Looking at numbers, I believe anywhere from 110 or 120,000 miles and 13 years old up to 360,000 miles. These trucks frequently broke down. We had one breakdown yesterday with on a, was it a 911 or on an interfacility transfer? We've had trucks break down on the interstate. We've had to transfer patients over on the middle of the interstate with out-of-state ambulances in order to complete these transfers. So as you can see, the problem that we're faced with is not our volume. It's the likelihood of being on multiple transfers and yet having to maintain coverage within our service area and provide 911 services to our county.
Thank you, Anthony. Are there further questions?
Mr. Chairman, maybe if he could speak to the timeline, which I think was also a little unclear in the application.
My apologies, Auditor. Mr. Chairman, yes. We've been in close communication with a manufacturer of ambulances, and they assure us that though the quote states that they'll be completed by December 31st, in fact, they will be probably completed prior to that, but they give us a rather tight timeline on approval in order to make that occur. We had previously been working with this vendor in order to develop specifications for the ambulance ambulances that we're requesting. So those specifications were already in existence, which allows for an expedited process. Normally, the process to purchase an ambulance is about 6 to 9 months from initial contact to completion of the project. However, since we had already been involved with this vendor, we feel strongly that we'll be able to meet the timeline.
Thank you for that. Auditor, any follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. I just want to make sure we're not getting sideways of the regulations. You mentioned you were already communicating with this vendor. Was it already a plan to purchase new ambulances? Were these included in your budget already?
Madam Auditor and Mr. Chairman, no, to clarify. So the divestiture of the ambulance, the physical vehicles from the city to the medical services district occurred nearly simultaneously with the coronavirus pandemic. In fact, that may have been part of their decision-making process. What we were talking with the manufacturer about was developing a capital purchase plan to replace trucks over the next 3 to 5 years. This is not a currently budgeted item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. Any further questions? I do have one. I want to at least give a good nod to a couple of aspects of why we would use these CARES Act funds for ambulances that could be used for rodeo accidents or a number of other things, obviously highly useful vehicles. But in the case of COVID in the county, obviously we don't, I think you did have one of the early cases that came out of Deadwood, and I don't know how that person was transported, but I do know you use a lot of helicopter transport to Rapid City, I think. I don't know if that's true to Gillette or to Billings. And I guess I'm wondering, would these ambulances allow you to do a better job of protecting healthcare workers in the event of a COVID-19 patient being transported?
Mr. Chairman, Board, yes, and my apologies for not addressing that. We had addressed that in the original application and subsequent additional information that we had submitted. Again, I'll clarify our situation here. With the physical structure of the hospital being built in 1960, there was no provision for a helipad at our hospital. So even if the patient is transported via air medical transport, they require ambulance transportation from our emergency department to a remote location located approximately 3 miles away at the port of entry on Interstate 90. So our medical staff members, our EMS providers are subject to poor ventilation in these antiquated trucks. We're having to rebreathe the air that these COVID-19 positive patients, and obviously we're utilizing PPE, but the definition of a significant exposure is that of close proximity for 15 minutes. Well, quite frankly, the loading process, transfer, and unloading process places us in contact for greater than 15 minutes in close proximity, and most of that is in a closed circulation ambulance. Furthermore, I'd like to address the utilization of fixed wing transport. Up to this point, we've been talking about rotor wing. Fixed wing requires obviously the use of a airport, and no such airport capable of supporting aeromedical aircraft in this region is located in Sundance. The closest functional airport that would support fixed wing is located in Spearfish, which is approximately a 25-minute ground transport. And even further waiting on the aircraft, so on and so forth. So we have, again, prolonged exposure of our EMS providers and clinical staff in the back of an ambulance with inadequate ventilation. The feasibility of using rotor wing and or fixed wing transport to move these patients is such that recently, Black Hills Life Flight has decreased their rotor wing availability from 2 aircraft, one of which located in Spearfish, South Dakota. The second was in Hot Springs, South Dakota. That number has decreased down to 1, and the aircraft has been centralized at Rapid City, which now presents us with approximately 60 to 70-minute arrival time from request, as the aircraft needs to check weather, fuel, and adjust fuel loads, and so on and so forth. Then we have the additional time of transporting either the med crew from the landing zone at the port of entry back to the hospital, or vice versa, transporting the patient out to the landing zone. So aeromedical transport, though useful to us in highly critical patients, another consideration is an overall healthcare cost. Several of these patients may not require aeromedical transport, and it's not a financially responsible means of transport. Rotor wing costs are nationally debated, costing anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 for a flight when we can perform the same ground transport. But to answer your original question, yes, if we get these additional ambulances with our current and future anticipated staffing, we fully expect to be able to create these transports or complete these transports, excuse me, with ground versus having to utilize air.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Is this a county hospital? I'm wondering that if we give you this one here and we have that county program that we talked about earlier today, that'll give Crook County over $1 million, whether or not you could potentially obtain some funds from them for the other two.
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, and board members. Yeah, so we are, I guess I'm not quite clear. I'm working on shift today in the emergency department, so I'm not quite clear on, I wasn't able to participate in this morning discussions. I wasn't able to listen in on that. So I'm not exactly sure on what's going on with that. However, our current status is not a county hospital, but a medical services district. So we're a special tax district. So I don't know exactly how that was discussed this morning, but there is some possibility. And as I mentioned, we requested $750,000 from you when in fact the final bid for the ambulances was $820,000. And in discussions with our chief executive officer, they're willing to utilize other funding in order to make up that difference. However, this was our primary means of application.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Okay. Any further questions? Any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick clarification. The motion we have before us was for one, correct?
I don't think there is a motion before us. That's exactly what I'm asking for, Auditor.
Yeah, no, I think we do, but it was at 250. But with the new information, Mr. Chairman, I would modify that to 275 for one, because of in light of the new bid price.
Okay.
If my second's all right with that.
So we had a motion and a second. Okay, I'm sorry.
The auditors.
All right, and who was this? Oh, it was the auditor was the second? That's correct. Okay, I remember now. Thank you. My notes weren't correct. So you have now changed that to 275. So the seconder, Auditor Racines, what is you have that as the same? Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up. Aye. I have 2 ayes here. I have 2 thumbs up on the screen. Congratulations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is Campbell County Health. They're requesting $363,000 to purchase the business and clinical analytics module from Meditech to address difficulties in data visibility and generating reports to track COVID. The concern is necessity. The applicant's already received $3.3 million in CRG funding for technology and equipment and substantial funding from other sources, and staff is unclear whether data visualization is truly a necessary expense.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions for the applicant or for the staff? Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering the data revision, whether that has to do with anything with the tracking and tracing of COVID cases, or whether it's just generally revision of medical software within the facilities. And
so I see Mary Lou Tate. Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Rump. Ms. Tate, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Mary Lou Tate. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at Campbell County. And what this module will allow us to do is pull reports out of the system. Currently, we have to review the charts one by one in order to look at exposure, to look at cross-referencing different accounts. We are required to report daily PPE volumes, and we have to pull a numerous number of reports. It takes us about 5 hours every day just to create those reports. This system will allow us to create reports and be able to pull them instantaneously. And once again, on the clinical side, you know, to review a chart takes a lot of time. And so by having this system, we would be able to pull by patient diagnosis and be able to limit the amount of chart pulls that the clinical staff have to do.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. A follow-up.
Yeah, can you tell me specifically how that relates to COVID, or is this more of a software program that's going to be necessarily used on a day-to-day basis with all patients and all levels of care?
Great question. It is specifically related to COVID. However, it does allow us to pull additional reports as well. The CDC has asked that all hospitals fill out reports on a daily basis, and now it is now a pending addition to the articles of participation for hospitals to provide regular data on COVID, on PPE supplies and other information. And we just right now do not have the capacity in our information system to do that on a regular basis. So we do put our license in jeopardy if we're unable to provide those reports.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Let me follow up with that, Ms. Tate. If I remember correctly, Campbell County Hospital had different data platforms from the OR to the floors. Is that correct?
We do now have a streamlined EHR system. However, there still is a lot of paper charts done in the operating room, and those are moved to the floor, and then they're scanned in to the system once the patient is discharged.
Okay, okay. Have you been trying to coordinate all of those over time to get a more, I know Sheridan Memorial Hospital went to Cerner. Is Meditech the sort of thing that Cerner is, sort of same kind of platform?
Yes, we are moving everything into Meditech. Once again, utilization of the OR module within Meditech, we have some opportunities to be able to get all the paper documentation into that, same with the anesthesia. But once again, we would have to pull the electronic charts in this case to pull the data out, where this module will allow us to then look at the patient's diagnosis, look at all their comorbidities, and be able to provide the data to the CDC and to CMS on a timely manner.
Okay, and did I understand you say something about anesthesia in this too? This records that as well?
Yeah, sorry, OR and anesthesia both have different, what they call modules within Meditech. And we are working on developing those to be more robust to allow the anesthesiologists and the OR staff to do all their documentation within Meditech.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions? What's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion.
I would move for the approval of $363,000 to purchase the business and clinical analytical models for the Campbell County Health.
Treasurer has moved for the Campbell County Health Reporting System. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? That motion dies for lack of a second. Thank you. Next matter. Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list is Powell Hospital District. They're requesting $110,000 to construct a negative pressure room in its long-term care unit. This modification likely qualifies. However, the concern again is with the timeline for the project. The timeline provided by the applicant estimates completion by December 20th. It says 30/30, but I think it's 2020. So there's just a concern as to whether or not this construction project can in fact be completed before the December 30th deadline.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff? Seeing none, I see Eric Boley has raised his hand.
Mr. Chairman, I was just being proactive, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to the same conversation we had about Goshen Care Center. And again, I think it meets the requirements of guidance and does a great job of protecting the residents in a long-term care facility.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve $110,000 to Powell Hospital District for a negative pressure room.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, is there anyone here from the district to speak to this?
I don't see a hand raised, but now that you've called it out, Ms. Eller Heiligen has raised a hand, and so has Joya Colson. So, Ms. Eller Heiligen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We feel that constructing a negative pressure room in the long-term care would be proactive in protecting our residents and our staff members as well from contracting COVID-19 should there be an issue that arises in the long-term care facility. We do have a construction team on site already starting to begin construction on that project.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And there was another person who had raised their hands. No more. Okay. Any further questions? All right, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of $110,000 for the Powell Hospital District negative pressure room, signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
So that motion carries. Next.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is Memorial Hospital of Converse County. They're seeking $3.5 million to reconfigure the inpatient floor at Memorial Hospital of Converse County. The reconfiguration would split all double occupancy inpatient rooms to single patient units, upgrade the air handling equipment, expand ICU rooms, decentralize the nurse stations, relocate the sleep lab, create office space and a bedroom for hospitalists, and would better isolate the maternity unit. The concern with this project is the necessity and the timeline with respect to necessity, creating the office space and the bedroom for the hospitalist. And so there might be some eligibility concerns there. And also of note, the applicant will be serving as the general contractor, which may impact our completion date guarantee that we have required for other similar capital construction projects. Mr. Chairman, I would ask if Pat Miller has anything else to add.
Right now, but I am available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I think we could approve this, but I think there's some I guess, guidelines that I think that we have to put in there. Part of it may indeed not be what would be considered eligible if you look into some of the office things and like. And I think that we could approve it, but subject to any of these areas which are deemed not to be eligible would be the amount approved to be reduced if they are found not to be eligible. So I think that would be important. I'm not sure how we handle the guarantees, unless we have the county guarantee it. This is one of those counties that probably has this, that would actually have the money to guarantee it. So I don't feel that we wouldn't get our money back necessarily, because I think it's there to be had. But we may need somebody besides just the hospital to guarantee it. But if the county could guarantee it, I'd feel comfortable with that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think we have a couple of people wanting to maybe address that particular request. So I have Mr. Cousins. And you may be muted, Mr. Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Carl Hertz. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Memorial Hospital of Converse County. With me in the room is Jim Cousins, who is our CFO. And also joining us is Terry Moss, who's our practice administrator, handles much of our business development sector of the region, and some other folks. We believe each element does tie directly back to COVID-19 and our hospital's ability to protect staff, providers, and patients during the ongoing pandemic. As has been discussed by other applicants, Memorial Hospital of Converse County is an older building. It was not designed to treat patients during a pandemic, and that was made very apparent on Friday, March 13th, when we stood up our hospital incident command system. We closed our doors and we began building COVID workflows and different policies. We built temporary walls to separate patient populations and developed all kinds of workarounds to provide negative airflow. We designated elevator cars for different patient use, and we had contingencies built to move our mother-baby unit off of the third floor into our recently closed PACU and OR for outpatient surgery in order to protect that population and the newborns' undeveloped lungs. All of our inpatient rooms are double occupancy, and due to the fear of asymptomatic transfer of COVID-19, we believe the best practice is to provide private rooms for all those patients, to isolate them away from each other, and also separate our nurses and other staff away from their work groups. Converting our inpatient rooms sets off a cascading series of moves for us, and those moves will cost Memorial Hospital a little over $1 million, which are not included in this grant request, and some of those preparatory things are already underway. The updated HVAC system creates negative airflow for each patient room and provides an ionized system for cleaning the air for the patient rooms as well as the floor. And, you know, I think to address some of your questions, at Memorial Hospital, we share, you know, our Wyoming's independent spirit and kind of that get her done attitude. We routinely self-perform many of our construction projects here. And we've done that out of necessity in the past because all the contractors are out in the oil field. And so what we've had to do is on staff, we have hired our own general contractors, our own plumbers, our own electricians. We also have hired some full-time temporary staff to help us with some other projects. And we have an army of subcontractors lined up, committed to the timely completion of the project. Our vendors have our specs for our products. They're ready to go once the grant's approved. And I actually believe Commerce County is lagging a little behind in the rest of the state when it comes to COVID cases. This month, 9 new positive cases have been identified in our county, 4 new positive cases this week alone. 2 of these cases are Memorial Hospital employees. Both are symptomatic. Both are recovering at home. And we have another staff member who's been ordered to quarantine. So all those work areas are completing daily monitor logs. But as you can imagine, this creates lots of anxiety in the hospital. So all the items listed on the grant request are designated to create a safer COVID-19 work environment by separating patients, staff, and providers, updating some of our HVAC equipment, and so forth. With that, in my statements, if happy to answer any questions. And to the treasurer's point, we certainly can carve out things like the office and items like that if we don't believe that it meets the qualifications.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Any follow-up, Mr. Treasurer, Auditor, Superintendent, Mr. Secretary? No, you don't. Mr. Birch, just again for the record, and these are things that have come up as you've seen cases arrive at the hospital, and they're occasioning you to have to make some complex decisions about how to run your hospital. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, Governor, Mr. Chairman. We are, our inpatient floor sees a variety of patient populations. And so when COVID forced us to change the way we do our operations, it really forced us to do some unique things, including build these temporary walls. We actually have a pane of glass that we took out of the hospital. It's covered with plywood now, and we have a construction HVAC HEPA filter sucking air out of the building so we can create negative airflows. And that works for now. When the Department of Health comes around to inspect us, they certainly aren't going to like to see that thing running down the hallway. So we've done a lot of unique things to protect our patients, to protect our staff. But to Eric Bully's point earlier on, this isn't going to end in December. And so we continue to make preparations for an ongoing approach for COVID.
Right, and my concern is that I think the act does sort of say you can't be doing things because you might have something come up. So that was why I wanted to make sure that our record was clear about the fact that you've had to make several adjustments and for current conditions related to COVID virus this year.
Yes, sir. And it's also complicated in when we have this limited area where we can have these COVID positive or COVID probable patients, it creates a sorting nightmare for us. We'll put all the patients in the same place, and then we'll get testing results back. One's positive, one was negative. Oh, we better move that person out of the COVID space where he's been hanging out for 3 days waiting for the test results. So it has definitely impacted how we operate here, our workflows. And we believe that the project is really important and critical for our continued success of treating and keeping patients and staff safe.
Yeah, and my other question is cascades. Just knowing at some point in that trail of cascading consequences, there's a point at which it no longer seems like it's absolutely critical to the core mission, and I just want to be real clear about that. So, Mr. Treasurer, I think about some of the questions that you brought up, I think that's absolutely essential, because if we're going to repave the parking lot, that may not be a COVID-related expense.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I don't know, we did something with, I think it was Kimmerer up there, where we kind of took a swag there on some of the things that we thought that weren't COVID related, reduced that amount, and then came up with a reasonable amount that we did approve and asked for some guarantees. I think that from what it sounds, that this place is kind of jerry-rigged, that kind of you're getting by right now, but more likely than not would not pass any kind of a health inspection or a code inspection if it was actually put to the test, so I think the project is has merit as far as the health aspects of it and the COVID aspects of it, and I'm not sure if I've got enough information right now to reduce the $3.5 million to an amount that would represent just those COVID and health aspects. And I know in the camera situation, we asked for some help from the applicant to give us a number that would basically represent that. So I don't know if 3 million is the right number. I don't know if 2.5 million is the right number, but I don't think it's 3.5 million.
Mr. Treasurer, I think with the process we've outlined, if it's understood that Ms. Blackwell may be reviewing it and the AG may be reviewing it, if it seems like it's way out of line, it won't get paid, just so long as the applicant understands that. I think that probably gives us some protection.
Mr. Chairman, I feel I feel comfortable going in at 2.5 million, and if there are things there that the applicant can't justify that they to be paid, that they come back in and ask for those funds then.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just, the attachment B that we have, completion date guarantee, it kind of goes to the auditor's previous question. And it talks about in the event the project is not complete by December 15th, Memorial Hospital, Commerce County understands, agrees that grantee, in brackets, so I'm not sure if that's the right word, will only pay for the portion of the work completed by that date. So I don't know that that's adequate language for what we just talked about, because it's my idea here that if it's not completed by the deadline, we're not paying anything. And this language, the guarantee doesn't satisfy me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I think that was one of the other concerns about this project was the guarantee language. And so I think that your concern is correct. And it doesn't provide that guarantee, but what it doesn't provide the guarantee to is the hospital, because the hospital will be on the hook for all of these funds if they don't get it completed, so.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, I agree with the treasurer. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that the portions of this project definitely have merit. I look at some things and just for the applicants know, I mean, this is a hard part of the job in that everything is really related to COVID in a lot of ways, but some are more tangential than others. And so I look at like the decentralized nursing station and some of the other things, and I think, well, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch, but certainly the negative air pressure and those types of things aren't. And so that's, I think, where we're trying to get to is an amount that makes us feel comfortable. And if you can tell us now, that'd be great. If not, I'd like to know, you know, what the request would be without some of those items in here. I mean, the telecommunications, the nurse call system, the decentralization of the nurse station. Let's see, was there another one? I don't know if there was another one, but so I'd be comfortable with some lesser amount, but I guess I say that so that our staff knows when we say, well, we'll make a motion, we'll pass it with the understanding that, you know, you're going to weed out the ineligible stuff. Well, I just want you to have direction from the board, because it's our job to kind of make that determination. So I'm on board with where the treasurer's going. I just don't know what the right number is.
And Mr.
No, yes, auditor.
And just, I mean, one more note or maybe even question for the applicant is what's been expressed by the secretary and the treasurer. I mean, if the right amount, whatever right is, I mean, we all want to be able to give them the full amount, but we know there's, you know, guardrails. If the right amount is a lesser amount, I guess, I mean, that might also allow them a little flexibility to say, here's the things that are slam dunk COVID related, and those also get prioritized in the timeline. Like, I guess here's a example that would be, or a doomsday example. building the bedroom for the hospitalists, which we have maybe a harder time connecting directly to COVID, although it is related, as the secretary said. What if that's done last, you know, maybe those slightly more questionable or slightly grayer, I won't say questionable, just slightly grayer asks are also they're a little further down, and they may be the ones that muck up the timeline.
Thank you, Auditor. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Treasurer. I see that maybe Mr. Birch or Mr. Mock or Mr. Cousins has a comment.
Yeah, it won't let me in. Hi, Chairman, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay.
We've been hearing you for the last 10 minutes. No.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, perfect. So I do have, to your point, I do have some further breakouts. I understand your concerns. I would just say that we did try and believe that most all of these elements do tie back to COVID based on how we interpret things. But to your point, the nurse call update, Bearcat is $135,700. The room telecom is $82,600. The nursing core is $285,000. And then this is a wag on the bedroom, but it's probably like 15,000. It's just a remodeling thing. So
I'd take it down about the grand.
Mr. Chairman, may I jump in one more time? I apologize.
Yeah, please go ahead, Auditor.
So I guess I might be getting more comfortable with this than I thought, and maybe another question for the attorneys. These are separate projects, even though we are presented with a large overall number. If, say, there's 10 separate projects within that, we approve 10, 9 are done, and the 10th one falls apart timeline-wise. In my mind, that, and I don't mean to sound like I'm contradicting myself, although I fear that's what it'll sound like. In my mind, those are actually 10 separate projects, and we potentially could still reimburse on 9. And if the bedroom, you know, in my thought, if the $15,000 bedroom isn't done till January 10th, we don't say, oh gosh, we're not giving you any of the 3.5 million, because the 3.5 million really does represent a large suite of modifications. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, Madam Auditor, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. If you could break those projects out and say, these funds were for this project, making the rooms from double occupancy to single occupancy. And you could really clarify that these were independent projects, and this project at the end that we don't know really was tied to COVID, wasn't done in the time frame. Carve that out of the overall cost, I think is what you're saying. And I think that seems like a reasonable way to view the guidance.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Auditor. Mr. Boley, I see you also have your hand raised.
Thanks again, Mr. Chairman. Eric Boley from the Hospital Association. And a couple of things that came to mind as we were talking about this project and the concern about having someone on their staff be the project manager, the general contractor. We've allowed that in other circumstances. It actually expedites the process. The language that Secretary Buchanan read as far as the guarantee is concerned, that's actually language we've been provided and is contained in other applications that have already been approved. So that's part of the reason that was included in this application. But again, I think they've done a wonderful job of going back after their application last time and coming back with a much cleaner application. And I'd offer, or I'd ask for your support of this project. It's really going to help folks in Converse County deal with COVID.
Thank you. And if my math is correct, it's about a $518,000 list of items that Mr. Birch pointed out, from the bedroom and I guess the nurse station, et cetera, just for information. So with that, I think we still, I know that the treasurer had sort of started with a motion, but didn't actually say what the motion was.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let's try the number of 3 million, and I think the understanding that we have that it's not all one project, but it's 3 million to fund several projects, so we don't have that problem of trying to claw back, 90% of it at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess that would be my motion is for 3 million, and but to not for those projects that we went over. That was the nursing stations, the call center, the call things, that list. It wouldn't fund those, but it would fund everything else.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Auditor. Is there any discussion? Superintendent? You're muted, Superintendent.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to thank the auditor, Mr. Chairman, for really articulating sort of the separation in the products, or excuse me, the separation in the projects and the total price. I think that concept and that way of thinking is going to be really important going forward. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, this is an evolution, and that was a really important step, at least for me, to be able to vote yes on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor signify either with a thumbs up if you're on the screen, or an aye if you're here.
Aye.
So that motion carries. I thank everyone for their testimony. And gang, we have 3 more items on this list. Powell Healthcare Coalition, Sheridan Memorial Hospital, and North Lincoln Hospital District. I'm going to recommend that we deal with all of those and then take a break. And when we come back, we have the information on the allocation, if that makes sense. Okay. With that, Director, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the next item, Powell Healthcare Coalition, doing business as Heritage Health Center. They've requested $65,000 to renovate the current facility. The renovations include new flooring, a bathroom renovation, a new HVAC system, and appropriate equipment and storage. The concern is really the timeline. The applicant did not provide any quotes from contractors or estimated timelines to complete the project.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for staff? Hearing none, is there anyone here from Powell Healthcare Coalition or Heritage Health Center, Heritage Health Viral Clinic? Anyone on the Zoom call? I do not see anybody. Mr. Bump, no, confirms there are none.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question for staff, which they may not know. If I could be helped to understand the connection between COVID and new flooring and the bathroom remodel.
Everybody, yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
Director, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've wondered some of that ourselves, and Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Pat Miller. I think he's on the line and has extensively reviewed this application.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I believe that would be, the new flooring would likely be a hard surface that's easier to clean. We're not sure whether that's necessary or not. That's a question for the board. And what was the other item?
Bathroom renovation.
Just bathroom renovation.
It says currently that the bathroom sink is too small to safely dispose of dirty water. And they would increase the size of the bathroom and include a dump station. That's the extent of the application.
Okay. So one question, and maybe Pat or Brandy or Director, this is the sort of application that I think if they, that may be covered under the allocation process. And if that's the case, and they can support it and they can continue to go forward, I'm going to recommend that we not consider this one, and that we don't say don't do it. That's a double negative. That we assure them they can proceed, but they have to be aware of the fact that it has to be incurred expenses. Does that make sense with my fellow board members? So in other words, we're just not going to consider this one because they can, I think the matter here, they could go ahead and redo flooring under the allocation model that we just passed. And then they would submit. Well, they would have to support it as truly a CARES Act in necessity.
That brings up the question, because then does that put it back on under the allocation? Staff can say, well, I don't know if this is versus giving direction from us. I don't know.
Mr. Secretary, could you turn your mic on?
Sorry. I was just pointing out that I thought that if they apply under the allocation, and then are we punting it back to the staff to say, well, we don't think a floor, or we do think a floor is appropriately related to COVID? Are we punting our discretionary responsibility, our responsibility to be discretionary?
And so, Mr. Secretary, what I'm referencing is an analysis that really points to the major concern being with the project being the timeline. And so, Mr. Miller, maybe you want to clarify this. Do you have concerns about the flooring or about the bathroom if it's properly supported?
Mr. Chairman, that is a pure necessity question. If the board were to vote to go forward with the project, I think that would clearly indicate to us that it's necessary. We could see it going either way, and that's really not our place to make that kind of a decision.
Okay.
As to what would happen if we were they were to do it and then bring it back under the allocation methodology, I can't say right now whether or not this would be an item we would have to bring back to the board for approval, or if we could consider this a clearly eligible expense. That would depend on probably some additional justification and support from the applicant.
Okay.
One other thing I just noticed is new HVAC system. I mean, that sounds like it. Right. I mean, we're approving those all over the place. So, at $65,000 for the renovation, which includes new flooring, bathroom, and new HVAC and equipment and storage for $65,000. That kind of raises a question in my mind. Sounds cheap. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, your idea was the most excellent one.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
one thing that was discussed at the beginning of the meeting with that allocation method was anything that was capital construction related would have to have an application, not just put on that pre-approved list.
Right.
So this would be one of those that would require an application and not just slipping it through on that pre-approved list under the allocation method.
Well, thanks, Beth. I guess, you know, what I'm concerned about is we don't have anybody on the Zoom call to answer these questions. And so my concern was that I don't really think we're prepared to move forward with this. My concern was I didn't want to leave the impression that we absolutely rejected it, because I just don't know the particulars about it. And so I'm trying to figure out what way we can do that. I guess probably communicate back from the staff, but my sense was just and take no action on this.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps we should table it. We are planning another
Yep, that would be
meeting
fine.
in September, and we could
Sure.
consider it again at that point,
Yeah.
or whichever methodology.
Or we could send it back to them with a request for further information. So I would entertain a motion to send this application back to the applicant and ask them to address the specific concerns.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move that we table item number 10, Powell Healthcare Coalition for the HVAC and flooring project, and direct staff to communicate with the applicant to get more information.
Is there a second? Is there a second to the table motion? Did you? There is a second. Yes, it's from the auditor, so immediate to a vote. Yes. Thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. So next item is the Sheridan Memorial Hospital.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. The applicant's requesting $1,270,000 to upgrade HVAC and electrical infrastructure in their existing hospital space. The applicant states that the purpose is to provide a conditioned air system to the unfinished lower level shell space, to provide spare for essential staff and allow the hospital to increase its patient surge capacity. The project proposes to install one air handling unit and the associated ductwork needed to condition the space. The concerns are necessity and the timeline. It's unclear how a project to upgrade an HVAC to allow for additional space for displaced essential hospital staff is necessary to mitigate or respond to the COVID public health emergency. And the applicant, they did provide a timeline that estimated December 15th as the completion date. Notably, the applicant conceded that the timeline for the project is aggressive.
Thank you, Director. Any questions of the staff? Hearing none, I see Mr. McCafferty is on. Mr. McCafferty.
Mr. Chairman, Governor, board members, thank you for your time. My name is Mike McCafferty. I'm the CEO of Sheridan Memorial Hospital. This is our second application, and our work on the first project is well underway and going well. I appreciate the staff's assessment of our application. As she said, this project will provide for an HVAC system in existing hospital space for use of long-term location for at least 40 essential hospitals.
Mr. McCafferty, can I ask you to get maybe a little closer to your microphone?
Sure, I'm sorry. Is this better?
Much better.
Okay. I apologize for that. As I was saying, this project will provide for an HVAC system in existing hospital space for at least 40 essential hospital staff members who've been moved into 4 separate temporary facilities as a direct consequence of COVID-19 pandemic and our hospital surge planning. This space will allow us to maintain our patient surge capacity, keep our patients safe, protect our staff members, and bring these essential workers back into the hospital to better meet the needs of our community. The proposed spaces do not currently have the required air exchanges or fresh air that are required for frontline staff and patients in the hospital. We have, as the staff talked about, we've provided letters of support and guarantee from our contractors along with a Gantt chart and timeline to get the project completed within the time frame. You know, some of the people that this has impacted directly, that's taken them out of the hospital, are you know, quality and patient safety nurses, our employee health nurse, trauma nurses, nurse educators, clinical educators, patient advocate, clinical and nurse recruiting, and clinical informatics. A lot of these folks have been moved to separate locations, and bringing them back to the hospital will be able to create the continuity we need for the team to be able to provide the best care we can for the community. So they have all been displaced as the consequence of this pandemic. So we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, and I'll try and answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. McCafferty? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor.
I guess this goes back to, you know, unlike the Converse County project, this is sort of one project, or at least that's how I'm interpreting it. And so the question for Mr. McCafferty is, you know, if it can't be completed in the timeline, is the hospital able and willing to be able to fund that if something were to go terribly awry with the timeline?
So it's a good question. You know, we will end up with costs associated with this regardless. We have costs in our temporary facilities right now. Those will be ongoing, and so there's opportunity costs in all of this that we have to weigh, and so we will look at that very closely. We believe this is a very important project. It's very important to get these people back onto the campus to be able to interact on a daily basis with all these folks. And right now, being displaced creates a big problem. And so the answer would be that, yes, we are committed to this project. We believe we can get it done within the time frame, but we would move forward with it regardless.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up? Auditor, no. Superintendent, any questions? Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Secretary, so what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Auditor.
I would move that the board approve up to $1,270,000 to Sheridan Memorial Hospital for infrastructure upgrade for essential hospital staff.
Thank you, Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Superintendent Baylor. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thumbs up. Please thumbs. That motion carries. Congratulations. Last matter, North Lincoln Hospital District Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the last matter on this particular list. The applicant's requesting $180,805 to replace its HVAC air handling unit and to replace carpet in the clinic with hard surfaces. The applicant states replacing the HVAC is necessary to improve the air exchange for the family medicine clinic, and replacing the flooring is necessary to improve infection control practices. The general concerns are necessity and the timeline. It's unclear whether these projects are necessary to mitigate or respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and the timeline provided by the applicant estimates completion by December 31st, 2020, but it's unclear if in fact that can be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Any questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? Any questions for the staff? Hearing none. I see that we have Bren Lowe on. Mr. Bump, I think, Bren, you're on.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, this is Bren Lowe, the CEO of Star Valley Health. Thanks for considering this request. The request is to replace the HVAC system in our largest clinic, which is in Afton, which sees the majority of the symptomatic outpatient patients, as well as completes the majority of the COVID testing in Star Valley. And so that's a part of the request, that HVAC, those changes to improve airflow and air exchange. And then the second part of that request, which was somewhat discussed on a previous request, what's the need for flooring and how does it apply? And that's really the best practice to, with infection prevention and control practices, to have hard surfaces to clean, especially in an outpatient clinic with transmission concerns, is to try to get that to all hard surface so it's more wipeable and cleanable. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Any questions for Mr. Lowe?
Mr. Chairman, if he could talk about the timeline a little bit and their plan for that.
Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Lowe.
Yes, we did get some reassurances from the architect regarding the HVAC timeline, that it would be completed before December, the end of December, as well as the carpet vendor said that the project can easily be completed before the end of December as well.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Auditor?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lowe, if that timeline should fall apart, is the hospital district able to fund the project without CARES funding?
Yes, we understand. We understand that requirement.
Recognizing none of us want that, I'm just asking the question out loud.
Yes, we are willing and able to do that if necessary. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any further questions? I see Mr. Boley is on as well.
Mr. Chairman, just to weigh in a little bit here on especially on the infection prevention side of things, porous materials have been shown to hold the different viruses and things much more than a hard surface. So I didn't speak on the heritage project because that has nothing to do with me, but I could understand where they were going with that in Powell. It just makes sense when you've got a large group of people that are in and out of that building to try and cut down on infection, to treat COVID patients and keep the spread at a minimum. So I just offering my support for Mr. Lowe and for Star Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Any questions from Mr. Boley? Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would make a motion to approve item number 12, North Lincoln County Hospital District, for the HVAC and flooring in the amount of $180,805.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. So, Madam Director, thank you. I'm going to say that we should take a little bit of a break here, and when we come back, we'll have a presentation on the allocation for health facilities, and then I believe we have another longer list to go through, and so thank you very much. Hopefully by then we'll have run out of air and we can move quickly. Thank you. We'll stand adjourned. It is now 1 o'clock. We'll stand adjourned till about 1:30. Does that sound all right? Okay. Thank you.
All right, this is just a warning that we're coming back in. I have the treasurer and the secretary here, so I'm going to hopefully Auditor Racinas and Superintendent Balo will come on momentarily. I felt badly. That was such a nice report. Your team did a great job. Yeah.
She's not a member?
No.
And I was just so conditioned, because we do that like twice every 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she is specifically not on that list. So, Superintendent, you are here. I'm hoping that the auditor is going to join us momentarily. Trying to text her now. Oh, there she is. Even before I could hit go. All right, we have everybody back, so here in this room we have the treasurer and the secretary and myself, Auditor Racinas, and Superintendent Balo are online. And as I mentioned, I will take up the matter of the allocation for healthcare facilities. And Deputy Chief of Staff Anderson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So based on your request, we went back and Erica has put together a new funding model for healthcare that works through some of Mr. Bowley's comments and some other issues. And so what I will do, we'll walk you through that. Just to start with, as originally we had two allocations for healthcare facilities, and one was $55 million for infrastructure and $45 million for other costs. We did away with that difference, and we put one funding model of $100 million, which I think kind of goes more along Mr. Bowley's model. I think is what he was speaking from is kind of one number for all $100 million. And so that's the first change. And then what I'll do is just walk you through each type of health facility and the changes that Erica's made on the spreadsheet. So first off were the hospitals. We originally had a base amount of $350,000 for infrastructure costs and $300,000 for other costs, which would have been a total of $650,000 base amount if you combine those two allocation models. Mr. Bowley has suggested $1 million for hospitals, well, $500,000 for critical access hospitals, and then $1 million for the rest. And that is reflected in the spreadsheet Erica's put together. On the number of beds, we originally had $750 for infrastructure costs and $500 for other costs, which together would have been $1,250 per bed. Mr. Bowley's model was $5,000 per bed. So we upped that amount per bed for $5,000. And then we did leave in the COVID numbers. I think Mr. Bowley's first preference was not to include COVID, but I think at some point he did say if that's necessary to to ensure that this does qualify under the CARES Act, that he could live with that. So we left the CARES numbers in for hospitals. So those, and we did not change the per bed rate or per day rate on those. The number of COVID days, it was $1,250 per day. And the number of COVID beds, it's $1,250 per bed. Now, I'll say, if you combine the two allocation models, that would be $2,500. We did not combine that number. We just left it at the $1,250. If you'd like to see it at $2,500, Erica could easily change that. So those are the changes we did for hospitals. And then for the next facility, the long-term care skilled nursing facilities, again, we kind of put together the two plans. Originally, we had $350,000 for infrastructure costs and $300,000 for other costs for the base amount for long-term care, which would be $650,000. Mr. Bowley's proposal was $150,000. So that is what we've put in this model. And then the amount we had for beds was $750 for infrastructure costs and $500 for other costs. That would have been $1,250 per bed. Mr. Bowley has recommended or requested $2,000 per bed. So that is the number we put in for long-term care facilities. On the other facilities, he had no proposals, so I want to make sure you understand what we did, but we very much kept it to what, for the most part, to what we had before. So for the assisted living facilities, the infrastructure model had $350,000 base amount. The other cost model has $300,000. So we combined that for assisted living facilities for a base amount of $650,000. When it came to the level 1 and level 2 beds, we utilized the numbers for the other cost model, or the $45 million. We did not combine the two when it came to the beds for assisted living facilities. So that left us with $500 for level 1 beds and $1,000 for level 2 beds. Again, that's a change of one number for Erica if you'd like to see, if you'd like us to add the per bed price for both models. On the federally qualified health centers, it was just a base amount. We added the two base amounts together to $350,000. So that's what we put for federally qualified health centers. For rural health clinics, the combined base amount would be $350,000. That's the number we used. And on home health agencies, the combined base amount would be $150,000. And that's what we used. So when we utilized those particular numbers, we actually came up slightly less, about $85 million. So we did come up slightly less than the $100 million allocated for healthcare facilities. There would be on top of that, there was a discussion, and I know that there's a possibility of trying to utilize monies from other CARES programs that maybe don't get used of the $1.25 billion. And so I don't know if there's some recommendation to try to use some of those funds for the primary care providers and clinics on a more traditional application basis. And Erica's run, we did note, I mean, one of the glaring things in what we put together is that Mr. Bowley has put together $150,000 as the base amount for long-term care facilities. But the base amount for the assisted living and rural health and the others is much higher than that. It's $650,000. And so Erica ran it and said, well, what if we were to give long-term care facilities the same base amount as assisted living facilities? And when she ran that number, we came over about $7 million-ish. So like the total of $107 million. If you kind of split the difference at $400,000, you came up at you're slightly under like $1.5 million. So that's one way to play with it. Again, you can play with the per bed amount since we didn't really was exactly double, but we didn't add together the per bed amount from both the models.
Mr. Treasurer, can I get a definition of a home health provider? Thanks. Ms. Davis.
Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, a home health agency provides services in the home to individuals who have come home from the hospital. Usually they have had a qualifying stay in the hospital, and they are now receiving their services at home. So that would include such services as nursing, skilled nursing skills, CNAs that come in and help, excuse me, with bathing, dressing, any of those life skills that they need help with. And then it also includes therapeutic services like physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy. So those services qualify under home health, which are all, those are billable services. This does not include anything outside of what would be a billable service under the home health agency.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, occupational therapy be like teaching people cooking skills for themselves at home? Would that be considered an occupational therapy, or what would be an occupational therapy?
Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, yes, occupational therapy deals with what they refer to as ADLs, activities of daily living, which include dressing, bathing, cooking, cleaning, some of those skills that they need to acquire to move towards being independent at home again. So home health agencies provide those services in order to either move the patient to the next step of an outpatient setting or to get them to where they can be independent at home without any further medical intervention.
Mr. Chairman, but you have people who provide home health services, but necessarily not through an agency, so they don't get any of this money.
Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that is correct. In this, these are licensed home health agencies. So some of those home health agencies might also be doing services that aren't medically based from a hospital discharge and might be offering CNA supports to an individual for bathing, but isn't necessarily a billable service under a therapeutic intervention. So those agencies also do those skills, but this would not include a facility. So in Laramie County, we have the Home Instead company, which goes in and helps seniors in their home so they can stay in home. That is not included under this model. This is just the licensed home health agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there any other questions, Mr. Secretary? Any questions? Auditor, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My question is, I know we're all trying to assess need and demand the best we can. And so I think one way to do that is look at the applications we've received so far. And I know we've received substantial and numerous applications from hospitals. So my question is, has the Office of State Lands, what has been our application rate from these other entities? And I'm not in any way saying they haven't been impacted previously, but I also don't want to throw a lot of money at them that they can't spend because the guidelines are so tight. And I guess my point is, Mr. Chairman, if we haven't received any applications from home health agencies and the amount of time that this has been out, is that a relevant information point or not?
Please, Beth.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I don't believe we have received any applications from home health agencies. The majority of our applications honestly have come from the hospitals and hospital districts. The applications we presented to you, there haven't been any that we've held back. So I would say the rate of application of those entities is low to none.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I just as a beginning discussion point, I would be concerned about the reality. I know that $150,000 each is not a lot of money when it comes to doing much of anything, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to spend it within the guidelines, within the time frame.
So Auditor, it's a good point you make. The one thing I would mention is that I think a number of these services, and Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but probably are receiving funds from the Department of Health or Department of Family Services. And those may be reduced at this point to where I wonder if they might not be more interested in applying for these. Could you just make me aware of that, Jen? Thanks.
Chairman, I believe that Department of Health does put funding into some of these entities where, like the federally qualified health centers, they do not. That is strictly federal money that comes in for those. Rural health clinics also are federally funded as well. When we get into the home health agencies, they don't get money from the Department of Health per se, other than billing Medicaid. They would get Medicaid reimbursement for those services under eligible individuals. Also, many of those individuals would also receive Medicare benefits, which covers home health. I think where we get into the cost that, I think two things. One, I don't know that maybe many of these entities know that this is available to them to be applying into. I think the other is that all of these healthcare entities have had to make changes either with their staff or with their facilities in order to accommodate COVID, have had increased costs around PPE equipment, making sure that they are meeting that level. Also for home health as an example, regardless of whether patients were positive or were negative for COVID, they would still need their services inside their homes. So staff were still needing to continue that work regardless of what a patient at home was experiencing, just because those individuals are at a risky point that without services, they would have went back into the hospital or into a nursing home facility. So again, I think that some of them have received little amounts of money, like the FQHCs. Rural health clinics, I believe, have received some money from the feds, but it's been pretty minimal in Wyoming.
Thank you. Let me ask a sort of a follow-on, and maybe this is one that Brandy or Mr. Miller can respond to. Do we have a notion if any of these funds could be used for hazard pay, for example? And I see Ms. Monger is walking forward.
So yes, I do think, Mr. Chair, I do believe these could be used for hazard pay. So again, when we're talking about payroll, there's a different standard for payroll for governmental entities than there is for sort of business and business interruption and business costs that would be different. So my presumption is that these would be private entities. And so, yeah, they could seek hazard pay as it related to dealing with the COVID crisis.
Okay. And I think that's certainly a worthy purpose, because I think a lot of CNAs that take on these jobs are paid at a very low rate. So, any other questions, Mr. Treasurer?
As far as the long-term care facilities and the assisted living facilities, what's the I guess the number of them that have had COVID
infected people within their facilities and the number that haven't had. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not we're giving money to people that necessarily don't need it. I can see if the hazard pay thing, if like the folks up in Riverton and Washington County, other areas, I know there's hot spots, and those folks necessarily could probably spend that money or generate billings for it anyway. It's probably money already spent. But other people, it's like, I don't know what they do with it.
Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I do not know how many of our long-term care assisted living facilities have had positive cases in it. There have been several around the state where we've seen some outbreaks in them. I know that some of them have had just staff test positive and not necessarily residents, but I don't know the exact number of those. I think where the additional expense that is incurred that's COVID related for long-term care and assisted living is testing. I spoke with one of the long-term care facilities here in Cheyenne, and they had a positive case from an employee in the facility, so they had to do 100% testing of all the residents and staff, which took them over 50 hours just to prep in order to do the testing, having to label the tubes and all of that. So they have had some expense there. They've had expense in the nursing home facilities. Many of them are double occupancy rooms, so figuring out how to keep individuals safe in that fashion. So I think a lot of theirs is really related to that additional PPE, additional staffing, hazard pay, those types of things that would be just general expenses, whether they had COVID cases or not. And then if they have, then that additional burden of figuring out quarantine, which is very different within those facilities because that's their home. So figuring all that out, I think, has been challenging for those who have had positive resident cases.
Thanks. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would just comment again, and I don't have an end game. I'm not saying they should receive more or less money. I'm just, I think a good parallel of the concern that's in my mind is what has happened with the funds to WCDA, where the amount seemed reasonable. It seemed that there was a need, but when it actually comes down to meeting guidelines, the dollars don't add up nearly as quickly as we thought. And I would also note that a lot of the home health, or some of them at least, have received funds through multiple tranches of the Business Council funding as well, for both mitigation, which would be like the testing that Jen discussed, and business interruption for lost revenue. So again, I want to get that out there.
Very good, very good. I do see that Mr. Boley is got his hand raised. I wanted to just ask any more questions from the board. If there are none, Mr. Boley, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's hard to believe I want to talk about this. And you're going to know more about healthcare by the time this is over than you ever wanted to know. I think we're getting close to something really good here. One thing that I did want to address, and I did it in my opening comments earlier when we looked at the funding model, but I didn't give specifics. The one thing that I think is important is that assisted living should not receive more funding than long-term care. Long-term care has been affected drastically by this. They have more expenses incurred, a lot to do with their staffing models. They're 70% Medicaid patients normally. Their reimbursement is lower, so their ability to adapt and to cover all their expenses is more difficult. I would propose that maybe we flip-flop what we're doing with the assisted living and the nursing homes as far as their bases are concerned. I just didn't do a very good job of articulating that. When we put together our comments earlier, we were trying to find a sweet spot, and I did a bad job on that. So that would be one proposal that I'd like to put out there, is that we flip flop those.
So Erica, and thank you for putting all this there, and Mr. Bowley, thank you. But Erica, I think at this point, I think there's some alignment at that 400 number. Is that correct? If I understood, for both long-term care and assisted living?
Mr. Chair. Sorry, I can't talk with my computer in the way. Mr. Chairman, so if we have the long-term care with what we're looking at right now, let me get back up there. The long-term care right now had the proposal was 150. We had talked about moving that up to 400. I can show that in the model here. And then with the assisted living, they're at 650.
And you were going to move those down to 400.
We were going to move the long-term care up to 400.
But not assisted living down.
Mr. Chairman, we can do whatever you want to do. I think Mr. Bowley is recommending that we just switch and have the assisted living at a base of 150, which is what he originally recommended for long-term care, and then take the assisted living 650 and move that to long-term care. We can run that switch to see what that looks like, and Erica had run the total numbers per type of facility so you could see, and he's right that put more money in assisted living. There's a lot of options here. You could do long-term care and assisted living at 400. You could leave assisted living at 350 and put long-term care at 400. I think it's really up to you, and Erica can run some of those numbers if you want to see what that looks like.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Bowley.
So the assisted living, they have incurred significant expenses, and they are struggling with it, but it's not to the degree that long-term care is. And so I think an adjustment that's proportionate to the impact would be the right way to go. So I don't think they should be at parity or even close. I think almost flip-flopping them would make sense, but if that makes sense.
Okay, we'll look at what
Mr. Chairman, let me just have 1 second to do that. I just unshared my screen so I didn't make anybody dizzy. Hang on.
So Erica is working on that. While we're waiting, I just want to give the board opportunity to. Does this appear to be the right way to go, Mr. Secretary? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
No, that makes perfect sense to me, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer.
I'm assuming that these are going to be billed to you just like the payrolls are, and so there got to be some basis in fact before they get necessarily a reimbursement type of a program.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's right. The
Okay.
same model, they would have to file a receipt for reimbursement.
Okay, and I see Kathy Emmons has her hand up. And you might be muted. Kathy, we can, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as Mr. Bowley just remarked, I wanted to follow up. I don't think I did a very good job of explaining part of our situation either. With the independent health departments in the state, we are not county employees, we're not city employees, we're not state employees. We are truly independent. So with the decrease in revenues from sales taxes during the last year, in our department, we've taken an 18% cut from the city revenues we get from them, and then 18% from the county, as well as funding we receive from the state. But our workload in responding specifically to COVID has increased significantly, as well as the needs for things like specific refrigerators to store vaccines for COVID once those become available. So our costs have gone up significantly, but we don't have resources to go to for those very specific COVID-related costs, that because we don't fall under city, county, or healthcare, we're not able to acquire. So again, I just want to put in my plug for including those three departments into a category like the federally qualified healthcare or another facility would go a really long way of meeting the needs in our community, especially in a place like Laramie County, where we do have so many positive individuals, as well as the responsibility of working with the Air Force Base, the elected officials at the state, and the Guard. That increases our work scope significantly with COVID. So I just wanted to put that final plug in there for inclusion in one of the healthcare categories.
Thank you, Ms. Emmons. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
No, thank you.
Okay, Jen, Ms. Davis.
Chairman, we did talk about we haven't talked a lot about it yet, as far as maybe some set aside for some primary care clinic, and I think that these three health departments that don't fall under the state could also fit into that model as well to apply for some of that funding.
Thanks, and that is a proposal that'll come. Erica, do we have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Let me share my screen. So on here, Mr. Chairman, what I did is for the long-term skilled care and nursing facilities, we upped the flat amount to $650,000. And then you can see on here for the assisted living, we decreased that to $150,000. And so at the bottom where we have our subtotals, and I apologize for scrolling, on the bottom here, you can see that it took the total amount that we would allocate to $90,893,000. That would have hospitals getting $32.1 million, the long-term care facilities $30 million, and then that reduces the assisted living to 5.8.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's what Mr. Bowley was
recommending.
Just flip-flop the base amount for those two types of facilities.
Okay. Members of the board, round robin for you first, and then we'll go to Mr. Bowley. So, Superintendent, any comments? No. Auditor Racinas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm getting closer. I would love to see, I mean, the fact that, for example, our health department here doesn't qualify is an omission. So I think that has to be squared away because they're doing definitely the heavy lifting here. I think a set aside for clinics is very critical as well. I don't think they're a good candidate for an allocation. Too many of them weren't affected in the same way or a severe way necessarily, at least not in ways that we can help with this money. And B, we have no idea which ones were affected or not. So having a set aside pot for those few to apply to, for example, like the one in Lander who has been really hard hit and is trying to deal with that the best they can. I like that idea. To me, the glaring omission is still senior centers. I know that some of those are able to apply potentially through their town. I believe that most of them couldn't, and they're standalone nonprofits. Now, I do recognize again that they are also eligible to an extent for business council funds. But some of the things that, as we've seen already in some of the requests we have approved, they can't do anything proactive. And I know in theory, it's good to say, okay, well, they can go ahead and do it and then request funds through the mitigation program, but they're not operating on a margin where they can go out and necessarily expend $500,000 to renovate their dining room or something. So those are my, sorry to take up so much time. Those are my summary thoughts at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the overall summation of all these different sleeves of funding. We've got 150 to the local governments plus $50 million on the side that's left over, so that's 200 now. We had a total of 350 in this whole program. So we got 150 left over after the local governments, and we spent about 68 in the construction and the payroll reimbursement. Again, no, about 62, I guess. So how do we spend this? So are we overlaying this with this 62 that we've already spent? I just want to make sure that's what we're up to.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Myers, so the total number, if you're combining the local governments and healthcare and tribes, that total number is $310 million. It was $200 million total for local governments, $100 million total for healthcare, and $10 million for the tribes. And so if you're, that's how we said that.
More than 350. 200 and 210?
310 million.
310 million.
Yeah, total. 200 local governments, 110.
110. We don't. Okay, so we don't have 350. We got 310.
Right.
Okay. All right.
And again, if with the imposition of the allocation model, it's not a clawback model, but it does, you have filled your allocation and possibly exceeded it, but we'll try to true that up later.
Okay.
So, Mr. Secretary.
We're going to have anything.
No, the only thing I was going to follow up on the auditor's comment. I mean, these are just political subdivisions only, so the state can't. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what the Senior Services Board is and where we could put, an allocation for that legally under the. I'm just thinking through that as I talk. I don't know.
Creature of the state.
Yeah.
Exactly sure.
Mr. Chairman, I think Jim has.
So, Ms. Davis, and then after that, I see Eric has his, or Mr. Boley has his hand up, so.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, totally lost my train of thought there for a second. The Senior Centers, Department of Health does work with the senior centers, so there might be an opportunity to do an allocation through the Department of Health for them to distribute to the senior centers across the state. So that could be one option. I believe it was mentioned earlier today, as Auditor Racina said, some of them have applied through the municipalities' county money, which could also potentially be an option for them too. So if we looked at doing some sort of set aside that maybe could run through the Department of Health in order to work with that relationship that's already there with the state and those centers.
Okay. Mr. Boley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to operate off of everything changing without being able to see it. So I think we're pretty close from our perspective, but a little bit of feedback again. So what we've done now, and it's my fault because I couldn't see it, by going to 650 for long-term care facilities, they're actually going to receive more money than our critical access hospitals. So here's one final thing, and then I promise I'll try and just shut up for the rest of the day. If we were to bump the critical access hospitals, there's 16 of them, bump them to 750,000 base, lower the lower the long-term care facilities to 400,000 base, and increase the assisted living from 150 to 200,000. I actually think we're going to end up a few dollars ahead, but I think that might be more proportionate to the impact of what we're seeing in COVID. And again, I apologize. I'm trying to work off the fly here.
Right, and I want to be mindful too, Mr. Boley, that having a bit of headroom here may not be a bad idea.
Mr. Chairman, with that change, what it would do is it would increase the hospital allocation to 35.9 million, the long-term skilled nursing facility to 21.7 million, and the assisted living would increase a little bit to 7.5 million. Oh, I'm sorry. And then for the federal qualified healthcare services, they would get 7 million. Rural health clinics would get 8,050,000. And the home health agencies would be 7,050,000 for a total of 87.3 roughly million.
And the opportunity to put in a couple of placeholders that we could use for clinics and that sort of thing. So, okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, just one other comment. Is it feasible to have just a separate set aside as you described for lack of a better word, everybody else? You know, we've identified a couple groups of entities that we fear may be getting missed in this. And my concern is we might be missing a couple others. So as opposed to say, send some to the Department of Health, which I think would work for senior centers, and a little bit for clinics. Is it possible to just combine that and say all other entities who are authorized under the state legislation can access that other pot of money?
I think it's entirely up to the board how they want to structure that. So,
I think if I'm following, we talked about 5 million set aside for primary care providers, and so I think what she said, we might add another 5 million. Now it depends on the headroom that you just mentioned. You might want to have it, and I'm assuming that cap 100 million, so that puts you right up against that. It's not a lot of room, so that's a consideration. But I could live with that. Like if you wanted to say auditor 8 million, 10 million, I think your idea works.
And Mr. Chairman, that would, if there's some, I think we all thought that things like the county health department would be included, and so my other concern is that might capture if there's some other oddball entity structure that really needs to access these funds and is eligible under the state legislation. I like that idea. And I think we are going to have excess in some of those allocations. It's just a question of being able to pull it back soon enough to be able to use it.
No, that sounds good to me. Any further comments, Deputy Chief?
No, that explains everything, and we're just happy to switch anything else up you want to see. I'm speaking on behalf of Erica,
Oh, thank you, Erica, for your work, and Jen for yours as well. I think we are at a point where it would be appropriate if someone wanted to offer up a motion, and I'm going to borrow the Secretary's phrase, may I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be prepared to make a motion if they could go back to the screen they were on. There we go. I'll attempt it, and then everyone else can tear it apart or amend it if need be. But I would move that we set the allocation as listed, totaling $87,293,000, split up between home health agencies, rural health clinics, FQHCs, assisted living facilities, long-term care skilled nursing facilities, and hospitals. And as part of that motion, I would then have an additional $10 million essentially for any other entity eligible under the legislation to apply for these funds in the same way they have been, same process. And so that would capture senior centers that may not have access otherwise. That would capture private clinics who aren't going to have access otherwise. Now, the one question I have is the standalone health departments. Do we want them in all others, or do we want them to be part of the allocation? Does anyone have strong feelings on that? I would say maybe put them in with all others. And I think fairly quickly we're going to have some idea of what the draw on that pot of funding is going to be, and we can be nimble. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be my bloody attempt at a motion.
Okay, that motion's been made by the auditor.
Second that.
It's been seconded by the Secretary for discussion. With that, we are now in discussion.
Just curious, does that include Dennis?
Sorry.
They haven't came out yet. You know? They're medically licensed. I mean, it's a broad category, I guess.
I suppose it could be, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some that you want.
Mr. Chairman, did he ask about dentists?
I'm sorry, what?
Did he ask about dentists?
He did.
And
And chiropractors. Any other discussion? Mr. Secretary.
The comment I had was, if I had heard correctly, public health. And then I thought, would that come under the allocation for counties or local governments? It could come under the all other or others as well, but I thought maybe they'd be covered under a local government.
But Mr. Chairman.
Please, Auditor.
And maybe I misunderstood that, but my understanding is that, for example, the Laramie County Health Department is not, they are not a county entity, and they are not a City of Cheyenne entity, and therefore they were sort of left out in the cold.
And Mr. Chairman, and I'm getting the head nod from from Ms. Davis. So that is correct. And so that's, I don't know if that's just the one anomaly or, but yeah, that's what Ms. Emmons had said, now that you guys remind me of that.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, I believe Ms. Emmons said there are 3 health departments like theirs that are not really covered by their local government.
Right. Actually, I think that was Ms. Bush who said that. Okay, further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Before we vote, I just want to say thank you very much for bearing with us and working through this, Mr. Boley and Ms. Emmons and others. Thank you especially Ms. Ligursky and Ms. Davis and Deputy Chief of Staff Anderson. I just think we've come to a conclusion here. So with that, all in favor signify.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Auditor Racines?
Sorry, one more thing. Do we just need to clarify or state out loud that prior awards would count against these allocations, but there would not be a clawback?
Very much an appropriate discussion item.
And that,
so
that would be my assumption. I just want to say that out loud.
I think that goes in the record, I think, right?
I would, the second agrees with that if that's part of the motion.
Okay. Very good. All in favor signify by saying aye or a thumbs up if you're on screen.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you very, very much. Long day, but good work. And with that, I think we have the director and Ms. Blackwell and others back up. And then we're going through the no funding. And I do see a request to see where what the worksheet looks like, and so Director, will we have a way to post that? I think Erica can probably get it to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly post that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the recommended no funding list for August 27th of 2020. Depending on how you would like to do this, some of them, or at least a number of them, come from the same applicant. So I would propose that at least those that are the same applicant, we kind of handle as a group all at once, so we're not sort of going every which way. Then the others we can take one at a time, or however you would like to do them. Some are very easy. It's just a matter of the board determining necessity.
Okay. Hearing no objection, I think if we can go through these in a more grouped fashion, that would be good.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'll start with number 1 on the recommended no funding. The applicant is Lincoln County. They have a request for $2,500 to cover expenses related to extra postage to mail absentee ballots for the primary and general election. The concern with this is that they are eligible for other funding from the Secretary of State's office. There's apparently a specific fund for election-related expenses.
I think I know somebody who might be able to answer that.
That is correct. We got CARES funding for election-related issues, and counties can apply to us for the cost of absentee ballots sent in excess of the 2016 election. So more than what they had done before will reimburse, and I don't believe I've seen an application from Lincoln County for that reimbursement. So for now, this is a good recommendation.
Okay. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion. And
Mr.
just to be clear, and let me, before you do that, just to be clear, Madam Director, all of these that we're going to consider, your recommendation is no fund.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
So if we move to accept the director's recommendation, we are moving to not fund. Okay, thank you. Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to accept the director's recommendation of no funding for postage, et cetera, to Lincoln County.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or thumbs up. Noes, and that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next recommendation on the no funding list is the City of Evanston. They are seeking $9,855 to cover expenses for maintenance and upkeep of unutilized public buildings and cancellation of public and private events. Again, the concern is necessity. These expenditures do not appear to be eligible for CARES funding. Revenue replacement is not a permissible use of fund payments. Cancellation of public and private events appears to be an attempt at revenue replacement. And maintenance and upkeep of unutilized public buildings does not appear to be necessary to mitigate or respond to COVID-19. Also, likely upkeep on buildings is probably a budgeted expenditure. So our recommendation would be no fund here.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask a quick question. So the theory here is if I have let's say a public meeting space and I'm not using it, this would be funding to keep it clean while we're not using it, that sort of thing. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
I would move that we adopt the director's recommendation as to item number 2, City of Evanston, on the no fund list.
The Secretary has moved the director's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the recommended no funding list is Cheyenne-Laramie County Health Department. They're requesting $8,488 to purchase a refrigerator freezer to store COVID-19 immunizations when they become available. The concern is necessity. While the purchase may eventually be necessary, there currently is no COVID-19 immunization available at this point, and it's unclear whether it will actually be available before December 30th of 2020. So our recommendation is not to fund.
And I recognize that Kathy Emmons is on. And so let me take your commentary, Ms. Emmons.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is not just a standard refrigerator. This is a pharmaceutical refrigerator that from all the information we can find, all the vaccinations being viewed at this point or potential vaccinations for COVID are going to need to be refrigerated. This is a $16,976 refrigerator. We have found a way to pay for the other half. So this is just half of the cost of that. We would, of course, not be going forward with reimbursement for this product unless the vaccine does, in fact, need to be refrigerated. But like I said, at this point, all indications is that that's going to be necessary to keep the vaccine safe so that we can administer the 90,000 or so doses in the county.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Emmons? Any questions? Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Auditor.
I would move to accept the director's recommendation. I do want to thank Ms. Emmons for all, she's been a tremendous help today, and this would be a perfect request before the end of the year if it does come out and we're able to fund this during this year. But right now, I feel like it's a little premature.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer, thank you, Auditor.
I guess I have a question for the Mrs. Edmonds. I mean, I don't believe this is the kind of refrigerator that you can go down to the big box store and pick it up tomorrow afternoon if you need it. I'm wondering what's the lead time on this refrigerator as far as the manufacturer, and I would assume that there's going to be a lot of people wanting to pick this up the day after the vaccine is released. So I'm just wondering the capacity of manufacturing, the lead time on these.
So, and Auditor, I recognize you've made a motion, and we'll just hold that. And normally we go straight to a second, but I think it's important testimony. So, please proceed, Ms. Emmons.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. The lead time, I'm going to say at this point, is probably about 30 days. The closer we get to a vaccine release, the longer that's going to be, because you're exactly right that the competition for these resources, for lack of a better word, is getting tighter and tighter. So we're trying to get out on the front end so that we can make sure that we can keep those vaccines safe and be able to release vaccinations as soon as possible.
So I'm going to ask now for a second on the auditor's motion to accept the director's recommendation. Second. It's been seconded by the secretary. Now discussion is in order, but thank you, Ms. Emmons. I would tend to agree with the auditor. I think it's a worthy project. But my problem is, as I look at it right now, it's anticipating things, and that is pretty much not allowed.
Even some discussion on anticipating things is not allowed.
Well, Mr. Treasurer, I guess the point being we can't purchase for things that might come. It's really supposed to be related to what is happening now.
We're spending tens of millions of dollars on things that might happen of somebody getting COVID.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I just think this is one of those that's really tough to fit in.
I just frankly disagree. I think this is something that we can get it now. If we get a vaccine in 60 days. Whether or not we're going to get it by the time we can get the vaccine, and it just seems like it's the old penny wise pound foolish, I guess.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Ms. Emmons, and before I ask it, I just want to say that we have not had the luxury of being proactive during this pandemic very many times. And I really applaud your thoughtfulness in being proactive with this request. And I'm wondering if you ordered it and found out that the vaccine either wasn't going to be ready or didn't need refrigeration, or I don't know, was a powder that you put on your skin or something, would you be able to cancel the order? And let me maybe ask that a different way. I would have assumed that if you order the refrigerator now, it will be several months, and in that time, you will learn more, perhaps, about the vaccine. And if you found out that it didn't need refrigeration, is it something that you put a deposit down and you lose your deposit? Or is it something that you could get a refund on or cancel your order? And it looks like maybe we lost Ms. Emmons.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we did lose Ms. Emmons just now.
Okay. Darn. I don't know obviously don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if someone else on the call does, but I'm generally inclined to support this. It is preventative, but it's also proactive. And I agree with the treasurer that we've had a lot of requests that have been proactive and in anticipation. She's back on. We're having trouble hearing you.
Mr. I apologize. My computer just died, just completely lost.
Ms. Emmons?
You might want to consider some broadband funding while we're
Ms. Emmons, I think you're on mute also.
Okay, thank you. I am so sorry. My computer just died.
No worries.
I'm so sorry. So I missed your question completely.
My question was simply this. If you order the refrigerator and say it's going to be 2 months before you get it, and you learn in that 2 months that a vaccine will not need to be refrigerated, maybe it's a salve or something like that, would you be able to cancel this order and not accept the money?
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, we would either do that or figure out a way to pay for it with other funds. Yes, we. If the vaccine is not refrigerated, we would not accept the funds from the CARES money for that refrigerator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes, Randy.
I just wanted to clarify something within the CARES Act. And so we talk about the facts all the time, but within the actual guidance on the CARES Act, one of the things that the guidance says, and so I think the guidance is a little bit more important than the facts almost, because the guidance is the part that they want us to listen to. It talks about, furthermore, in all cases, it must be necessary that performance or delivery take place during the covered period. Thus, the cost of a good or service received during the covered period will not be considered eligible under Section 601B if there is no need for the receipt until after the covered period had expired. And I think that that's what we're talking about in this case. If we end up with a refrigerator or a freezer that does no good until after December 30th, that's a pretty easy one, right? We talk about all these other projects that we're funding on and some of the timing issues there. And there's some argument that, you know, some of this is going to be helpful and whatever. But when you're talking about something so specific and so tangible to say, yeah, that refrigerator is still just sitting there empty while we're waiting for the vaccine, that is something that is going to, that you can point to say whether or not it is actually necessary during that covered period.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
Yeah, I just want to thank Brandy for that really specific answer. I appreciate that. As hard as it is to hear, I appreciate that answer.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, which is to confirm the director's recommendation not to fund, signify by saying aye or a thumb was up. That motion carries. Let's see, there's the nays. The treasurer records a no.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the recommended no funding list is number 4, Natrona County Public Library. The applicant's requesting $27,862 to cover expenses for purchasing digital content. The concern with this project is necessity. It's believed to be too loosely related to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and the board has not funded these types of requests previously.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that we adopt the director's recommendation as to item number 4, Natrona County Public Library.
It's been moved by the secretary to adopt the director's recommendation. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Is there anyone from Casper who would like to address this? Or from Natrona County for that matter? Hearing none. Any further discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye to for the motion. Do I have ayes? That motion carries. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, next on the list is number 5, the Crook County Medical Services District. This is the companion piece, if you will, to the ambulance funding that was voted on by the board under number 6 in the capital construction HVAC list. Essentially, this would be the denial of the 2 of the 3 requested ambulances. The board did vote to provide $275,000 for 1 ambulance on the other list, but this would be dispensing with the other request for the 2 additional ambulances.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move for the director's recommendation in regards to 2 of the 3 requested ambulances for Crook County Medical Services District.
Thank you. And it's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? If there's anyone from Crook County, now would be a time. Seeing none. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify with a thumbs up or an aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this brings us to applications provided by Powell Hospital District. There's a number of them here that we're going to group together and talk about all at the same time. That would be number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. I would like to notify the board that number 23, the ambulance garage, has been withdrawn. That was withdrawn just before lunch. And number 24 and number 25. And with that, I would yield the floor to Beth Blackwell, who will take the board through the Powell Hospital District application.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwell.
Application number 6 is for an OR renovation. They're requesting $1,265,500. $1,265,500 to do this renovation. The purpose is to construct an additional surgical suite and an isolated recovery room. The OR suite would be a negative pressure room, and this project would include HVAC upgrades for the negative pressure room, as well as electrical wiring, plumbing, and equipment. The concern with this is the application included a quote from an architect, not a contractor, saying that the occupancy date for this is scheduled for January 18th. So this OR wouldn't be utilized during the covered period.
Okay.
You want me to go through all the?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Beth? This was one of the ones that, sorry, this is Pat Miller from the AG's office. This is one of the ones that we got an updated schedule from the architect with moving the occupancy date to December 25th. Beth, do you have that sheet?
I do not in front of me, but I
Okay.
can look for it.
I'll email it to you so you have it for
Oh.
updated.
So, Mr. Miller, I want to just, I want to be clear here that the auditor's point made earlier today, that if it's not done, the whole project could be dropped, if I understood the auditor's point. I guess my concern is that we want an accurate and probable date when we're going to be completed, not just one that meets the timeline constraints that we can't reasonably meet.
Mr. Chairman, one of, I think, staff's biggest concerns is that data is also provided by an architect, not a contractor,
Yeah.
someone who would actually be doing the work.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next one. Application 7 is for renovations of their office, case manager office. They're requesting $178,399 to convert 2 office spaces into negative pressure patient care rooms. The renovation will include HVAC upgrades for negative pressure, carpet removal, floor installation, and other related expenses. The concerns related to this are 2. Once again, it's the timeline that was provided by the architect. Occupancy date was originally set for January 5th. They have since updated that to December 8th. However, we do question the necessity of this. It just appears that with it, the guidance that the expenditure has to happen during the covered period and you have to be able to use it during that covered period, the necessity we do question.
And I see Mr. Bowley has his hand up.
Do you want me to keep going, or we do?
Yeah, Mr. Bowley's about to address this, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We've provided comment on this, and I think one of the things that the architect has done and that we've addressed is they've gone a step further. As some of you may know and others may not know, for a healthcare facility to take occupancy, it requires a final inspection by the Department of Health Office of License and Survey. So they factored that into this, and they've been able to step up their timeline on this. I also think as you take a look at this application, they've done exactly what you were concerned on the Converse County project. They've broken the projects out into chunks so that it's more readily apparent what they're going to be doing. So I actually think they built in some of the safeguards that we were concerned with some of the other projects that have already been approved. But just so you understand why the timeline's going into January on the original applications, it just had to do with making sure we could get the final survey done by Department of Health. It doesn't mean that the project wouldn't be completed and paid for before the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Bowley. And do you have, or does anyone on the line have an experience kind of tracking for the Powell Hospital? I know we worked hard to get them additional testing supplies early in the year, and I haven't been able to track if they've had additional hospital capacity and other issues that are related to COVID-19.
Mr. Chairman, I believe someone from Powell Valley was planning on being on this, and they may be waiting until we get through all the applications. But I just wanted to let you know a little bit about the timeline so that we could kind of get past that.
All right, if there is someone at the end of the run through on these, I'd like to hear kind of what the experience has been. So Beth, go ahead.
Application number 8 is for a Dagger anesthesia machine. They're requesting $67,395 to purchase the anesthesia machine. This will be dedicated to the OR suite that was discussed in application number 6, and it can double as a ventilator. Once again, we question the necessity, the concerns about whether the purchase is directly related to COVID-19 public health emergencies. It's just unclear whether it's necessary to mitigate or respond to COVID-19 public health.
Okay.
Application number 9, they're requesting $667,900 to renovate its emergency department. Renovations would include the addition of a separate entrance, decontamination area, a waiting area, and negative pressure rooms. They indicate that phase 1 of the project would be available for use by February 27th in their or 24th in their original application. However, we have received updated information to say that the date of occupancy has been moved from December 24th to December 30th. This was a substantial change, and they would note that the start date on the construction was moved from August 17th to August 12th, but we're unsure if construction on the project has actually already begun.
Okay, thank you.
Application 10 is a request for $571,137 to upgrade the pandemic acute care unit. The unit was taken out of service 10 to 12 years ago, and the applicant seeks to equip the 4 rooms in the unit with negative pressure capabilities and make upgrades including wall repairs, paint, carpet removal, and new floors. In addition, they're seeking to purchase blood pressure monitors, cardiac monitors, thermometers, and other equipment for the unit. Our concern, again, is the timeline that was originally submitted had an occupancy date of January 5th. That has been moved to an occupancy date of December 28th.
Okay.
Application number 23 was withdrawn. Application number 24 is for a visitation room at the Heartland Assisted Living. They are requesting $176,250 to construct a new addition for a visitation room for individuals to visit residents at the Assisted Living Center. They assert that the visitation room will allow for appropriate social distancing and visit monitoring. The concern about this is related to the timeline. Once again, we had an original occupancy date of January 7th. That has been updated to December 28th. So our concern about the timeline, well, it looks like they may be able to use it for 2 days during the covered period now. And application number 25, the last one for Powell Hospital, is once again a request for $176,250 for to construct a visitation room, this time at the long-term care facility. The concerns with this one are the same as the last. The timeline, once again, original occupancy date was January 7th. It has been updated to December 28th.
Okay, and so I misunderstood. I thought all of those had been withdrawn, 23, 24.
Just number 23.
Just number 23, okay. All right, thank you. And I see Mr. Odom is on, or Ms. Odom. Terry?
Thank you, Governor. Let me turn this down. Is that better?
That is better, yes, thank you.
You asked about the construction projects, and they were presented by the architect. We have a construction firm on site currently working on our ED project, and that is in coordination with Plan 1 architects. So they've been in conversation about getting these projects done to meet the timeline required by the State Loan and Investment Board.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, and I would love to turn it over to others, and this goes back again to sort of experience. And reportedly around the state, and I'm thinking about the last two that we talked about, reportedly around the state and around the country,
there has been an impact from people not being able to visit loved ones in care facilities. I guess I wanted to get a sense if you had that experience, and you have a phenomenal facility. I think your Alzheimer's unit is one of the most amazing, with the exception of maybe Goshen County, which rivals it. But I did want to just ask on your experience there. And then the other question on the experience is, what's your hospitalization rate been that's been related to COVID? It doesn't look like it has been that much this year. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, we've had 2 positive COVID patients in our acute care setting, and they were in what is this pandemic area, which is an area that we've used portable HEPA filters. And we've had 2 rule-out patients as well. Thank you for the compliment about our assisted living facility and our care center. Currently, we're allowing visitation outside at the assisted living facility. And recently, we've had a positive employee test in the care center, the long-term care center. So we had to suspend all visitation. So as the weather starts to become bad, we won't have an area for visitation for our assisted living residents or our long-term care residents.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for Ms. Odom?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I'm trying to get my arms around all of the applications, but if you could speak a little bit, Ms. Odom, to what portion of this construction and or conversions were already planned and how it all dovetails together, and then what changes were made due to COVID?
The emergency department construction was a planned construction, but as related to COVID, we have converted 3 rooms to negative pressure rooms, as well as a decontam area where patients would enter that have respiratory COVID issues. That is the only one that has been changed as a result of COVID. All the other requests are COVID related.
Okay, so there was no plans to do anything to your OR prior to COVID?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize because I think this may have already been answered, but the contractor is already on board. Is that what I heard?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the hospital district, again, I keep bringing up this point and it's not my idea and I don't like it, but I just fear this is how it will shake out. Any of these projects individually, is the hospital district able to pay for them in their entirety if the timeline gets off kilter and it's not ready for occupancy during the covered period?
No, ma'am.
So, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. You can pay for them or you would not be able to?
We would not be able to.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is then what?
And it's a good question, Auditor. Any thoughts, Mr.
Secretary or Superintendent, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question. The conversion of the 3 rooms to negative pressure, how was that funded?
Initially, how was it funded? Through the district.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, that is sorry to be so dense. Can you point me, Ms. Odom, which request is that related to?
That request is related to the emergency department conversion.
Okay, and that has been done?
It is in process as we speak.
Okay, the others, I'm assuming, have not been started.
Correct.
Okay. So if we were to approve number 9, the ED conversion project, and the timeline didn't end up working out, the district is able to fund that one. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Further considerations? Mr. Treasurer.
That number 10 appears to be almost exactly like some of the other things we've already approved at other facilities, just with the upgrades for rooms and negative pressure and those type of things. So that doesn't seem to be out of line compared to, you know, anything that we've done today or previously.
Yeah, and I think the only concern is, you know, timeline on that, but I guess they're representing that will be done in time.
And Mr. Chairman, to follow up on the treasurer's comment, I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Treasurer. I think the concern is if the timeline does have a bobble, they do not have the ability to pay for it. I think that's a significant difference.
Mr. Secretary, and then I note that Mr. Bowley's on as well, so.
I tend to agree with those comments. I think number 9 could work for me. And then I wanted to mention number 8, this anesthesia machine that can double as a ventilator. One of the things, at first blush, you might think it's kind of the same as the refrigerator, except ventilators, you know, are, if you had a COVID-19 patient that was, assuming, again, and I'm going to ask Ms. Odom, if you have the personnel to run a ventilator, because I know it takes specialized personnel, and I guess I would assume you wouldn't be asking for a machine if you didn't, but I need to know that because there's a lot of places I felt like that these monies would be appropriately spent on ventilators, even though you may not put them in use. They are more related to COVID-19 than any other piece of equipment I can think of. And so I wished we would have seen a lot more requests for those types of things for ICU beds and ventilators when you talk about COVID-19. That's all we talked about the entire time. So I could support something like that. And I think it would be an exception to the general rule that, well, you don't know if you're going to put it into service. Well, of course you don't. Whereas with the refrigerator, we don't have a vaccine yet. We know that. So I could support 8 as well if I know that they've got the personnel to man a ventilator. And then my other question, and maybe Mr. Bowley knows this, how much does a ventilator cost by itself? And I'm just trying to compare the cost of that with this dual purpose machine that we see here.
Mr. Bowley, if you want to address that, your mic is open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually looking it up frantically here. I agree with you, Secretary, that a ventilator or an anesthesia machine that can be converted to a ventilator makes sense. I know of many of my hospitals that ordered ventilators back when there was a huge shortage of them, and they did it to be prepared for whatever may come during this pandemic. And so I agree with you also that Powell Valley would not be asking for that equipment unless they had trained staff and personnel that could deal with it and use it. I can get you a general price for a ventilator. I think they're somewhere between $45,000 and $55,000 each right now. And so this is a good use. And the other thing with anesthesia machines is a lot of times they can be converted. It's not ideal, but in the need to treat multiple patients, they do have the ability to treat more than one patient at a time with oxygen. The other thing,
follow on. This one isn't just it could be used as a ventilator. It's designed to be kind of a dual purpose. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Buchanan, yes, it's primarily an anesthesia machine, but they have a small conversion kit that they can use on the anesthesia machines and convert them over and be used as ventilators in addition to an anesthesia machine.
Thank you. Ms. Odom, I have a question about the visitation rooms. I guess I am somewhat persuaded by the notion of providing secondary effects, and the fact that, you know, knowing your facilities, not the Heartland as much as the long-term care facility, but it would seem to me that could be problematic as we get into winter, and you have people that want to come and visit. And currently, I think you said people were visiting outside. And have you had a number of people that have been coming to visit?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we have. We've set up plexiglass at both sites so that visitors can see their families. And we want to continue that through the fall and the winter.
And let me ask you, I mean, are these relatively simple? I mean, the cost is a little bit high, but are they relatively simple to put together? I'm assuming you have materials that are easily cleaned, et cetera, and that may be the reason why the price tag is what it is.
Yes, sir. And we've had conversations with our architect and contractor about getting these constructed so that they will be ready for the winter.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes, Mr. Bowley.
So we haven't really addressed this, but you know, the COVID's have had a devastating effect on our elderly, those that are in our long-term care facilities and assisted living. They've been basically shut off from their families for an extended period of time. We're seeing mental health issues, deep depression, and this isn't the only request. You'll be looking at another one from St. John's, who, you know, they're expected to have a hard freeze this weekend, as a matter of fact, up there. And right now, the only way that families can visit their loved ones is outdoors. And we're waiting for further guidance, but up until just a few weeks ago, they couldn't visit at all. So these are great projects that really do deal with COVID and give families the opportunity to visit with their loved ones. And it's a huge issue around the state. So I think it's a really viable project that would serve a lot of people.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I think there's no doubt that these are critical, and I'm actually comfortable saying that I'm sure we all recognize that and agree with that. again, my biggest concern is putting the district in a place where they are financially devastated by an amount due to the state, and not due to their fault nor the state's fault. And so I guess one question I have is the need is, to me, the need really isn't up for discussion. It's obviously a need, but help me understand, whoever's maybe best equipped to do so, how and why St. John's is getting this done for $23,000, and which probably means the timeline isn't near as challenging either, versus the 2 requests for the hospital district. Just help me understand why those requests are so different. I mean, I see St. John's as a warming hut, which sounds like a really creative solution that might be quicker. So if that's sort of my question.
I can't answer that, Madam Auditor, because I don't know what St. John's is doing, and, you know, we have different contractors. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bowley.
Auditor Racines, that they are very different projects. I think what you're looking at in Powell is a more of an area where they can visit, as opposed to a warming hut where while they're freezing they can go get warm. It's just a very different. I haven't seen the schematics or the plans for the 2, but I think they're designed very differently. And I agree with you. I think what St. John's has proposed is creative, but it's a very short-term fix, whereas I think what Powell is looking at is more long-term and probably gives them a little bit better opportunity to visit for longer periods of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Odom, just asking, I had the same concerns, and I understand there's probably some permanence and quality issues that apply to your project that wouldn't apply necessarily to St. John, so they're probably very different, as Mr. Bowley said. But my concern here is to the auditor's point, are these things that you would be prepared, so there are 176,250. Would the district be prepared to pay for them in the event that they didn't get completed? My sense is if we gave you the go-ahead today, you could almost begin construction on those pretty much immediately. And I'm thinking a visitation room. Now, maybe there's more to a room than just a room. But on the other hand, if you're drawing to a close and maybe there are some frills or whistles that you don't think are going to be put in place, you could also kind of make sure the rooms were usable and maybe not as expensive. It's a long-winded question of basically saying, if we approve these, can you get started right away? If you aren't able to complete them, can you do one of 2 things? Pay for them in the event that we cannot, and 2, curtail them on an earlier basis if it looks like that might happen.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the district will be able to pay for the 2 rooms for the care center and the Heartland facility. And we could get started on them as soon as we get approval. And I'm not the contractor, but I imagine they will be done well before the deadline.
Thank you. Okay, board, what's your pleasure? I'm hearing positive comments on items, is it 9 and 10? And number 8, so the 8, 9, and 10, and 24 and 25, is that correct? Those are the ones I think we all had questions about.
Mr. Chairman, the one concern about item 10 that I wanted to bring up is the report from Mrs. Odom was that they would not be able to fund that if it fell through.
I think that is correct. Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
I think on some of these, you've got some local funding that's going to be coming into the county in the municipalities. So I don't know how forthcoming any of that might be to any of these projects. And I'm not sure what the counties are going to be spending their $1 million on, but some of these things might, they might be able to coerce the counties or the cities into helping them out on some of these projects. But that's pure speculation, but there's still some funds that might be available in the process.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'm hearing, I'm just trying to sort of help us move along here. What I'm hearing is that items 6, 7, and 10, and 6 and 7, certainly 10 may be a bit of a discussion, that each of those there's no disagreement or concern about the director's recommendation. Is that correct? That would be item 6, the OR renovation, item 7, case management office conversion, and then 10 would be the acute care. And that was the point that the auditor made about being able to fund it in the event that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I would, given that, if we're in agreement, I would make a motion to accept the director's recommendations on items 6, 7, and 10. If that's what I heard correctly.
Second, Mr.
Okay. That motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Ms. Odom, I think you have your hand up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a statement.
No comment?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. That being the case, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. That leaves items 8 and 9 and 24 and 25.
Mr. Chairman.
Maybe too late. Yes, Madam Auditor.
I would move that the board fund in the requested amounts to Powell Hospital District, item 8, the anesthesia machine and ventilator, item 9, the ED conversion project, item 24, visitation room at Heartland Assisted Living, and item 25, visitation room in the long-term care facility.
Is there a second? It's been seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Mr. Treasurer.
Microphone, please.
I can support 2 of them. I really don't support the visitation ones. And I guess from the standpoint that most of the time you're either over COVID in 3 weeks or you're not. So it just seems like there should be better ways to take care of this, but I understand that some people don't agree with that, but I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for your comments. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion that's been put forward and seconded, signify by saying aye or thumbs up. I have the secretary, the superintendent, and auditor Racinas as ayes. Mr. Treasurer, a nay?
A nay.
Mr. Treasurer is a nay, and I am an aye. Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is number 11, Washakie County Ambulance Service Critical Care Transport Equipment. The applicant's requesting $130,000 for new equipment for their emergency response services. The equipment includes IV infusion pumps, cardiac monitors and defibrillators, and refrigeration equipment. The concern is necessity. This seems to be general equipment that would be beneficial to any patient without a specific link to COVID-19. So we would recommend no funding.
Thank you, Madam Director. I see Luke Seifert is on. Luke, would you like to address?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of the necessity of this equipment with the board. As stated in the application, we have not been able to transport several patients with critical COVID needs because of our lack of equipment. We had not planned on getting certain pieces of these equipment prior to COVID. And when the pandemic began, we were able to obtain things like ventilators, which are, there's no dispute that ventilators are needed. That being said, the American Heart Association, the Department of Defense, and FEMA have all listed cardiac monitors as essential items for the treatment of COVID patients. The monitors that we are requesting have capabilities that we currently don't have, such as end-tidal CO2 monitoring for ventilated patients, temperature monitoring, and invasive monitoring channels. The refrigeration is requested for medications that we currently do not carry, but would carry for the treatment of COVID patients. There are a couple of ventilated patient medications that need to be refrigerated that we do not carry, but would carry if we had this equipment to do so. So COVID funding does allow for the purchase of equipment needed for the response to the coronavirus, and that is why we have applied and feel that it meets that requirement. I would be open for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seifert. Are there questions for Mr. Seifert? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Seifert, how much, and it might be in the application, but how much is the refrigeration equipment by itself?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I am trying to look that up at the moment. I do not have that on my screen. I would be happy to pull that up if there's another question while I get that information for you.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, this is one of those that's tough for me because everything's related to, I mean, the care of a patient, no matter what they have, all of this stuff you could utilize. And I remember that we didn't, I mean, cardiac monitors are important. I know we rejected remote cardiac monitoring system of a previous applicant but there was another reason for that as well, because it wouldn't stay with the hospital. But I guess my follow-up question to Mr. Seifert would be, is this all replacement equipment, or is this equipment that you don't have?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was Mr. Secretary, or is that Mr. Treasurer? I apologize. Most of this is new equipment, and then some of it is a replacement. None of it is replacing a current capability. It's enhancing a capability that we do not have. So we do have a couple of cardiac monitors. We don't have enough for our ambulances, and the ones that we do have don't have all the capabilities that we would require to be able to properly take care of and monitor these patients. So we're not just replacing with the same thing, we're increasing our capabilities through this request.
And same with defibrillators?
Yeah, they are excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is a combined unit. The monitor defibrillator is a single unit.
Okay. So, Mr. Seifert, you obviously have a banner facility in Worland, but you cover a lot of country, and if you have patients who are presenting really acute symptoms, would you be, my sense is you're probably transporting either to Casper or Billings, possibly one of the other hospitals. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, initially we would transport to the Banner facility because that is our local facility. That would be according to our protocols. However, where we see the issues with the COVID treatment is in transport from one facility to another. So from the Banner facility in Worland to Casper or Billings would be correct. If I may, I also have the total for the amount of the refrigeration at $6,100.57 is what I was able to calculate from the quotes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I was going to borrow your phrase, may I have a motion?
I will make the motion, and this is so that we can discuss this, and it's going to be in the affirmative to adopt the director's recommendation with regard to item number 11.
Okay, the motion's been made to adopt the director's recommendation. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. Now we have discussion.
And Mr. Chairman, this is one of those where I look at we funded an ambulance earlier, and I think as we go through this process and subsequent meetings, we kind of find our way along a path where we've seen things before and we approved or disapproved, and we kind of figure out what we're comfortable with. And this is one of those where I guess I could support, even though it's kind of like the ventilator. It's not directly related to COVID-19, and it could be used for anything, but they're gonna use it. It's not like some of the other things. And we funded an ambulance earlier. Washakie County has a nice facility there, but again, like you mentioned, they cover a lot of ground, and if they have somebody that's really critical, obviously they're going to do a transport. So I think with that in mind, this is something I could get behind, and it's a relatively low cost. So
further discussion.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I guess with the good secretary's last comment, maybe he would like to change his motion.
Would,
Well, it would be faster likely, but I anticipated if I was successful in my thoughts, we would vote no, and then there'd be a motion to accept, to fund it. But if Mr. Chairman.
absolutely, this is all about efficiency.
Okay, then I will withdraw my motion, and I will make the motion to approve item number 11 in contravention to the director's recommendation to Washakie County Ambulance Service for critical care equipment in the amount of $130,000.
I'll
And
second.
so is there, oh, both of you are just can't make your mind up. Thank you, Auditor. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify with an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That motion carries. Madam Director, don't take it personally.
I'm trying not to. That brings us to number 12, which is Niobrara County, the Lady Bird Rest Area. The applicant's requesting $17,388 to clean, provide utilities, maintenance, and supplies for the Lady Bird Rest Area near Lusk for August through December. The rest area is generally maintained by the Wyoming Department of Transportation, but was closed due to budget cuts. The applicant's public health officer believes closure of the rest area will greatly increase the chances of the virus being spread into the county because it will push those that normally use the rest area into the town of Lusk. The general concern here is necessity and the concern that this was already a budgeted item.
Thank you, Madam Director. I see Jeremiah Riemann is wanting to address this point.
Good afternoon, Governor, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate your time this afternoon. I am Jeremiah Riemann. I serve as the Executive Director of the County Commissioners Association, but today I'm here speaking on behalf of Niobrara County, who cannot be here with you. I do appreciate the director's recommendation, but I'm going to ask that you reverse course and support this request. Let me just cover both of the two primary issues that were identified. It is true that this was a budgeted expense of WYDOT, but I would suggest that WYDOT's purpose for the facility was to serve the traveling public. Conversely, Niobrara County is asking for the ability to assume responsibility of this state facility in order to serve a public purpose, a local community purpose, and that is to protect the public health of the community of Lusk and Niobrara County more broadly. So I think there's a distinction that can be drawn in terms of the budgeted expense. Governor and members, relative to the necessary expense, Niobrara County has been one of those communities where we have not seen community spread. To this point, there has been only one confirmed case of the coronavirus in the community. There is one additional probable case. I want to suggest that that's not simply a matter of blind luck, of isolation of that county. In fact, I think it's as much to do with the proactive efforts of the commissioners there, of the public health nurse, and in particular, the public health nurse that's well respected and appreciated by that community. So they've been very active in trying to prevent additional cases from occurring. This is a request that the public health officer is making and that the commissioners do support. They believe it's a necessary expense in order to prevent transportation of COVID into its community. So while again, we haven't had community spread, there is concern about the transport of the virus into the community, and we certainly respect the reasons that YDOT used in closing this, and that would absolutely make sense in a lot of circumstances. But the net result of closing that particular facility for the community of Lusk is that it does force the traveling public into the community, into facilities, and the potential for the spread or for coronavirus to be brought in. So again, I would request your support for this request. I do think that it is an unbudgeted expense of the county. And number two, it is a necessary expense that the community believes it is necessary to prevent or to protect public health. I would say if you can't get to the place of approving the request today, I would ask that you simply table it as you have a couple of other requests in the potential that the county could use its allocation for these particular expenses. I'd hate for us to have a situation where the board said that you agreed with the rationale that was presented, which again, I think is reasonable to bring these things forward, but I would ask that you reverse course. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Riemann. It's interesting because I note that some of my mail from Niobrara has talked about opening up the economy and a number of other things pretty stridently. But I did want to ask about if you have any information on how Sturgis or Legends of the Rawhide, how those events went forward, if the county had seen any experience there. And then, I actually want to endorse your idea of the county using its allocation. And I would think our notion here is not a negative vote per se. It's simply only saying that we don't see this program funding it here. I think the likelihood of the county finding a value for it is, I certainly don't think we're opining on whether it's a good thing or not by voting either way on this at this point. Brandy.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to, because I am confused by what Mr. Riemann said, which is, even if when we go forward and we make the allocation, all that does is it sets aside those funds. It does not distribute those funds to the counties to be used how they want to. Those funds still have to fit all of the CARES Act. So either they fit the CARES Act today or they don't. And that doesn't change based on the allocation model. So and I heard that it was very concerned, so I wanted to make sure that understanding was clear. Either this is a necessary fund and it meets the unbudgeted requirement and the necessity requirement, or it's not under the CARES Act. Whether that's part of an allocation, then it still would be part of the allocation. It just is an allocation we grant today, which we'll know what that number looks like when you guys come back. So that part I just wanted to clarify that tabling it, I don't know what the benefit of that is, because either it's a necessary CARES related expense or it's not.
No, and I think it's a good point, and it is. I've heard from Sundance, from Graybull, and from Chugwater very, very similar and compelling conversations about how essential the rest areas are to the functioning of their town. So I appreciate all that, but I think it's a challenge.
Mr. Chairman?
Auditor.
Yeah, and I'm sure the lawyers have pored over this already, but I just want everyone to hear the verbiage directly from the guidance, not the FAQs. The expenses were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27, 2020 for the state or government. So I applaud the ingenuity of this request, but I really think, I guess to put it very bluntly, I think this is a very risky expenditure because it's somewhat clear there. It's a small dollar amount, but Niobrara isn't drowning in money either. So I think that it could come under scrutiny. But my question, I think for Jeremiah, just a curiosity, can the county have they been in contact with YDOT already? So my question is, can the county hire a private entity to maintain something they do not own? And has that arrangement already been made?
Auditor, I would point out that Chugwater is maintaining their rest area, but that will stop on September 9th because of funding needs. But I see Mr. Riemann has his hand up again.
Thanks, Governor. I appreciate the opportunity to address those questions. First, I wanted to just respond to Ms. Monger. We don't have any difference of interpretation of the allocation model. We certainly understand the approach there. Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to suggest is a concern that if the board adopts the director's recommendation, it is denying it on two terms. One, a necessary expense, and two, a budgeted expense. And that's where I believe we have a difference and I'm trying to present the case that this is in fact an unbudgeted expense of Niobrara County. And to the auditor's point about the guidance saying not an accounted for item in the budget. This was not accounted for in Niobrara County's budget for this year. It never has been. I do respect again that this was a budgeted expense for YDOT, but I'm suggesting that there's a difference in purpose that YDOT has for that facility and what the county would like to use that facility for. Governor, you asked about Sturgis, and this is certainly something that the community has been concerned about for some time. In fact, they put this question to State Lands and to the Attorney General's office many weeks ago, well before they put in an application to ask whether they believed this was a possible avenue in order to protect the community health. And I see that there may be some concern amongst staff. I'm happy to present the email to folks that was sent and exchanged on that if you'd like. Governor, I do understand that Sturgis was successful. There were a lot of people that came through the community. It did require people to stop at private businesses to utilize facilities. Again, that was a public health concern. We'll see how it sort of shakes out. In terms of the time period between now and December 30th, the community has been concerned about the hunting season that is upcoming and other travel period that happens throughout that community. So there is that, and I hope that I've addressed all of the questions that were there, and I'd be happy to stand for any others.
Thank you for that, Mr. Riemann. And you know, this is an interesting and somewhat perplexing kind of moment, because I think one of the reasons that we looked at closure of rest areas was understanding the interruption for business activity that this represented, not only for the communities themselves with the restrictions on bars and so on, but also the the lack of people coming through. What's interesting to me is that at least a piece of this is to keep business out of town and just get people going through. And I understand the health concerns, but it seems to me in a way a little bit perplexing that a person would want not to have economic activity. And I guess, my sense is that our responsibility here is maybe a little bit different than what a local elected body would be, which is why I look at this very differently. If the commissioners thought that was the appropriate thing, they're directly accountable to the county population. And if there are businesses that are worried about losing business, I hope you understand my point. I guess I feel very awkward. I understand the health risk and the concern, but a certain amount of what I've been hearing is really we need to open up the economy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's not a judgment that I can make. The public health officials, the county commissioners support this request, and I'm coming forward to ask for your support in helping that community with what they think is a necessary response to address the COVID emergency there.
Okay. All right, further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This may surprise you a little bit, but given the amount, I'm coming around to it, but I will move that we approve the request to Niobrara County in the amount of $17,388. And again, we could route it through their allocation, but the question is the same. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So that would be my motion.
Mr. Chairman, Auditor Racinas, could you clarify, you are moving the request or the recommendation?
Thank you. I am moving that we approve the request, so I would move to approve funding.
Thank you.
And that's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Superintendent.
I love the concept, and certainly I can see its merit. I'm going to be a no vote. I think this takes us down a slippery slope for a lot of reasons, and I think that there's some wiggle room, but I'm not sure that this is the correct place to wiggle. So I think it's a project that's got merit, but not with the CARES Act funding. And I'm really concerned about having a local entity take over a state-owned building and take care of something that isn't theirs and the sustainability of that. And so with federal dollars, I mean, one of the first questions that I ask is, okay, that's great in the short term, but how will that be sustained? And I'm not sure that there is a way to sustain this unless and until the state would be able to come back in and sustain that, or if there was a raise in taxes, et cetera. And I'm really concerned about the direction that this takes us. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I have all the concerns that the superintendent has, but I have one more that is overriding at the public health aspect of everything that doesn't go into the restaurant or into those rest areas that ends up on the side of the road.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. My own concern here is that we will, I would predict, see very similar applications immediately from Pine Bluffs, Grable, Sundance, Chugwater, probably Casey, and virtually all of the rest areas, Guernsey. And if that's, you know, what we want to do, then that's certainly something that we can consider. I understand that county commissioners have a very tough road to hoe, and they aren't always, I mean, we all have these problems with showing up. But I'm thinking if we're actually supporting something that's saying, let's take business out of town because of the health concerns, that really ought to be put forward by the commission. So I'm going to be a no vote. And I, with all due respect, Jeremiah, I understand the difficult position you're in. I just think this is a sensitive enough issue for my taste that I think the commission itself ought to speak to that on the record.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one more question.
Yes, Auditor.
Because the superintendent brought up a great point. Who is maintaining the rest stop in Chugwater or near Chugwater?
The town of Chugwater. When the YDOT director came to me and said, here is a way that we can reduce our costs, the idea was that we would allow for the town to take on that town that was closest to it, or a county, I suppose, to take on the obligation. And that's just a negotiation between YDOT and the entity, or just shut it down with the idea that it would drive business into town. And when we did that, there was a lot of concern about businesses that were losing sales tax revenues, et cetera. So,
thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? I have Lane Griffith on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Jeremiah did a wonderful job of representing Niobrara County Commissioners. I did want to add that this request also came from the business owners. Many of the businesses have posts on their doors that they're private restrooms, and the people are stopping to use the restrooms rather than coming in to do business. Now, the Yes Way that is downtown is always full, and they welcome people in there. But the flower shop, the drugstore, they do not. So I know that this is a reach, and I understand that there's other rest areas that will be facing the same issues, but I do appreciate your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of funding the Lady Bird rest area, signify with an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
All nays signify with a nay or a thumbs down.
Nay.
So I have one aye and I have 4 noes. Thank you very much. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is number 13, Riverton Memorial Hospital LLC, doing business as Sage West Healthcare. They're requesting $1,814,951 to acquire a new cardiac monitoring system. This application was considered at the August 6th meeting, and the board voted no to fund this expenditure. Again, the concerns are a necessity and the timeline. The concern was related to whether or not the request was sufficiently related to COVID, and the need to replace the equipment. Vendor correspondence said that this could be completed and installed by December 15th, but it's a tight timeline, so there was concern about that.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, did you need a motion, or did somebody move that?
No, nobody's moved it yet. I just was saying if anybody wants to send, I see Mr. Boley has got his hand up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good to talk to you again. I've been asked to speak to this. Representatives from Sage West were unable to attend, but they were told they could reapply for this at the August 6th meeting. There were also, I believe, at least one other hospital that were approved for monitoring equipment, and there are definitely some strong reasons to do this, but I've just been instructed that we're going to withdraw the request.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I would tell you though, Mr. Chairman, that you and the other elected officials are invited. Sage West would like to have you come over and go for a tour of their facilities, and it might alleviate some of the concerns and give you a chance to show what the good work they're doing over there is.
And they are doing an amazing job. They've had probably as much experience as anybody in the state. So thank you, Mr. Bowley, for that. So with that, we're going to move on to the next matter.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the City of Lander technology renovations. The applicant's requesting $90,000 to upgrade its current security system to decrease the amount of contact employees will have when utilizing the public buildings, and to purchase technology to allow electronic ticketing. The concern with this is the necessity, whether this piece of equipment is reasonably necessary to respond to or mitigate the COVID-19 public health emergency. Slib denied the funding for the Riverton Memorial Hospital to purchase a similar security access system back at the August 6th meeting. And while electronic ticketing may decrease contact with the public, it appears to be loosely related to COVID-19. So therefore, the no funding recommendation.
Okay. Does anybody online want to speak to this? I see Sherry Lara is raised the hand.
Hi, good afternoon, Governor. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can.
Yes, what this would be for would be essentially an office in each of the police officers' cars so that they could conduct their business without having to come to the City Hall building. We currently share this building, City Hall Municipal Court, and the Police Department. The second week of this month, we had our first City Hall employee test positive for COVID. Last week, we were closed down due to this. So we came across a lot of things that we need to change in our security system. We feel that with allowing these officers the capability to have the computers in their cars, they could upload their tickets and conduct their business without actually having to come into the building, so that we could avoid people being possibly contaminated by those that are positive cases.
Okay, I stand thank you. Question. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Treasurer.
To be clear, that if I'm going 35 and a 30, that doesn't mean you take a picture of me and that's your electronic ticketing.
No, sir.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this? Hearing none, what's the, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I will move the director's recommendation of no funding on this. I very much appreciate the efforts, and e-citations I think are important and a wonderful way to go, but this is getting pretty tangential, I would say.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you, superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of the motion confirming the director's recommendation, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. So I have 3 and 1 no. Okay, thank you. Next matter, and I see, if I understand this correctly, that Campbell County is withdrawing 15, 17, 19, 21, and 21. Yeah, 15, 17, 19, and 21. And I think Ms. Tate may be on. And I think they want to modify 20 and 22, 16, 18, 20, and 22. Ms. Tate.
Yes, Governor, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Mary Lou Tate. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at Campbell County. We are withdrawing numbers 15, 17, 19, and 21. For number 16, we wish to modify it to $128,602. And this would be for a portable X-ray unit. We currently do not have a portable X-ray unit, and we have found in responding with COVID positive patients in our emergency room that we now have to transport them through the hospital to get them to a X-ray unit. We would like to have a portable one that we can take into the rooms as to not expose other patients and staff members by transporting those patients through the hallways. Number 18, we're wishing to modify to $557,500. And this is for additional computers and single sign-on devices for inside the hospital. Previously, we had submitted for telehealth capacity, and that was for computers in the home. What we're finding is we do not have computers in the hospital that are sufficient to do video visits and video conferencing with either staff or patients. And so this would be to upgrade a selected number of computers within the hospital. Number 20, the legacy enhancements. This is our long-term care facility, our assisted living facility. And we're wishing to modify this to $717,577. And this is primarily due to additional scanning and monitoring of patients that the CDC has come out with post-COVID to monitor patients. In addition to that, this is for additional quality of living items for those residents. Most of those residents have not left the facility since mid-March with the onset of COVID. They have been essentially sheltering in place due to CDC guidelines. So this would be some virtual reality systems, some painting and craft supplies type items. In addition, we do have in that amount $25,500 for a visiting booth. Right now, our patients only can have visitors on the opposite side of a glass window. And during the wintertime, obviously, the visitors would not be able to necessarily come and see the patients because they'd be freezing. And so this would be an area where we could put a plexiglass partition down the middle, and then we could have the resident on one side and the family members on the other side. Finally, we are modifying number 22 to $217,873. And this is comprised of 3 items: video laryngoscopes and glide scopes for intubation. We do not have enough in all of our areas to intubate COVID positive patients. Pre-COVID, we did have enough in the facility, but post-COVID, we're finding we do not have enough. And this is also to equip our 4 EMS trucks with those glide scopes so they can intubate in the field. In addition, there's a V-Pro Max, which is a sterilization unit. Currently, we do have this item. However, we have been sterilizing our N95 masks on a daily basis, and this unit is failing much more rapidly than anticipated due to sterilization of their N95 masks due to limited supplies of those PPP items. And then finally, on that item, it's a bipolar ionization system for HEPA filtration for the Powder River Surgery Center, our ASC unit. We were approved to install this into the hospital, but we'd like to also install it at the surgery center.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? Questions from the board? An observation here. This is. I think this would be something that we're still going to have receipts and so on. I really appreciate the intent of this, and I know I probably speak for everybody. This has been a long day, but I am a little bit confused about the ability for you to analyze this properly. At the same time, I really respect the work that they put into this. So Beth.
I would maybe suggest, if this isn't out of line, that these could be the ones that weren't withdrawn could be tabled, and they can provide us additional information, and we can look at these at the next meeting. Because specifically, when you look at application 20, the request was decreased to, let me find the right number, to 717,577. However, when the application was reviewed and we went through the detail of things, we could only identify $22,687 worth of equipment that we could fund without questioning and additional information.
So I do see Eric Boley's got his comment up. It goes, hold on for a second. Ms. Tate, I think that and the secretary has a question.
Superintendent, rather.
Oh, yeah, okay, superintendent, just 1 second. What I want to say here is if you can think a little bit about what tabling would do in terms of timing, that would be terrific. So Superintendent, I'll recognize you first, and then Mr. Boley.
And Mr. Chair, that was essentially my question to either staff or Ms. Tate. Would it be better to table, or would it be better to approve with contingencies that we determine now to be worked out? And I'm not even sure if we're far enough along with the applications and what we were able to identify to approve it on a contingency. But if we are, that would certainly eliminate the timeline issue, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you. And with that, Mr. Boley, and before you speak, and Beth or Director or Brandy, if there is contingency language that might be useful here, that might be an expedited way to deal with things. But I'll listen to Mr. Boley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't spend a lot of time. I think a contingency does make sense. We've worked closely with Campbell County. They've done a great job in paring down their requests and really coming up with what makes sense. I could go through and talk about each of their different projects. And I won't spend a lot of time, but a portable x-ray, that's one of the best diagnostic equipment, pieces of equipment for COVID. It'd be interesting at some point for us to share with you what an x-ray looks like of a positive COVID patient's lungs. The telehealth also fits within the guidance of the Treasury and is a vital and an important part of dealing with the pandemic. There was some CMP money, civil monetary penalty money, that was awarded through the Office of Licenses Survey that helped to buy iPads. There was only $3,000, but we found that finding different ways for our residents and our long-term care facilities to communicate and also to be engaged is really helping them through this time. And so that project that they have for their legacy, again, would really help to treat COVID, maybe not directly because they're not COVID positive patients, but it all has to do with treating the pandemic. And and then also with the intubation, it's pretty incredible how they pared that down, but the intubation equipment is vital in treating COVID patients. Also the sterilization of N95 masks. You know, there was a program set up where we could ship them off to different states and have that done, and it failed miserably. And so they're trying to find ways to extend the life of their PPE. And I could see where the stress that's been put on their existing equipment would require them to replace that. So I would ask maybe that we look at a contingency approval so they can move forward with this. And I appreciate your time.
Okay. And Ms. Tate, I think you raised your hand again.
Yes.
So go ahead.
All right. Sorry. Thank you. I understand that. I understand that, you know, we have made significant changes to our requests since we put them in. I'm okay with tabling the legacy items. Quite frankly, with the allocation method, we probably could even withdraw that and use that allocation for a lot of those items. I understand that there's some concerns by the staff about how each of those items relate to COVID. We're not changing necessarily what's in the initial application, but just paring down. So I'm okay if we want to change that to using the allocated funds for the long-term care facility. As far as the items on number 22, once again, all these items are in the current application. We've just selected the three most important items that we feel is directly related to the COVID crisis.
Appreciate that, Ms. Tate. I just want to be clear that the allocation doesn't replace this process, that it's simply part of the process, and so either way, you'll still have to go through the traps that the Beth will look at and the AG will look at, but I guess what I think you've done a phenomenal job of paring this down. And my sense is that if there is a way for us to move this forward with the understanding that there's still detail to be worked out, that maybe gives us some ability. And I'm trying to think aloud here, Beth, but I guess what I'm coming is, as you work through this process, if there are things that you highlight that we find that are problematic, I guess my view is those we would push off to our next meeting, and I'm not sure exactly when that next meeting is. But in the meantime, if there are things that you can come to agreement on, you can move forward expeditiously.
And Mr. Chair, I think that there maybe are some things, there's some items that were identified that were properly funded. They just happened to fall into a larger bucket of other things we weren't certain about. So there may be some items within there. I don't know how you want to approve it on a contingency. One of the things I think is worth noting is that Campbell County's sort of allocated total was about 1.5. You've previously approved 3.5 to Campbell County. So this, whatever this addition is also going to create that additional amount over what they've been allocated. And I guess I'm not even sure where we are in terms of what that number is. So those are just a few of the concerns we would have on a contingent motion.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't add anything more to that discussion. I think they've done a good job of paring these down, but I think for staff efficiency and otherwise, it would be appropriate to table these so that they can kind of follow up with them and at least get the answer to what they think is eligible and what is not. Then they can bring that back to us, and we could then take under consideration where we are in relationship with the allocation, given what we've already funded. So I would move, Mr. Chairman, to table items number 16, 18, 20, and 22. I think that covers it.
I think that's correct. That motion needs to go immediately to a second. Is that seconded? Second. It's been seconded by the treasurer. There is no discussion. So all in favor of table, signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Aye. And that motion's tabled. Or those items are tabled. Your motion stands. So, all right. Thank you, Ms. Tate, very much for the work you did, and we look forward to working with you in the future. We have two more items that I know of on our list here, so we're getting close to the end. Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next one is Teton County Hospital District doing business as St. John's Health Living Center. They're seeking $22,978 to construct a warming hut for individuals to visit residents at the facility during the winter. The applicant asserts the warming hut will allow for appropriate social distancing and also mitigating resident loneliness. The question with this application is necessity, and we're looking to the board to determine the necessity. We realize that with the uncertainty of the ongoing COVID-19 public health crisis, there is a potential to negatively impact mental health for living center residents, many of who were further isolated by visitor restrictions. So with that, we would turn it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Is there anyone from Jackson who, I see Mr. Boley has again raised his hand. So Mr. Boley.
Last time today, I promise, Mr. Chairman. And as you can tell, we spent a lot of time working with our members on these. We've already kind of addressed this, but I think this is vitally important. I just looked at the news, and they're actually expecting snow potentially this weekend. But this again is just a great example of how we can take care of our elderly, give them the opportunity to visit with their loved ones that have been isolated for so long. I definitely think it fits within the guidance, although it's not directly treating COVID. It is treating COVID. It's the only way that folks can visit their loved ones. And once again, I can't express how much depression that we're seeing, how many issues we're seeing in our long-term care facilities with folks being isolated since March 13th. It's also a great way for us to keep those residents safe through social distancing and give them the opportunity. I think that it's a really creative idea that St. John's and their long-term care facility has come up with, and would ask for your favorable consideration on this request.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Questions for Mr. Boley? Questions? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Auditor Racinas.
I would move that we fund the request to Teton County Hospital District in the amount of $22,978 for a warming hut for visitation.
Second.
So the auditor has moved to fund, not doing the director's recommendation, but to fund the warming hut. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
And nays? Okay, we have one no. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the final item on the proposed no funding list is the Town of Pavilion. They're requesting $276,795 to purchase real property and a modular building to replace its current town hall. These expenditures, let me back up, excuse me. The applicant asserts that a new modular is necessary to have enough space to accommodate those who wish to attend town council meetings. The applicant asserts it does not have digital equipment to host meetings virtually. However, the applicant's not requesting CARES funding to purchase digital equipment. Rather, they're applying for funds to replace the town hall. And in addition, the modular would have an office for the Fremont County Sheriff to have a satellite office. The staff recommendation is not to fund. The applicant's not demonstrated that the proposed expenditure is necessary in response to the COVID public health emergency.
Thank you, Director. Is there anyone from the Town of Pavilion or Fremont County who wants to address this? I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand. So what's the
Mr. Chairman, I just got to give a shout out to the Town of Pavilion's 3rd of July fireworks and barbecue. So if you haven't made it to that, folks out there, take time to make it to the Town of Pavilion on the 3rd of July for their barbecue and fireworks. But, Mr. Chairman, I kind of think that I like the idea of a county sheriff's office out there in that town hall, because the sheriffs don't get out in the country near enough. But I don't know whether this is COVID related or not.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. And we'll look at, I see the auditor has made, nope, she hasn't. I just thought maybe a local would want to say something about that.
Mr. Chairman, I would recognize, I struggle to connect this, although I would really like to make the case. I think I am going to concur with the director's recommendation. Although I think that you and the treasurer have been, and myself, we've been to the town hall, and it is certainly not large.
Right. So, Mr. Treasurer, are you making that in the form of a motion then? Okay. We'll give it to the secretary. He'll do it every time.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary. Superintendent, did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, and it's just that, it's a comment, but the Town of Pavilion, in addition to fireworks and barbecues and town halls, Pavilion really has led the way in their school district with building a modular clinic and training their nurse as a nurse practitioner to take care of student patients. And of course, at the time, I wasn't able to go to the grand opening because of COVID, but at the time that it was built, we weren't thinking pandemic. We were just thinking what a great service for rural kids. And I would just really encourage the Town of Pavilion and other rural areas to continue looking at ways to leverage structures that they have or these CARES Act dollars to create opportunities. It's just unfortunate that this doesn't quite fit the bill.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would agree with all the wonderful things that have been said about the town pavilion, and hopefully they'll be successful in the future leveraging some of these care funds. Having said that, I would move that we adopt the director's recommendation for item number 27 on the no fund list, Town of Pavilion Town Hall.
It's been moved and seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of confirming the director's recommendation signify by an aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That motion carries. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our agenda for today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, before we go, I just got to tell you guys, if you don't want to drive all the way for the pavilion on the 3rd of July, go to LaGrange for the ice cream social and the fireworks.
Yeah. There we go. Nicely done. Hey, I just would point out to my fellow board members that we are done at 4:27. That's way better than we've done before. Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, since it's a little bit of a kumbaya moment, I just want to give a shout out to the staff at the AG's office and at Osley and in your office as well for doing such a great job of putting together information so that we could make informed decisions that were pretty dicey and ever changing along the way. And shout out to you, Governor, for your leadership. Thank you. We are evolving, as you said.
No, thank you, Superintendent. It's an honor to work with all of you. So, with that, we can be adjourned if somebody wants to make a motion, or I can just make that decision.
I think you could just, I was told yesterday, I called for a motion to adjourn the canvassing board, and the AG's representative told me that. I don't think.
Yeah, no,
So I'm good.
okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.